Hi there.
I'm Anna,
I'm Shay.
and we're the hosts of the Teacher Think Aloud podcast, a podcast for reflective practice for teachers of English around the world.
Our mission is to support English language educators in reflecting on their teaching practices and in becoming more confident, happy teachers along the way.
And we want you to be part of our international community of listeners.
In each episode, we explore a topic within the field of English language teaching, from practical teaching tips to TESOL trends, issues, and career considerations.
All in an informal, fun conversation with ELT experts worldwide.
Listen and subscribe now on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, YouTube, or wherever you get your podcasts.
And don't forget to follow us on social media. We want to connect with you.
Happy teaching
and happy reflecting.
Text Inspector is the award-winning professional online tool that allows you to accurately and comprehensively analyse written and spoken texts for teaching, testing and research purposes. Based on up-to-date, in-depth linguistic research, it uses statistically significant metrics, including lexical diversity, meta-discourse markers, and lexical sophistication, alongside tools such as the British National Corpus and the English Vocabulary Profile, to provide a detailed, accurate, and informative analysis of language use. This allows you to accurately assess the productive skills of your language students according to the CEFR and develop effective learning and assessment materials with greater ease. Some researchers have used Text Inspector to track improvements in their students' writing skills over time, others to ensure examination materials are at the correct level. Text Inspector is trusted by organisations including Cambridge University Press and the staff and students at 145 universities and colleges across the world. Why not try it yourself? We're offering all conference attendees premium access for free.
Hello and good afternoon, good morning, and good evening, everyone, from wherever you are and whenever you are. This is Mohammed Nabil, the founder of Educast International and the host of Educast International Conferences. And officially, again, we will welcome you, or we are welcoming you to the sixth day of the Educast International Conference 2026. And I'm joined by, as usual, Blanca Pollock, the coordinator of the events and the academic consultant at Educast International Conferences. Hello, Blanca, how are you doing?
Hello, Mohammed. Thank you for the opening. I'm going to tell you that I'm feeling great. I had a morning walk because it's pretty early morning in my location. So I do hope that our attendees are also refreshed, ready to grow, ready to reflect and collaborate, because the collaboration is the key word since day one, don't you think?
Of course, yeah, we need to collaborate together. I myself prefer collaboration to competition. Why
Oh,
don't we
yes.
work together and succeed together instead of just competing with one another, right?
Exactly. And this is what we are trying to do, dear attendees, not only at this year's conference, but anytime we are delivering educational content for you. We just want to create a community that feels safe and have a safe container to grow, collaborate, and exchange wonderful practices and insights. And today we are starting with a question. What should assessment really measure? We know much about formative assessment, summative assessment, different types of assessment, but sometimes we get confused. So today, the key points are specially designed for assessment examination specialists, teachers, instructional leaders, but at the same time, policymakers and curriculum and quality leads. Today, we are going to try to take a holistic view and rethink what counts as success in learning. And this day invites educators, leaders, as I said, to challenge, because we also love the word to challenge. So we are going to challenge traditional assessment models and explore even more meaningful approaches. So I hope that everybody is ready. Let us know on the chat that you are ready, because we are just about to begin. Let's reflect if there's something that is your top priority in terms of assessment and the key takeaway that you would like to gain from today. Let us know on the chat. We do hope that we are going to deliver what was promised by the program book. In terms of the program book and a quick reminder, today we are going to have couple fantastic, wonderful sessions. We will begin with Amir Esmaili, then we will follow to Ani Altamirano, then we are going to have a short break, and after the break, Matthew Ellman, another session by Gemma Archer and Robin Walker. After another short break, we will follow with Marcela Villan and Robert Martinez. So this day is absolutely packed as previous ones. So I hope that you are ready to start. Mo, are you ready to begin?
Yes, that is right. And everyone, let's give a warm welcome to our first speaker of today. We've been connected for some time on social media and we've been following each other's work. He's a really great one. Amir Ismaili is a Delta qualified teacher, Cambridge certified trainer, and TKT tutor. He holds an MA in TEFL and has written several articles for a range of publications. Over the past 14 years, he has taught English to learners of all ages, proficiency levels, and backgrounds. He is currently the team leader of foreign teachers and the lead trainer at CB Centers in Vietnam. As a freelancer, he runs IELTS teacher training programs and delivers talks and workshops for international institutions. Amir considers himself a lifelong learner, a career educator, and a constant work in progress. Amir's motto is there is always room for improvement and never room for complacency. Amir, how are you doing? Can you hear me?
Hi, Muhammad. I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, and I hope you are doing well today.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm doing absolutely great. I'm very excited to be with you, Blanca, and all the participants from across the planet.
Yeah, same here. So, without wasting more time, Yeah, if you are ready to share your screen and kick off the conference today, the floor is all yours.
I'm all ready.
Excellent.
Thank you so much. Okay, I'm going to share my slides and let me know if you can see everything here. Let's start. Okay. So let me just maximize this one. All right. Can you see my slides? Let me look. Yeah. Okay. Wonderful. Great. As Mohammed said, good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everyone. Thank you for being here. I am very happy, humbled, and excited to be with all of you. And I hope today we are going to have a fun, informative session all together. This is basically what I'm planning to realize by the end of the session today. We are going to look at all of the four skills and some classroom activities that we can do to spice up our uh, tasks to help our students become more autonomous and exam ready. Let's begin. Let's start with the receptive skills, reading. This is a typical question. These are multiple choice questions that occur in almost all reading uh, exams in our classes for general English, for different types of English. And usually learners are familiar with these instructions. Okay, read and choose the correct answer. And so many times teachers suffice to that. They only ask students to go to the passage, read, find the answer, and choose the correct answer. But I think something which is oftentimes missing is the evidence that corroborates the answer. So I think the most basic thing that we teachers can do to avoid testing our students' knowledge and actually teaching them how they can grow their reading skill and ability is to require them to find and underline support for everything that they have selected as their answer. So for instance, here, if anybody chooses a B, we should always ask them, okay, but why? And then they need to say that. But more important than that, in my opinion, is something that many of us often neglect, and that is to ask our students to tell us why the other options are wrong. Something like this is really fun because our students become familiar with distractors and they understand how to avoid them. They realize how to identify the correct answer. So after they choose this one, we can ask them, okay, but what is wrong with A? And then something like this. They say, okay, teacher, for A, this one is for a child, whereas in the passage, I can see this is a women's bicycle. And what about C? Okay, C, I don't see any information here, which is that it is too big for baby now. So this is something that I have been trying to implement in my own classes, and learners of different levels really enjoy that. We can do it for uh, we can do it for students to do it individually. We can ask the students to do it in collaboration with their peers, and they're going to enjoy that. The other thing is related to the creativity of our students. So this one is that I ask my students to look at the passage, but I don't give them the choices. I don't give, for multiple choice questions, I hide the questions, the options, and then I ask them to write the options or the questions for their friends. This activity is also very interesting because it has some creativity in it. It is inherently differentiated because the students of who are less strong than the others, they can choose something very simple. For their classmates, the other ones can make it a bit more challenging, and everybody is involved. And then they distribute the questions to each other, and they can find the answers supported by evidence. something like this. So here, I have created two questions. One of them is a statement, one of them is a question. Based on the poster of our conference, everyone take a look at the poster and all the information in it. And I want you to look at the first statement and in the chat box, tell me if it is true or false. The conference lasts for 8 days based on the information in the poster. What do you think? Okay, I can see Samuel is pretty quick and says false. Why, Samuel? Why is it false? Good, Roxana, also false. Yeah, that is false, but why? Okay, here I have some information that the webinar starts in 8 days, but not not for 8 days. What about the second one? What is the theme of the conference? Where can you find that? Again, according to the poster and the information you have here. Good. Yes. Namal. Namal is the winner. Excellent. And then we can ask our students, I wanted you to do something like that now. Maybe if you have time, I come back to this slide and I will ask you to do it. So we can ask our students to create their own questions with something as easy as that. If it is a higher level, we can give them a longer paragraph and we can ask them to create a question a bit tricky for their classmates. If it's a lower level, we can do it with even some pictures, some posters, a small and short poster. Okay, great. The other thing that I find interesting and very useful for learner training is instead of asking our students to look at the questions, go back to the passage and identify the correct answers, I give them the answers at the outset. So I want them to look at the answers and now I want them to tell me why. Why is the first one not given? Why is the second one false? So we can upend the task and instead of asking students to go and find the answers, we can give them all of the answers from the beginning and then send them out to go and discover why. Then they are put into pairs, they discuss their answers, and they have to show proof of their answers to one another. So if it is false and one student says it is true, they need to go back to the passage and tell each other why their answers are different. They need to show based on the proof and prove each other right or right. And again, here I have a paragraph and I want you to read all of the three statements. I have given you the answers, but I want you to tell me why they are true, not given, and false. Take a look and write in the chat box. Let's begin with the first one. Why is it true? Good. Yes, Amani. Excellent. And Horny. I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name. Excellent. So that is why the first one is true. The second one, not given. Why is it not given? Because I have 150 countries. Why is it not given? Yes, Al-Zahra is right, and she's got the correct answer. Yeah, because we don't know if they're teachers. Yeah, I have information that there are participants. I know they're from 150 countries, but I'm not sure if they're teachers, all of them. Some could be students, educators, or other people. Cool. And the last one, and you get the idea. So again, this is something that certainly our students can enjoy. And sometimes it is a good change of tune for our students because they have probably grown too much accustomed to just going and reading and finding the answers. So it creates a good positive change for the dynamics of our classes as well. Yeah, and here. Moving on to listening. One of the areas, at least in the region where I work in Vietnam and Southeast Asia, that many students struggle with is individual sounds, vowels, consonants. And interestingly, exam test designers are aware of that. And these individual sounds oftentimes occur in local exams and international high stakes tests. This one is, for instance, from Cambridge Starters. It is pre-A1, and this one is a sample from Cambridge IELTS. And in both of them, you can see that they usually contain some listening questions that deal with individual sounds, and the students have to listen to the spelling of different letters and write them down. Something that I do with a couple of classes, and we are going to do it together, is an idea that I have stolen from British Council and a good friend of mine, Dallas Spafford, and it is called telephone number box. So this is the original extract from the British Council. So here they have put the dialing pad of a telephone number, and the students have to listen to the teacher and write the phone number. This is dealing with vowels, short vowels, long vowels. For instance, number 1 is the short I sound, whereas number 8 is the long E sound. And it practices individual sounds in a very engaging fashion for our students. The positive point is that we don't have to restrict ourselves to this. We can easily change these words to consonants. For example, we can have B and P. Those sounds with the same place of articulation. We can have K and G, or whatever our students struggle with based on the region where we teach. So right now, I'm going to give you a phone number, and I'm going to repeat that twice. Listen to me, please, and write the phone number in the chat box. I will say that twice, so don't worry if you missed it the first time. Are you ready? Okay. I'm going to read it out for you. I will read that twice. So here it is. Bart, Bet, Bert, Beat, Boot, Butt, Bit, Bat, Boat, Bet. Okay. I'm going to read it out one more time. So listen again, and then you can write it in the chat box. Once again, I will do it a little bit more slowly this time. 3, 2, 1. Bart, Bet, Bert, Beat, Boot, Butt, Bit, Bat, Bought, Bet. Okay. What do you think? Okay. Oh, the chat box is moving pretty fast. But I think some of you are right. Yeah. Okay. Oh, I think I saw one correct answer. It was Hadu. I think you got it right. Okay, here it is. There we go. Okay. So this is a phone number. So I think this is a very engaging activity that we can implement in our classes with our learners to practice individual sounds, because they care in almost all exams in the listening sector. and our students are going to enjoy that. After a while, we can ask our students to actually come and choose a number, and they say that to their friends. It helps them not only to recognize individual sounds, but also differentiate between short sounds, long sounds, and consonants that have similar sounds. Okay, moving on. The other thing that I believe is oftentimes absent in our classes is a familiarity with the distractors for multiple choice questions in listening questions. Basically, I believe there are three types of distractors for reading or listening questions. Look at the first one here. The first type of distractors are mentioned, but with, what do you think? D and I. I've given you the first letters. What do you think numbers 1 and 2 are? The first type of distractors. They are mentioned in the audio, but with, what is the first one? I'm going to give you a couple more seconds. Okay. I haven't seen any answer in the chat box yet, but here we go. So the first one, different information. So sometimes I hear that there are two types of fish, but these two types of fish are not sharks. They are dolphins. Or I hear something related to the first one, the one related to the IELTS, for example, young professional people. I hear professional people, but they're not young. It is a bit different. They are, for example, I don't know, maybe in their 60s. What about the second one? The information is mentioned, but then what is number 3? You've got the initial, you've got the first letter, it starts with the C. But different color, that's a good guess. That's a very good guess. I think different color would be related to the first one, different information. So this one, I think the information is mentioned, but then it is changed immediately. So for instance, the person says, oh, hey, what types of fish are they? And he said, okay, they are sharks. Oh, sorry, they're not sharks, they're dolphins. And again, this happens across all types of exams from A1 all the way up to C2 or proficiency test. I believe that raising our learners' awareness of these type, or the last one, it is not mentioned at all. These types of distractors, when students know what are different ways that they may be tricked and they become familiar with them, the odds of them choosing the wrong answer, the distractor, are significantly decreased. And we teachers can ask them to go look at the audio scripts, because again, audio scripts and listening classes, listening exercises, and when we are dealing with listening text, are oftentimes underestimated. They are forgotten, but there is a lot of useful information that we can exploit so as to raise our learners' awareness of the distractors, why one of them is the correct answer. And the other thing is that it can help also with less strong students. So when they look at the audio script, they can understand now that, okay, so that's why A is the correct answer. Because if we play the audio for several times and there are still a couple of students who can't grasp why A, B, or C is the answer, we cannot spend too much time especially in a large class. For example, the context where I am, usually there are plus 40 students, and we may not have the opportunity to replay the audio several times. But something like that can help our students. And something that I ask my students to do is to look at the audio script, follow that, and listen to the audio simultaneously, because it is also backed by research that it can improve our learners' listening faculty when they actually look at the script and are following that while listening to the audio. There are so many things that can happen. There are chunking, pauses, features of connected speech, and we don't have to unpack all of these things for our students. We just need to expose them to the script and let them listen, and little by little, they become familiar with them. And this one is for the other question for IELTS. The interesting part is that when we examine the scripts, the audio scripts for our students, there are so many interesting points that we can double down on to raise our students' awareness of why one is necessarily the answer and the others are not. So for instance, here, I have this one, which is some information given to me, and it somehow is related to one of the alternatives. But I can tell my students that, hey, as soon as you hear something like "but now," probably you are going to hear something which contradicts the previous information and gives you something completely new. And that is oftentimes the answer. Or we can work on this grammatical point with our students and say, okay, why this one is not the answer? Because it is no longer true. So all in all, I think what I'm trying to say is that audio scripts are usually neglected in our classes, but they actually carry a lot of weight, and they can help our students become familiar with distractors, with some key vocabulary that are either preceded or followed by the correct answers. Let's do it together. So now I would like you to listen to one short text and then choose the correct answer in the chat box. Have a look at the alternatives. I give you 10 seconds. A. Are you ready? Well, listen and choose A, B, or C.
During Amir's session, he discussed a few tips on the importance of audio scripts and listening exercises for learners. Even though Amir didn't talk much about the significance of prediction for gap-fill questions, he briefly emphasized it as another vital sub-skill.
Okay. Let's listen again. Some of you are pretty quick, I know, but let's take a second listen. Good. Oh, wow. That's amazing. Well, I think we don't need to listen again. Wow, all of you are right. Wow, that's amazing. Okay.
During Amir's session, he discussed a few tips on the importance of audio scripts and listening exercises for learners. Even though
Okay, great. Well, yeah, almost all of you are correct. Excellent. So here again, we can ask the students to choose the correct answer, then put them into pairs to check the answers with their peers. Why? What is that one? A, B. Oh, what did you hear? I didn't hear that. And then we can show them the audio script and tell them why, according to this, what you have chosen is the correct answer. And again, there are so many grammar words that give away a lot of information that oftentimes appear in questions related to the listening section of the exams. Okay, moving on.
Amir didn't talk much.
Let's go now to the productive skills. Writing. Writing and speaking, for both of them, I think something that are underused in many of our classes is the assessment criteria. And since the theme of today's talks are closely related to assessment, I thought we can talk about it for a couple of minutes. There have been numerous situations in which I have seen students are in a class that they're going to sit for an exam, whether it is a Cambridge exam or any other exam or IELTS exam. They're not still fully familiar with the format of the exam. They're not familiar with the assessment criteria, and they don't know what actually the expectations of the examiners are. We need to show all of this to our students, but more importantly, we need to simplify that. We need to open these up to our students and tell them what each one exactly is. So for instance, here, minor irrelevances. There are so many students that they don't know that. They don't know omissions. They can't understand what conventions of the communicative task are. So we need to show them these things, but then we need to simplify that through examples and let them become fully familiar with what they are. One of the reasons that we oftentimes see candidates writing attempts are full of overly complicated language, some strange grammatical features, and sometimes too many uncommon grammatical points, is because they don't know what the examiners are looking for or what is expected of them. And we teachers can make it simple for them. How? These are a couple of things that I do in my own classes. So the first one is that I often, if I have access to some readily available materials for the target exam, I show 2 samples to the class. And I ask my students to cross-check them according to the assessment criteria that we have formally examined, and then think on their own, which one is better? Share their answers with their classmates, why they think one is better than the other, according to the assessment criteria. So it should not be very subjective. And then later, I ask them to look at the examples more closely and find samples of good language and language that needs to be improved. These are some examples. And then we explore all of them in more detail. So for instance, here, this one, I stress the importance of, okay, guys, you need to show, for example, superlative, comparative adjectives, superlative adjectives. They are very interesting. Some language that would just not. It is very communicative for neutral articles, or this is a very beautiful sentence. You can use that in many topics. But this one, what is wrong with that? Or this one looks too short. Try to avoid sentences like that, especially this one is for a B2 class. And then I ask my students to do that. They, again, do everything together with their classmates. They share their ideas. If I have time, I ask them to put their ideas onto the wall. And then this is where they all stand up, look at each other's ideas, and choose one which is the best. And we have a winner. After that, I show them the actual grades of the samples. So this one is the actual grades for sample 1. And again, this is for B2, Cambridge. And the students see, oh, okay, this one for the content, they got 5. This is some information, this one, and these are some examples that I didn't find this one. I didn't find, that is why it is good. And these 2, 4. And the same for the other one. The great thing for this activity is that we don't need to have access to readily available materials such as this one. We can easily ask AI to generate that for us. So simply go to ChatGPT, Gemini, or whatever you use, and ask them, okay, this is a group of students who are going to sit A2 exam for Cambridge. Generate 2 sample questions, followed by 2 sample answers, one of them at this level and the other one for this one. And then it does that for you in a couple of seconds. The other thing which I believe is really, really important, is again, if we have some readily available materials, this one is actually again from Cambridge website for exam preparation. We can show students what a good example looks like, but for different levels of our students. This one, they all meet the criteria of the exam because it has to be longer than 20 words. It needs to talk about all of the 3 pictures. And all of these 3 have done the same. This one could be the last one, could be for that very strong dominant student in the class, and they can say, okay, this is what I can do. The one in the middle is for our students who are average, and the first one is for the weaker students. But doing something like this, and again, we can ask AI. If we don't have something like this, we can ask AI to generate that. So I ask AI, generate 3 samples. All of them are standard, good, accepted, satisfactory samples, but one of them is a bit shorter and simpler. The other one is average. The other one is more complex. The best thing about this is that it, again, creates a collective sense of achievement for all of our students in the class. And it differentiates our instructions for our students to produce then their own work. Next is to give our students, again, a sample answer, and then ask them to improve that collaboratively in their teams. We can give them some suggestions, but we can tell them they don't have to do that. If they want to use anything else, they can use anything else. And this collaboration often, again, creates a very nice teamwork, camaraderie among our students. And it helps, and again, it differentiates amongst our stronger and weaker students. Something very interesting here is that I know that writing is oftentimes argued to be an individual task, because in the real world, we usually, when we want to write something, we do it individually, and there is no teamwork for that. And it is correct. But the practice of learning writing can really benefit from collaboration. And this is an excerpt from a book that I read a couple of months ago from Cambridge series, handbook series for language teachers, which are absolutely amazing. If you haven't checked them out, please go and take a look. So this is from this book, 66 Essentials of Lesson Design. And Thornberry discusses here that learning of writing can benefit from collaboration at 3 different levels or layers. What do you think? Again, in the chat box, tell me what you think the first word is. Oh, I wish I had some rewards to give away to you guys. Okay, digital, good. Not exactly. Oh, there we go. Yvonne, you got it right. Okay, the first one. Here we go. What about the second one? Ideas generation. Okay. Group is very close, but not a spot on. I give editing. Oh, that's a very good guess. Okay, mutual support. And the last one. I think the last one is a little bit easier. Proofreading and getting when they do something together. Yes. Again, Yvonne. Wow, Yvonne, you're on fire. Wonderful. So again, here I want you to think of collaborative writing as a very beneficial task that we can do inside our classes. And whoever who is going to criticize you, you can give them this excerpt. You can take a screenshot right here and tell them that, okay, hey, remember, I know it is often an individual task in their real life, but learners really benefit from collaborative writing on different layers, and these are some of them. Uh, now, I want you very quickly, I give you maybe 2 or 3 minutes to improve this story. So here I've got 3 pictures for you, and here I've got a story which needs a lot of improvement. This one is only 17 words. I want you to use whatever you want. You can use some grammar words, some content words, however you can, but do not exceed 40 words, and see if you can improve this story. So I'm going to give you maybe 2 or 3 minutes. Take a look, see what's going on, and then write a very brief story in the chat box. There you go. Make sure it's not too long. And I know some of you may be joining in by your mobile phones, and this may not be very easy, but just let's wait for 1 more minute. Oh, okay. Now they're, wow. Now all of them are arriving in dribs and drabs. Wow, beautiful. Uh, Diana, Amy's enjoying it, but suddenly she, wow, that's awesome. Samuel, wow, suddenly crushed. I love that. He's taking notes. What? Oh, wow, you're all super. That's awesome. Great. Again, the good thing about this one is that this is going to once again create a collective sense of achievement for all of our students, because they can create this story based on their abilities and their strengths. And once again, we can ask them to do it in a collaborative, concerted effort, so that those students who are significantly weaker than the others don't feel ashamed or too shy. Okay. Moving on to the last skill for today's session is the speaking. Again, I believe the first thing I would like to highlight is the absolute importance of the test format, assessment criteria, and the expectations of the examiners. I also serve as the official Cambridge examiner for Cambridge exams. And sometimes it is obvious to me when some candidates arrive and I ask them some greeting questions and they have memorized some long sentences about their names, about their hometown, and this is not really required. And I understand, okay, this is what they have been told by their teachers inside the class that, hey, if the examiner asks you, where are you from? You should say, I am from da-da-da, which is famous for da-da-da, and it is located da-da-da-da. And it is not really necessary. That is not what the examiners expect from the candidates in order to achieve a very good high grade. So I think many of our learners are misled inside the class to know what is actually required of them to secure decent band score. So once again, just like the writing assessment criteria, we need to familiarize them with this. But again, we need to make this super simple for our students because many of them don't know what cohesive devices are. They don't know what word stress is. They don't know what is extended utterance. And we need to show them all of these in the examples like this. This is a worksheet from British Council, and activities like that are absolutely beneficial for our students because they can actually see, okay, which one is a better response and why. What is wonderful about such exercises to me is, again, that we can very simply generate them by AI. If you can't access these worksheets anywhere online or in a textbook, you can simply ask AI, okay, generate 4 pairs of utterances for this level of students, in which one is a weaker response and the other one is a stronger response for the same question. And then put your students into pairs to discuss which one is better and why. And then we can examine one example, like, okay, here, this one is better because da 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 da. Now you do that. So that is why students step into the exam session, into the interview, and they don't know what is really expected of them, and they produce something which is too long for a very basic question, and sometimes it is very, very short for something that actually requires more explanation and support. And then finally, we can ask them to upgrade the responses that are not very good. So we say, okay, this one, it answers the question, but can you make it better? Again, we put them into pairs. Okay, if you were asked this question, how do you think you could improve that? Now that you have looked at some good examples, how can you do that? And these are some, again, other activities we can do with our students. We can give them a sample which needs improvement, another example that has actually improved that, and then we can ask them to improve the others. Once again, all of these may be created by AI, very, very simply. The other one is the vital significance of authentic exams, authentic samples. These are, again, available, I believe, for all exams, whether they're IELTS, Cambridge exams, or Pearson, or any other exam. We can easily find them online. The great thing about these things is that students see how it actually works, what it is like, and it boosts their confidence about the exam format, about the exam test. We can ask them to look at different samples, real samples, take notes of what is good about them, what is not so good, what they would have done differently. Write down positive features, write down what they don't know about the exam, why somebody did something, what if something happens, what if this happens to them, and then they do this in their pairs or groups, and then they can ask the teacher to do that. Once again, authentic samples of speaking exams, I think, are super rich to unpick and to delve into different features of responses. What was the question? How did the candidate answer that? Did you like it? Why? Why did you like it? Did you not like it? Again, why not? Can you improve that? Get into pairs. Can you improve this response? And these are some other techniques that we can do to our students to actually improve their utterances, responses to the questions. We can use conjunctions. We can use some samples of discourse markers. For example, well, actually, you know, or some institutionalized phrases, some fixed or semi-fixed phrases, such as, well, it depends. Let me tell you something. Things like that. At first, we can ask our students to look at sample answers like this and then put them in the correct order. Once, twice, they check their answers with their peers, and then we can omit these prefabricated answers, and we can ask them to now develop the answers by themselves based on these conjunctions, discourse markers, or whatever they are, to help them develop their answers sufficiently. And now, I know you don't have your mics, but let's imagine you were speaking to me, and I want you to complete this as if it was a sentence that you're telling me directly. So, can you finish the sentence? Okay, Debbie, actually, I wasn't expecting much, but the presenter gave fabulous practical exercises. That's amazing. Thank you so much for the kind words. What about even though? Actually, test-taking strategies are plentiful, but I guess I will teach conversation classes, even though I now know how to teach writing. Oh, very good. You see? So again, you get the idea. Things like that can put our students' utterances into a safe, standard, natural framework, and they automatically help our students avoid some really strange utterances that they have been wrongly told to produce in order to secure a very good, very nice, Diana. I've enjoyed the interactivity. Very nice. Okay, we are nearing the end of the session. This is something that I personally really believe in. I was listening to a podcast a couple of weeks ago, and someone was talking about coaching. Like he was a life coach. It was nothing related to ELT, and that person said that coaching means to empower someone to do something. And I thought, okay, this is also very much related to our field. And I was thinking to myself, okay, our job as teachers and educators is not only to teach the content to our students, but also to coach them so that they can become more autonomous and do something by themselves, little by little. And one of my very favorite, all-time favorite quotes is by Jim Scrivener, who says that. Again, what do you think about this? Oh, that's a very good guess, Cornet. Wow, Karina, you got it. Yeah, unnecessary. And I wholeheartedly believe that as well. I think we teachers need to uh, guide our students step by step and coach them to be able to empower them to do something by themselves. And then little by little, we can walk out of the way and let them do the job. Uh, let's have a quick reflection, and then we go to the Q&A. So take a look here, and please write something in the chat box. What's been something that you enjoyed during the session, or something you would like to try for one of your next classes with any of the skills that we have discussed so far? That's a very good sentence, Maureen, by the way. Wow. Mm. Okay. Awesome. I really, really hope that there was something for all of us to walk away with and some food for thought. Uh, I didn't have a lot of time to go much into detail of these activities, but I think if you later watch the recorded sessions, you can uh, take some of these away and implement that in your own classes. And I promise you're going to have uh, your students to cooperate with you, and you're going to run really more engaging sessions. Uh, thank you very much. I think now it's time for Q&A. So if Blanca, there are any questions for me, I'd be happy to answer.
Yes, I'm here. I'm here now. Okay.
Okay, Mohammed.
So first, I'd like to thank you for the engaging session. It was obvious from the very beginning in the chat box, everyone was contributing, everyone was dropping a lot of answers. The activities that you mentioned can be applied in any context, okay, which is good and resonates with everyone here. I have a question. To be honest, it's really good that you walked us through the skills, okay, that and this can be related to any type of exam class, okay? But a very common question people keep asking, especially when dealing with skills, how can teachers overcome the over teaching or not over teaching? They think that they are teaching the skills, and instead they are assessing the skills or having the learners just practice. For example, in the IELTS test, teachers or trainers just ask the learners or the exam takers to just keep answering tasks, okay, cover a lot of exam questions and so on after moving through the specifications and what is required to get a high score in the test. But they just ask the students to answer. They don't really teach. So how can we overcome that?
Yeah, Mohammed, you're absolutely right. That is something that, as I said at the beginning of the session, occurs in many of our classes. And it doesn't really have to be an exam preparation course. It could be a normal general English course that we teachers go into the class and we tend to test our students' knowledge rather than to teach them something. I think some of the ideas
Exactly.
that we discussed today can help us get away from that trap. For example, for a reading exercise, instead of asking our students to read and find the answer, we give them the answers and then tell them why. Why is it the answer? And why are the other ones not the answer? We ask them to do this individually and then put them
Mhm.
into teams. Or the same for listening texts. Uh, Instead of saying, okay, everybody listen and answer. Here, me as a teacher, I'm not really doing much because the students can do that by themselves at home. So instead of that, I
Mhm.
tell them, okay, here, these are 5 questions, for example, multiple choice questions, and all of them, these are the answers. Listen, tell me why these are the answers, write down the keywords, and also tell me why the other ones are not the answers. Listen 2 or 3 times. And the
Okay.
same for the writing and speaking. I think it is very easy to fall into the trap of testing, as you said, uh, our students' skills and abilities rather than helping them improve their capabilities gradually.
Yeah, yeah, that is right. It's hard to fall in this trap, but good teachers are the ones who can avoid, um, you know, getting into this. So
Mm.
again, I'd like to thank you, Amir, for such wonderful talk and your contribution to the EDUCAS International Conference, because we're already, yeah, it's already 4 and 2 minutes. So we will have to move to the next speaker. So again, I'd like to
Okay.
thank you for accepting the invitation and being part of this. And of course, we would love to collaborate with you more in the future. Thank you for
Thank you
that.
for the invite and thank you, everybody. I hope it was worth your while. Thank you so much. And I'll see you around. Thank you. Have a beautiful
Yeah.
day ahead.
See you.
Bye
Yeah.
bye.
See you. Bye. Okay, everyone. So, thank you for your interaction in the chat box. And here we move to another talk by someone who is not here for the first time. She has been here for maybe the third time, right? Yeah, that's the third time for her to be at EDUCAS international conferences. Everyone, let's give a warm welcome to the assessment expert, Annie Altamirano. Annie is an MA, ELT, and Applied Linguistics from University of London. She is a teacher, materials writer, and international teacher trainer with extensive experience working with teachers and learners of all ages across Europe, Latin America, Africa, and Asia. She regularly delivers workshops and courses worldwide and has trained teachers for Cambridge University Press and Assessment, APPI, and numerous Erasmus Plus projects, as well as mentoring professionals through the EVE Female Leadership Mentoring Program. Annie is also the author and the co-author of a wide range of ELT materials for Cambridge University Press, Pearson, Oxford University Press, and other publishers. She's currently TESOL Spain Liaison Officer and IATEFL Young Learners and Teenagers, SIG Communications and Liaison Officer. Again, everyone, let's give a warm welcome to Annie Altamirano in the chat box. And Annie today is talking about Beyond the Red Pen, transforming learning through effective formative feedback.
Thank you. Thank you, Mo. It's lovely to be here again with all of you. Thank you so much for the invitation. And I hope this session is at least as useful as Amir's, which was wonderful. So let me start by sharing my screen. Let's see, can you see it?
It is loading. Yeah, now we can see it. That's right.
Okay. All right.
So the floor is all yours.
Okay, so let's rock and roll. All right, so good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all of you. Thank you so much for attending my session today. And I hope you are enjoying this fantastic EduCast event. Now, over the next 50 minutes or so, I hope you can join me to explore how we can transform our feedback practices to truly impact student learning. And first of all, I would like to ask you a question, and please feel free to type your answers in the chat box. How would you define feedback? In 2 or 3 words, how would you define feedback? What is feedback for you? I'm going to put the chat box on my side screen so that I can see all the answers here. Good and bad, constructive, correction, reflect on performance, clarification, information, conclusion, leading to a better performance, continuous improvement, give informative evaluation on the weaknesses and strengths. Okay, I think that some of you should be here giving this talk. Wonderful. Great. Nurturing the learner. I love that one. Giving students the willingness to go on learning. Okay, so let's see. Here we have a definition by Shute. Sorry. And feedback is information communicated to the learner that is, and here we have the key words, intended to modify his or her thinking or behavior to improve learning. So most of you have focused on this, improve learning. So effective feedback does a few things. It observes whether the student's work, meets criteria and where it doesn't. It suggests ways students could improve, and it builds on strengths, yes, and tries to support students and improve their weaknesses. It helps them understand the reasons for the observations that we provide in the feedback or that they provide each other in the feedback. It's a two-way road, let's say, because it results in both students and teachers learning. And this is really very important. It includes opportunities for students to use the feedback, because without opportunity for action, feedback is wasted effort. And through formative feedback, students learn about where they are now in terms of the learning objectives of the lesson or the learning intentions or the learning aims, and where they need to go. So let's address, this is all very well, but some teachers have a couple of very common misconceptions about feedback. And I remember having these misconceptions when I was a young teacher. And then I started learning, of course. And I started learning through practice, trial and error, and through reading about feedback and formative assessment. One typical misconception is that returning graded work is providing effective feedback. Now, how many of us, I am including myself because I see myself in this, have spent hours grading papers, writing thoughtful comments, only to see our students look at the grade and toss the paper into the bag or a folder and never looking at it again? And this happens because when feedback comes at the end of a period of learning, there's no opportunity to use it. True formative feedback happens during the learning process, when students can still do something about it. And the second misconception is that detailed correction amounts to effective feedback. For example, let's think of a piece of written work that our students have submitted. Many a time, we correct so much that the essay looks like it's been through a copy editing machine. Every error marked in red, green, or whichever color you choose to use. Yeah, that was me too, Maureen. Yeah, until I learned. And detailed error correction removes student thinking from the revisions and makes feedback your work, our work, rather than the student's work. And it also conveys this misconception in the students that perfect work amounts to copying the teacher's corrections. So remember, effective feedback should be more work for the recipient of the feedback than for the donor, which is us, colleagues of mine. It's us. So let's place feedback in its appropriate context. It's a kind of cycle, and it works like this. I tried to create this diagram to convey the cycle, an exact idea or an approximately exact idea of the formative assessment cycle. So we have, first of all, we have to establish learning targets, clear learning targets, or learning intentions, learning objectives. And these have to be shared with the students, because if the students don't know what the learning objective is, they will not know where they are in terms of those objectives and what they have to do in order to achieve the success criteria. Then we need to conduct some diagnostic assessment. That is, before we can give effective feedback, we need to know where students are starting from. So it's important to conduct diagnostic assessment, and this does not amount to testing. It can be done in a variety of ways. It can be done with simple tickets that you give students at the beginning of the lesson with a question for them to ask, with a KW table, with lots of different simple strategies that we can use. Then we provide feedback during the learning, and we give them opportunities to act on the feedback. This stage in the cycle is non-negotiable. As I mentioned before, if they cannot act upon the feedback that they receive, there's no point in giving feedback. Then we check for learning to see how much they have learned, at what stage in their learning they are, and make adjustments. And we make adjustments and then establish new and clear learning targets. So you see, it is a perfect cycle. For example, suppose that you are teaching the present perfect tense, and you ask students to, say, record a 30-second voice message about their experiences this week. Suddenly, you discover when you are listening to this that they can form the present perfect correctly. No mistakes there. But they are using the present perfect for simple past situations. So now you know exactly where to focus your feedback, because it's not in the structure, in the way they form the tense. It's in the way they use it. So, for example, you tell them, okay, you got the grammar structure right. Well done. Now, let's think about when we use the present perfect versus when we use the simple past. So we go on talking about this feedback. The time period needs to still be continuing. Can you think of an experience from this week that is still relevant now? So this is the way in which diagnostic assessment informed the feedback. Without that initial check, you might have wasted your time drilling a grammar form that the students already know when they actually need help with the concept of relevance to the present. Now, not all feedback is created equal. And this reminds me of Animal Farm by George Orwell. All animals are equal, but some animals are more equal than others. And this happens with feedback to a certain extent. Okay, this is a 4-level description of feedback that Hattie and Timperley came up with in 2007. And I'm going to show you the references at the end, so don't worry about this. So first we have task level feedback. Task level feedback is useful, but it's useful for basic skills because it is limited. It's useful in the early stages of learning, and it helps us identify correct and incorrect responses. And we can also call this corrective feedback. So for example, you tell students, that answer is not quite right. The capital of France is Paris, not London. Simple correction. Then we move up one level and we go to process-related feedback. Process-related feedback is more powerful because it helps students understand their own thinking processes. It focuses on how they arrived at a certain response, be it a correct or incorrect response, that we make them think how they arrived at this response, and we prompt them to rethink and modify the initial response if necessary. And so they can transfer this new learning to a new task. And this process helps them develop their metacognitive strategies. And it will take them to a higher level, self-regulated feedback, which is the most highly valued form of feedback, because when students can regulate their own learning, they become independent learners. And this type of feedback will develop their ability to assess their own work and manage their own learning, which is not just an academic strategy ability to help our students develop, but it's also a life skill. And finally, we drop to the least useful. This is an example of the least useful form of feedback. For example, we tell a student, oh, you're a fantastic writer. Yeah, it might be very positive, but it doesn't help. It tells the student nothing about what made their writing effective, their work brilliant, or whatever. It's the least useful because it focuses on the individual and not on the performance or on the product of their work. This is praise and criticism. When we say, oh, this is brilliant, excellent, there is no task-specific information. They will not know how to apply the strategies, the good strategies that they used in order to get your praise to a new piece of work. So this is not useful. Now, I would like to introduce you to what I think is a powerful framework, the heart and brain strategy. The heart is the emotional dimension, yes, the motivational dimension. And here, it's when we acknowledge effort, we validate the learning process, and it helps build confidence in our students. And the brain is the growth-oriented dimension, the intellect, the intellectual atmosphere, let's say, sphere of learning. It identifies specific steps, challenges thinking, and develops metacognition. Both matter because a heart without a brain can be like in The Wizard of Oz, I think it's the Scarecrow. Students feel good about what you tell them, yes, but they don't improve. If it is a brain without a heart, the students get useful information, but they may shut down emotionally. So heart and brain together makes students feel supported and challenged at the same time. For example, suppose that you tell a student, okay, let's say your thesis in this essay that you are writing is not very clear. Add more evidence. This is brain-only feedback. It's useful, but it would be more useful if we say something like this. Okay, I can see that you have really thought about the topic, and you have written everything really clearly. Now, in order to make your argument stronger, we could work a little bit more on your thesis statement. I'm not sure what position you are taking. Suppose they are writing a for and against essay. I'm not sure what position you are taking. Why don't you try completing this sentence? What would your first step be? And so we are leading with the heart, but we are providing brain, and it ends with agency. So I encourage you to try this. It's worked with me, with my students, particularly with teenagers and adults. Teenagers tend to be very critical of their work, and this helps a lot. And adults sometimes, for example, I'm based here in Spain, and adults in general, when they start studying English, or when they start again studying English, their first comment is, I am no good at English. So we need to work on both the heart and the brain. And to be truly effective, we need to think about good feedback, useful feedback, meeting 6 criteria. First of all, the timing. The sooner we give the feedback, the better. Because if we give feedback too long after a piece of work has been done, it loses its impact. Students tend to forget what the feedback was about. Also, the amount of feedback is important. It should be different for different students and for different types of assignments. And we need to comment on as many strengths as weaknesses. And we need to be also careful with how much feedback we give. Research shows that after 2 or 3 pieces of feedback, students tend to shut off. And I always say that this is like the hippo syndrome. When hippos go under the water, they have a membrane and they use that membrane to close their ears and their nostrils, and they go under the water. Students do the same. They close their ears and don't listen to anything else because they are overwhelmed by the amount of feedback. So it's useful to focus on 2 or 3 important pieces of feedback at a time. Yes, let's restrain ourselves trying to tell the students everything we want to tell them, little by little. Also, the mode is important, written or oral feedback or demonstrations. It will depend, of course, on the type of assignment, on the age of the students, on the target, on the learning target, and the verbal abilities. In general, for example, written feedback is useful when the amount of feedback is considerable. We want to make a few comments, particularly for those students who are advanced and who are really keen on rereading the feedback and improving. Oral feedback is better for younger students or for students whose verbal abilities are not yet fully developed. Yes? So you need to decide, depending on the age, the assignment. Also, the audience. We can have individual feedback, whole group feedback. Again, this will depend on what you have to tell the students. Individual for personal critiques, whole group when everyone needs the same information. But remember something, when you decide to give whole group feedback, you need to be certain that the whole group needs the same feedback, because otherwise, those who know they don't need this feedback will switch off completely. There will be others who are not sure whether the feedback is for them or not, and some others will really pay attention. So maybe you need to decide if it is better whole group or smaller groups. The feedback needs to be understandable. It needs to be expressed in student-friendly language, language that our students understand. Yes, sometimes it's very good to use rubrics. And if you can develop the rubrics together with the students, so much the better. And you can also have quality indicators, and you can have a quality indicators, for example, checklists developed with the students. This aspect of understandable and rubrics could give us material for a whole new session. And of course, as I mentioned before, feedback needs to be actionable. Yes, we need to give our students the opportunity to act on the feedback that we have given them. So, a quick diagnostic check for you. After giving the feedback, ask yourselves, could this student immediately take action based on what I have said? If not, revise your feedback. Okay, so far so good. Any questions so far? Well, we can answer questions at the end. Let me check the time. Okay, we're good. We're good with the time. Now, how do we recognize when feedback is effective? I like the metaphor of the 3 lenses, and this is taken from Brooke Hart. She uses the metaphor of the microscope, the camera, and the telescope. So we have, first of all, we have the microscope lens. And with this, what we do is we examine the feedback message itself. Yes, and here you have some questions that you can ask yourselves when you look at the feedback message. Is it descriptive, timely? Does it contain the right amount of information, etc.? Then you have the snapshot view, the camera lens. So you look at the feedback as an episode of learning, and you ask yourself, what evidence of learning does this feedback provide? What did the student learn from it? And what did I learn from it? Because formative feedback, remember, is a two-way road. It serves for the student and for the teacher. And then we have the long view, the telescope. So we look at the results of feedback over time. Yes? So what next steps should our student and ourselves take to use this feedback for learning? How were the steps taken? Did learning really improve? So this is a way, a simple way, especially using the questions of checking if the feedback we are giving is effective. Okay, so now, having done this, let's say, very brief, because there are lots of things to expand on here, but having looked at this brief theoretical framework, let's have a look at practical applications, yes? So some practical techniques that you can use with your students. And let's have a look at some, let's say, smart diagnostic assessment techniques. For example, the misconception menu, very simple, yes? And that is, I will try to follow the cycle, yes? So instead of asking the students what they know, present them with a menu of common misconceptions alongside correct understandings. This will reveal what the students don't know, but what they think they know that is actually wrong, and it is very valuable diagnostic information. So, for example, suppose that you are going to teach comparative adjectives. You can give them a sentence like, we always add ER to make comparatives. Is this true or false? Good, great. But you can add 2 more items. So B could be. One syllable adjectives usually take ER, like bigger and smaller. True or false? And the third one would be more better is correct because we are emphasizing the comparison. And you ask the students to decide which is correct and which is a misconception. This is very, very simple. And you can do it in 5 minutes before you start teaching comparatives or whichever item of grammar or whichever thing you wish to teach. Because you can use this with adjectives, with position of adjectives, with tenses, even with writing. For example, when we are writing an article, and you put 3 things that students should pay attention to when writing an article. So you can adapt this misconception menu to any level and any aspect of teaching. Another thing that you can do is go beyond the right or wrong thing. Diagnostic assessment should reveal thinking patterns, not just knowledge gaps. So, for example, with pronunciation, you can ask the students, can you say this word? Instead of this, record the students saying minimal pairs, for example, sheep and sheep, yes? And then ask them, which sound is different? Why is it different? So This will reveal whether they hear the distinction, not just whether they can repeat after you. Yes? And very important, make diagnostic assessment a conversation starter, not a test. Frame it as, help me understand your thinking, rather than, let me check if you are right. So when students feel safe revealing confusion, you get more honest and more useful diagnostic information. Then you can have a 1-minute conference. The 1-minute conference is a group work assessment. For example, students have worked on a group presentation or on a role play preparation. And you can conduct one-on-one conferences, literally 1 minute each. And you ask only 2 questions. Show me what you're preparing, and explain your choices. It may be your language choices, for example, and you can ask them, okay, why did you choose to use could here instead of can? And the second question, what's your next step? And why have you decided this is the next step? So over a 20-minute preparation period, you can conference with, say, 15 students, and you gather rich diagnostic data about their language awareness and delivering personalized feedback. Then there is another one that has proved a favorite of many teachers. I have used it with children, with adolescents, with adults, the feedback gallery walk. Okay. Suppose students have been drafting paragraphs, they have a poster project, transcript of recorded dialogues they are preparing, whichever piece of work they are preparing. You ask them to post their work in progress around the room, and you give students sticky notes in 2 colors. 1 color for strengths that I notice, and another color for questions that I have. I put there yellow and blue. You can choose any color that you want. And you ask the students to circulate around the room, examining each piece of work and leaving specific, actionable feedback. Nothing like, good job, it's nice. For example, something like, oh, this opening sentence made me want to read more. Or, I'm not sure about the word order in this question. Can you check if question words come before the subject? Things like this. Yes. After the gallery walk, students return to their work with their sticky notes, and they have 10 minutes to revise their work based on the feedback they have received in the sticky notes. Why does this work? Because students see multiple approaches. They practice giving feedback in a useful way and in a polite way. They receive different perspectives, and the whole process makes feedback a normal part of learning. Another one that I love using is comments on strips. Yes, so for example, this is excellent for written work. When students have written an article, any sort of written work that you have given them. So instead of writing the feedback directly on the papers, you write it on strips of paper. You divide the class in groups of 4, and you give each group their 4 papers and 4 strips of papers with the feedback. And the group members have to match each comment on the strips of paper to the correct paper. So in order to do this, they have to reread their work and read all the strips of paper, the 4 strips of paper, before they decide. Why does this work? Because students read the feedback for what it says and they don't take it personally because they don't initially know which of the strips is theirs. They see what feedback others received, and this helps them understand features of successful work or things to avoid in their own work, or they understand that there are other ways of doing this piece of work. Then we have the 5th technique. We all know, or at least I think that we all know, the traditional feedback sandwich. So we have praise, criticism, and praise. But it doesn't always work. Why? Because students tend to ignore the praise and they just go for criticism and they say, okay, here it comes. So we have a better version. Let's say a more sophisticated, if you wish, sandwich. And here we have evidence, question, evidence, sandwich. So the bottom layer shows the evidence that you have in front of you. So for example, you tell the student, okay, in your role play, you used would you mind for polite requests. And you used it 3 times. That shows that you understand polite forms and formal register. Very well done. Okay, middle layer. It's a question, not criticism. So you say, for example, I noticed that when you were telling the story in the past, you suddenly switched to the present. What tense should we use when we are narrating something that has already happened? Can you identify where that shift happened, where you did this? And then the top layer, another piece of evidence. Oh, you're starting to use more complex sentences with because and when, which shows you're moving beyond the basic structures to more complex one. Well done. So you have specific strengths, a question that prompts thinking, and then recognition of growth. So this is very encouraging for the student. It puts them in problem-solving mode rather than in defensive mode. And I'm going to give you a bonus track, a 6th technique, the feedback loop protocol. Mind you, I use this with more advanced students because all these other techniques can be used with young students, adolescents, adults, but at all levels. But this one is more suitable for students who have a higher level of English. And it is a structured process for high quality peer feedback on oral or written work. It can be either of them. The first round, here, yes, it's 5 minutes each. Each round takes 5 minutes. So you have 2 students. So partner A listens to, for example, recorded speech, something that partner B has recorded, or reads a piece of written work or that the other student has done, and makes notes what they understood. Then they get together, A and B, and partner A restates what they have understood. So it tells the other student, the one who created the work. So you are saying that, blah, blah, blah. So this is comprehensibility feedback, and it is crucial for language learners. So they are rephrasing, restating what they have understood from their partner's work. In round 3, they ask, okay, which part was the hardest for you to express in English? Or what language are you most uncertain of? What was the most difficult part of this work? And the other student has to express their concerns about the work they have done. Finally, the author of the work revises their work while the partner observes and makes notes of their improvements, of his or her improvements. Yes? This takes about 20 minutes. Of course, this is not something that you would do every class or with every piece of work, but it's interesting to do it from time to time because it's the author of the work, the one who does most of the thinking. The peer becomes a collaborator rather than a judge. And both students practice using meta language, that is, talking about language in English. Okay, let's see. We are good with the time. So, I know what some of you might be thinking. Peer feedback sounds great, but my students give each other useless feedback like good job, I liked it, or what I call the it's nice syndrome. And you're absolutely right to be concerned because that's what happens when we don't scaffold peer feedback properly. They cannot learn how to give feedback if we don't model it, if we don't teach them. They will not, out of the blue, it's not a Harry Potter thing, so they won't, it's not by magic they will learn how to give good feedback. Yes? So, model extensively. Also show what unhelpful feedback looks like so that they know what's good and what's not so good. Yes, you can take anonymous student work from a previous year and use it to give feedback, thinking aloud, modeling how you would give feedback to this student. Yes. Also show, as I said, what unhelpful feedback looks like. So if, say, for example, oh, this is nice work, and you ask the students, okay, what can you do with this feedback I have just given? Can you do anything? Can you improve on this feedback? And help them see the difference between judgment and guidance. Also, practice with low stakes first. Begin with something simple, yes? Not with a huge project or a huge piece of work, yes? So they can start with simple things. Provide feedback on the feedback, yes? And this is where the magic happens, because after students exchange peer feedback, collect some examples of both strong and weak feedback, display the feedback anonymously, and discuss what makes something useful and something not that useful. Also, it's important to create a safe culture. Develop together with the students, clear ground rules, polite language that they can use. Model respect and a growth mindset. And feedback, make it clear to them that feedback is always about the work, never about the person. Because we assume that everyone is trying their best. And the goal is to help each other improve. And give it time. Because peer feedback skills don't develop from one day to the other. Yes? You can expect awkwardness at first, superficial comments initially. It's normal. So don't give up. Yes, it takes a bit of time, but think of it like learning to ride a bicycle. Wobbly at first, but with practice it becomes natural. Yes, begin with just one peer feedback routine. Use it consistently for a few weeks. And once the students have mastered that structure, that technique, introduce a second one, trying to implement as many techniques as possible, but without rushing. Yes, without overwhelming yourself and the students. Hmm? And when peer feedback works well, something remarkable happens. Students start internalizing the questions they ask each other. They begin to self-assess before they even exchange work. Mhm. Uh, so um, we have uh, three phases. First of all, you need to ask yourself some questions. And here I have put these four questions. What information do I need to assess students' current proficiency? When and how can I use the prompts to generate helpful feedback? What criteria will I use to assess student responses? This is very important. Success criteria, very important. And how will you support the students to use the feedback? Then commit to one small change and write it down. Which technique will you try? With which classroom or with which lesson? And when specifically will you implement it? And the last phase, remember, start small. Master one technique before adding another. Small, consistent change creates lasting impact. Effective formative feedback isn't about working harder, it's about working smarter. It's about making feedback a conversation, not a monologue. Hmm? Okay, I think we're good. We're good with time. Here you have the references I promised. Hattie and Timperley have a series of articles that are really interesting to read. Sorry. Also, Walsh develops quality questioning, which is very important. Because we need to know what questions to ask, and that is again uh, a matter for another session. Asking quality questions in order to get quality information from our students. Yes, so really interesting material here for you to use. Here you have my contact. Please feel free to reach out. I'm all over the place on social media, LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram. I also have a YouTube channel. My website is there and my email address. So if you need to contact me, just look for me around and you will find me, I'm sure. So thank you very much for your time today. And remember, every piece of feedback is an opportunity for learning for your students and for you. Yes? So start small, be consistent, and watch your students become more independent and more confident learners. Okay, so we can have some questions, and thank you
Yeah.
so much.
Thank you, Annie, for such wonderful and insightful talk as usual. I really enjoyed it myself. And everyone, thank you for being active during the session. You can reach out to Annie at any time by just clicking on the resources, and you will find the speakers. Click on Annie's photo, and then you will find an icon to her LinkedIn account where you can connect with her and answer all of your questions. For now, feel free to drop your questions in the Q&A section. So everyone is saying thank you, many thanks, amazing session, all clear. Thank you very much for the informative presentation. It's always been a pleasure being inspired by you. You know, speaking for 5 or 6 consecutive days sometimes makes my tongue stops stops moving the way I want. Yeah. Yeah, Hannah is saying informative lecture. Thank you. Thank you so much, Annie. So everyone is inspired by your energy, by your insights, and we can also see Vanessa Riley and some other wonderful colleagues in the chat box, which is really great. So here comes a question.
Okay.
The question is by Nasruddin bin Abdullah. My question is, have you ever tried AI to make feedback faster, more frequent, and personalized?
Honestly, no. Not because I have
Mhm.
anything against AI. Yeah? No, 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 no. I haven't yet. I haven't yet. Right now, I'm using AI for a number of things, and I think it's really useful, and it saves us teachers a lot of time. But I mean, I have experimented with writing feedback on AI, but I haven't actually used that feedback as it is with trainers, for example, or with advanced students. What I do is I look at that feedback generated by AI, and then I work on it myself. So eventually, yeah, it might save me a few minutes at some point, but I'm old school in that sense, and I tend to go again over the work and use that as a guide, but reformulate and put my personal touch to it. But
Mhm. Mhm.
I don't mean to say that it cannot be done. Huh? Not at all. Not at all. It's quite
It can
time
be,
saving.
it can be, but the way I see things, I'm not 100% against AI, but most of the time this keeps coming in my mind, which is AI is making us every day much lazier and lazier, and that
That's right.
is a nightmare. That's a nightmare. If you just get back on time and think about a day when you had to read a book or a couple of pages. So everything was so much easier and was so much easier than today. Now think about having a book,
Yeah,
maybe one of your favorites, and opening the first page. Can you read a couple of pages? Well, I think it will be so much difficult if you use AI because you might be telling yourself, well, okay, why should I bother myself reading all of that and wasting my time? I can maybe upload the PDF file to ChatGPT, for example, and ask it to summarize it, and then I can read the summary later. So
hmm,
sometimes it teaches laziness, but when giving students feedback, there must be a human factor,
yes,
in
absolutely.
the process. Exactly, because
And
you
and there
understand,
is
you
a
learn as better than AI. Yeah.
That's right. There is a comment here, Hannah. Says AI correction will address the mind, not the heart, and it will not end with agency. Brilliant,
That's amazing.
brilliant.
That's amazing. That is amazing, to be honest. Yeah.
Because
Uh,
feedback, I mean,
mhm.
okay, there are checklists that you have built with your students. There are things that okay, they have to master this piece of grammar, this type of structure, whatever. But it's the human touch.
Mhm.
It's your relation with your student, with your trainer, with your trainee, sorry.
Mhm.
Mm. I'm working with teachers a lot right now, and it's not the same. It's not the
Mhm.
same.
Yeah, yeah, I see
If
this.
you will allow me, I would like to send a
Sure.
big hug to Ashley. Uh, she's the president of TESOL Turkey, and they have sent me a message here. Sincere greetings
Oh,
from TESOL Turkey to Sister Annie. And they are so close to my heart. Sending all my love to my friends in Turkey.
yeah. Yeah, so actually it's a real pleasure having her here with us at EduCast conference. So thank you for being with us here. And yeah, we have another question from Diana.
Yeah,
And she says, what about students creating a bank of common errors that they can revisit when they offer
yeah,
peer
of course,
feedback?
of course. There are lots of strategies that you can use. Mm?
Mhm.
Students creating their own bank of mistakes. creating posters, for example, with those mistakes, and so they have them. You can have them around the room so that they can check. That is perfect. That is so useful. Also, for example, creating checklists with the students. When I talk about rubrics or quality indicators, for example, suppose that you are writing an article, that is, you want your students to write an article, or you want your students to use conditional sentences type 1. Okay, as a class, ask them, all right, how do we know if we have used conditional sentences correctly? Let's make a list of things to pay attention to, and create a checklist with the students. Or what would a good article look like? What do you think? And they create the checklist, and then they use those checklists to assess each other's work and to assess their own work. This is very simple. It involves the students. It makes them think about what good work looks like.
Yeah, that is really great. So, so I think we are done now. So again, I'd like to extend my thanks for everyone who attended today's sessions. And thank you, Annie, for such a wonderful contribution to EDCAS International Conference 2026. We have one more question. We might have a couple of minutes for that. Abdul Wahid is saying, I think feedback should be in two ways. Feedback on language to correct mistakes and feedback on content to correct and discuss ideas, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
is right.
Yes, because sometimes as teachers, and I used to do that when I was a young, inexperienced teacher, we tend to focus on the grammar and not on the content. For example, in a composition, I remember focusing on the grammar, and then, okay, but the organization of paragraphs was correct. There was a central idea and it was developed, but I didn't pay attention to that. I focused only on the grammar. No. We need to focus on both things. Yes? Because sometimes students make mistakes, but their ideas are good. The way they organize their ideas is good. So feedback on mistakes, but also on content. Yes? And remember, feedback is a conversation, not a monologue.
Yeah, that is right. And with that, thank you again, Annie, for being part of this, and everyone.
Thank you for inviting me. It's always a pleasure.
Yeah, the pleasure is all ours. Thank you. So everyone, we have some great news for you. You have 45 minutes, a 45-minute break today. Not 5, not 10 minutes, not 15 minutes. You have 45-minute break.
Lovely.
So you can stay away from screens. Exactly. Stay away from screens, but don't go anywhere because we need you back. We have a wonderful guest who is representing Cambridge University Press and Assessment, and he is a real renowned ELT author and trainer. We will be joined by Matthew Ellman in an hour. So everyone, we're waiting for you. Don't go anywhere. We will stay here waiting for you again. So stay safe and waiting for you.
everyone.
Hi there.
I'm Anna,
I'm Shay.
and we're the hosts of the Teacher Think Aloud podcast, a podcast for reflective practice for teachers of English around the world.
Our mission is to support English language educators in reflecting on their teaching practices and in becoming more confident, happy teachers along the way.
And we want you to be part of our international community of listeners.
In each episode, we explore a topic within the field of English language teaching, from practical teaching tips to TESOL trends, issues, and career considerations.
All in an informal, fun conversation with ELT experts worldwide.
Listen and subscribe now on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, YouTube, or wherever you get your podcasts.
And don't forget to follow us on social media. We want to connect with you.
Happy teaching
And happy reflecting.
Text Inspector is the award-winning professional online tool that allows you to accurately and comprehensively analyse written and spoken texts for teaching, testing and research purposes. Based on up-to-date, in-depth linguistic research, it uses statistically significant metrics, including lexical diversity, meta-discourse markers and lexical sophistication, alongside tools such as the British National Corpus and the English Vocabulary Profile, to provide a detailed, accurate and informative analysis of language use. This allows you to accurately assess the productive skills of your language students according to the CEFR and develop effective learning and assessment materials with greater ease. Some researchers have used Text Inspector to track improvements in their students' writing skills over time, others to ensure examination materials are at the correct level. Text Inspector is trusted by organisations including Cambridge University Press and the staff and students at 145 universities and colleges across the world. Why not try it yourself? We're offering all conference attendees premium access for free.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. I hope that you are ready for another part of day 6. Let me know in the chat if you are still with us. And let me know, is there anybody who already joined us just maybe a moment ago? Or maybe you are since the very beginning of day 6. We are going to challenge the assessment. So I also would like to know what is your approach? What is your current situation when it comes to assessment? Are there any particular issues and problems and challenges that you are facing in the area of assessment? Let us know in the chat. Maybe there are some challenges and issues that we all educators share. Or maybe this is a very specific situation for you. This is also relevant feedback for us because we take into consideration each statement, each idea, each approach, because then we know what should be prepared for upcoming webinars and conferences just to serve your needs, dear educators and dear attendees. So what would be your current challenge when it comes to assessment? Is it related to formative assessment, summative assessment? Is there lack of help in assessment or maybe some kind of confusion? How you feel? And what is the main reason you decided to join day 6? What do you hope to find when it comes to assessment? I am waiting for any ideas or any insights on the chat. Let us know. How summative assessment can be effective? This is a very good question. This is a very good thing to explore. What's more, additionally, apart from your current challenges, please let me know what area of education and assessment you represent, i.e., are you a teacher? Are you a curriculum designer? Do you represent policymaker body? Maybe you are an official examiner and you are a specialist that works in assessment and examination area. What is your connection with assessment? Early years teachers, okay. The session answering the question, the session by Gemma Archer and Robin Walker will be next. I mean, now we are going to begin another session with Matthew Ellman and then Gemma Archer and Robin Walker. Getting back, okay, English teacher, ESL teacher for young learners with mixed ages. Wow, that sounds like a challenge. With mixed ages. Sounds like a challenge. Okay, so what is your relation with assessment? Is it something that you have to take care on your own? Or maybe there is a director of study or any official body that helps you with that? Okay, we have secondary teachers, yes, early years teacher and English content. Wow, variety of educators right now. Okay, so are you responsible for any assessment or you already have a help from any institutional body, director of studies? How does it look like? You are the sole person responsible, Kim. Okay, responsible. I think I can risk and say that it might sound like a lot when we also have to involve any assessment. Okay. Who else is on the board? Do we have any representatives of curriculum design that they take into consideration any aspect of assessment? Let me know in the chat. If you haven't written down your specialty, your area of expertise, please let me know in the chat. Okay, we have secondary teachers. Okay, early teachers. Okay. Do we have teachers that work with adults, and that being said, they take into consideration another perspective onto assessment? Oh, that's a nice feedback. Students aren't happy about summative assessment. Sometimes students are excited and anxious. I do agree with that. This is the situation that very often takes place. Okay, so when it comes to assessment, which one you find yourself having bigger problems with? Summative assessment or okay. How you feel? Okay, I'm also reading your comments. Summative in early years. All right. This is a nice goal, Omnia. Fantastic. I absolutely agree with that. I want a way to make students like it. Exactly. I think we can all agree since day one what has been said in many speeches, in many presentations, that it's not only about techniques and methodology, but it's also about mindset and certain shift. Another comment, some students suffer from test anxiety. That's correct. Yes, sometimes this anxiety can lead to any traumatic experiences if students are exposed in the long term. That's correct. Formative assessment in early years, not summative. Okay. But does it mean that formative assessment in early years is your current struggle, or this is the only area that you are exploring, I would say? That's a good question. I'm trying to, see in which area and under what specific circumstances you approach certain challenges, whether it's formative assessment or summative assessment. Because this is a very important question, and I think a kind of feedback that once goes live all around the world, lots of lecturers, professors, and researchers might take it into consideration. I'm using formative assessment in early years. Rarely do I use summative one. Thank you for this comment. Fantastic. Wow, we've got already lots from you. Before we move on, I just wanted to first thank you for being so actively engaged. Additionally, I just wanted to remind you about a few things, because we all together create this learning experience. So stay so actively engaged on the chat as you are since day one. Please use the chat box to make comments. We just wanted to remind you about the Zoom option to put any questions into Q&A section. We will try to cover as many at the end of the talk. Let's try all together to be mindful in terms of our safety and safeguarding rules. So let's be respectful, polite, and let's not share any personal information, and let's not write any harmful comment. Regarding two famous questions, we are going to remind you that, yes, indeed, certificates and recordings will be sent after the conference. Just give us, please, some time to wrap things up, and everything is ready. It won't be lost. Okay. Mohammed, you are with us. Good to see you back.
Exactly. Yeah, thank you. I was making sure that everything is all right, and we are. So everyone, in a minute, we will have another wonderful talk by one of the biggest names in ELT writing, materials writing, and in teacher training, of course. And we're always glad to be having people representing Cambridge. We've had Peter Lucantoni, Hisham Sakbini. We also had lots of people. Last year we had Scott Thornbury, and this year we're having Matthew Ellman. So before we start this session, I just want to make sure that everyone is ready. So please drop in the chat box that you are ready. Drop the word ready. I want to see the chat
Yeah,
box
or any
running
emoji. It
around.
can be emoji that everybody's on fire, hopefully. Additionally, I just wanted to tell you that, Mo, did you know? Oh, hello, Matthew. Good to see you.
Hi, Blanca. Hi, Mohammed. Hi, everyone. I'm ready. I was just
Hello.
about to write in the chat. Ready?
Fantastic. So you will be the part of the quiz because the quiz is about the number 98. And I'm just wondering who has any idea what does it stand for? 98. If you think, I'll give you a hint. I'm not going to be so cruel. It's all about what started to happen since day one. 98. Who has any idea? What's about number 98 in terms of EDUCAS International Conference 2026? 98. Matthew, any ideas?
I'm going to say it's the year I was born, Blanca.
All right, that's a very creative answer. Thank you for that. Someone wrote attendees. No, our attendees and registration numbers, we can count in thousands, but 98 is the number of the countries that you all attendees are coming from. And this is a proof that this year, again, we're creating a global community. 98 countries. So congratulations for you for being with us and creating this learning experience all together. Without further ado, I am going to introduce Matthew Ellman. So he works in the Insight application team at Cambridge, designing and delivering training for teachers, institutions, and ministries of education around the world. He has worked as a teacher and trainer in the UK, Spain, and Malaysia, and has delivered courses, workshops, and talks in a further 30 countries. Matthew's research into teacher education won the British Council MI Dissertation Award at the 2018 EL Tons, and he is co-author of From Teacher to Trainer, published by Cambridge in 2022, and a finalist in the 2024 EL Tons. This year, he decided to share his insight, and his session is called Going Beyond Methodology, Integrating Learning and Assessment. Without further ado, it's a pleasure that you are with us, Matthew, and the stage is yours.
Thank you so much, Blanca. Thanks, Mohammed. It's a pleasure to be here. It's an honor to be with you today. So let me just share my slides and then we will get started. Here we go. Quick question for you, Blanca Mohammed. Can I share sound in this presentation?
Yes, of course, you can share the sound. Before you choose the tab, you will see on the right side panel in Zoom the option Share Sound. Do you see it?
I see it, but it is not available to me. It's blanked out.
Oh, it might be some kind of setting with your laptop. Hopefully, it's going to be good when it comes to quality.
Let's go again. It's not allowing me to do that, but no problem. Let's carry on because we can manage without sound. We'll make our own sound. All right, this session is called Going Beyond Methodology, Integrating Learning and Assessment. And what I want to share with you today is the latest kind of methodology, latest methodological approach from Cambridge, which we call Integrated Learning and Assessment, or ILA for short. Some of this may not be completely new to you. You might listen to what I'm saying and you might think, well, I do a few of these things already. This is already part of my teaching. But I hope that what you'll take from this is ways in which you can deepen this practice and kind of join up some of the practices that you might already be using as a teacher. So you come to do things in a more coherent way, in a more thorough and consistent way. And that, of course, leads to better outcomes for your students, which is what we all want. So let's dive in. You've already heard about me from Blanca's fabulous introduction there. I'm a professional learning and development quality lead for Cambridge. So I'm speaking to you from Case Sunny, actually, which makes a change. And as you heard, I'm the co-author of From Teacher to Trainer with Peter Lucantoni, who's also well known to you, I'm sure. In terms of this session, as I mentioned, I hope that you're going to take away some knowledge of what ILA is, this new methodology, why it's worth implementing in your classroom, and how you can get started. And in terms of what you will do, I hope that you'll take a look at some of the resources that I'm going to share with you. And I hope that you'll start implementing some of these ideas in your classroom from your very next lesson. So what is integrated learning and assessment? I'm going to ask you some questions in the chat box as we go through this session. So have your typing fingers ready. And the first question is this: what flavors of ice cream do you see on your screen right now? Three flavors. What are they? Okay, we've got chocolate, vanilla, and strawberry. It looks like there's an emerging consensus here. Chocolate, vanilla, and strawberry. Ah, Kim, taking it into left field here. Macadamia nut. That sounds great. Could be, Yvonne. Yeah, you've got to use your imagination here. You're almost correct. We've got chocolate, vanilla, and crab flavor ice cream. Delicious, right? Just what you've always wanted. You might be thinking now, I came here for a session on methodology. Why is this guy talking about crab ice cream? Well, the reason is what this tells us about names and labels and the way that they affect our perceptions of the world. This is a paper that was published, and if you take a look at the authors there on the list, those of you who are familiar with the world of gastronomy and fine dining will recognize the name of Heston Blumenthal. He's a British chef who once was labeled the best chef in the world. His restaurant was named the world's top restaurant by the Michelin Guide. And he was serving his customers crab ice cream. And what he found, this really was ice cream made from crab, so it tasted of crab. What he found was that customers didn't like it. You'd be shocked to learn that. But when he changed the name, when he turned it into frozen savory mousse, they loved it. It was the same product, it was the same food, but it had a different name. And the reaction of his customers was completely different. What does this tell us? What can we take from this? I feel that we can learn a lot from the way that from this, in terms of the way we label things in education and in teaching. And if we think about the labels that we choose for ourselves and for our learners, I think there's some impact here in the implications in the way that we kind of frame our task in the classroom. So I imagine that most of you call yourselves teachers. Maybe this is what's on your job contract or your job title, teacher, right? But how does it change the way you think about your role if you call yourself a coach instead? Is this like crab ice cream and frozen savory mousse? Does it change your perceptions of your role? Let's have a little think about this in the chat box. Tell me some similarities and some differences between a teacher and a coach. Answers in the chat. We could spend the whole hour on this, by the way, but we're just going to take a few minutes. I think it's such an interesting topic. Okay, Kim, great start, right? We both care about our students or our players, our coaches, whatever. There's care there. Yeah, both act as mentors. We're both interested in developing people, aren't we? Teachers and coaches. We go beyond what's expected. The coach is a leader. This is an interesting word. Tell me more about leader. Is this Hadawi? Apologies if I'm mispronouncing your name. What do we mean by leader? Teacher acts as a parent in school. Could that be true of a coach as well? I'm thinking of sports coaches working with young sports stars. Are they kind of a parent as well? Okay, Yvonne has an interesting answer here. The coach sees the coachee's potential in solving their issues and finding their way to their goal themselves. Nice. So this is a key point, right? We could reframe Yvonne's comment as who does the work? In the classroom, we tend to think of the teacher doing the work, standing at the front of the class, kind of imparting knowledge, right? It's the teacher who's working hard. Whereas the coach can't do the work for the team. In a sports situation, the coach can't win the game for the team. The players have to go out and win the game. They have to do it themselves. So this is an interesting point to take, I think, and something to take into our language teaching, that in a language lesson, the students have to do the work themselves. Nobody can teach you a language. You have to speak the language, and the teacher can help you speak better, but no one can teach you the language. This is something that is kind of counterintuitive, because we think of ourselves as language teachers. I think of myself as a language teacher, but I can't really teach someone a language. I can help them communicate better in English, but they have to do it themselves. That's a really key point. Any other similarities or differences? Interesting. This is an interesting comment, that being a coach is less pressurized, perhaps. Is that what you meant, or being a teacher is less pressurized? Both support the students, definitely. Coaches do not assess. Now that's interesting, Leilani, because I would argue that coaches do assess, but they assess through performance. So they're not giving their coachees tests. The game or the match, the sports match, is the test, right? So the performance is the test. And the coach will look at that and use that as the guide for future development. This is something that we can also take into the classroom. We can ask our learners to perform, and in English that means using the language, speaking, writing, communicating with the language, performing with the language, and we use that performance as the basis for the next steps. Sometimes what we do instead is look at the curriculum, and that decides our next steps, or we have our learners complete a worksheet, and that decides our next steps. But neither of those is performance. They are kind of tangential to the true goal, which is having the learners be able to perform. And when I say perform, I mean like use English to do things in the real world. These are the two things which I think are most important. They're the kind of biggest takeaways if we relate ourselves to coaches. First of all, that the learners have to do the work, and that we assess and give feedback based on their performance, and the performance is the goal. This will become clearer as we go through. Bear with me. Now, this quote comes from Cambridge Video, in which we see this, we see the teacher who is also a coach. So she's kind of comparing both roles. Take a look and see if you can guess some of these missing words in the chat box. Now, this is difficult, but I want to see what you can do. I'll give you a clue. The first word is assess. So the key is to assess. All right, guide, progress, thank you. Any other answers? It's tricky. I know it's tricky. Okay, so the key is to assess what they're learning. That doesn't quite fit with the gaps, but the idea is there. Key is to assess the tasks they're given. That's a good effort. Roxana, that's a very interesting answer. Assess the students' learning to see what they can improve. All right, let's take a look. I'll show you half. So the key is to assess the progress they are making. And of course, you could also say that assess their learning. The key is to assess what the students have learned. And when you assess what the students have learned, you're also assessing what they have not learned, right? You want to understand both. So to know what they can do, so I can give what? What are we giving? Feedback. Thank you so much. Absolutely crucial. We want to give feedback that will help build learners' confidence, keep them motivated, and also help develop their understanding, right? Develop their understanding and their skills, not just about confidence. So these here we have the kind of two main ideas that we are assessing progress, giving feedback. And these two are at the center of integrated learning and assessment. We want to understand, first of all, what the students have learned and what they haven't learned. And then we want to give them feedback on everything they've done well and everything they can still improve so that they can move forward. And to do that, we need two other areas. We need two other kind of pillars of practice. First of all, we need learning objectives. This is crucial because this underpins the assessment of progress and the feedback. So understanding our learning objectives is absolutely central to this. And related to this is the ability to follow up. So what this really means is adapting to what is shown you in the classroom. Do they need more support? Do they need more challenge? Do some need more support, some need more challenge, and some are kind of in the middle? Probably a bit of everything, right? But we have to react as teachers to what our students are showing us. So that's where tailored follow-up comes in. These four things are the pillars of integrated learning and assessment. And this is kind of the way that we enact this methodology in the classroom. And as I said before, some of this is not new to you. I'm sure that many of you are working already with learning objectives in your classroom, but there is probably a way that we can go deeper with that. It's a cycle, isn't it? We start with the learning objectives. That informs what we do in the classroom. In the classroom, we look for evidence of progress. That informs our feedback. And then from all of this data that we've gathered, we can decide how to follow up. And that feeds into the learning objectives the next time. So it's a kind of ongoing process that never ends. In addition to these four pillars of ILA in the classroom, we also have the idea of ILA in your institution. And the way that looks is that you have an alignment between your curriculum, the assessment that your learners are working towards, and maybe your own CPD as well. So everyone is kind of guided by the same principles. And what we see here is that assessment tasks can truly become learning tasks if they share the same high-level learning objective. You might have heard the term formative assessment and summative assessment, and they can be useful terms, but actually any assessment task, any test item, is just an item, right? It's not the task itself which is formative or summative. It's your reason for using it. And the idea behind ILA is that you can combine reasons. I can give my learners a test, and that can be a summative test, which gives me a picture of where they are at the end of the course. But for those learners, their learning will continue. They're going to take another course the next year, and they want to understand what they can do better. So we can also use that test data in a formative way. So it's all about kind of combining your purposes for assessment and making sure that learning and performance is part of the conversation, whether it's a regular lesson or whether it's a high stakes test. The third element here is the mindset. And this comes back to what I just alluded to, which is that we're thinking about learning the whole time. We're always thinking about learning. That is our number one objective. And we measure learning by performance. So we want to promote learning at every opportunity, even if we're focusing on what seems like kind of hardcore assessment. there is something to be learned from that nonetheless. And we want to take the learning from every possible moment in the classroom. Now, these ideas are outlined in a paper that I wrote with my colleagues at Cambridge called The Power of Integrating Learning and Assessment. It's free to download, and I'll tell you where you can find this later on in the session. Why is this worth doing? Well, a few reasons. The first one is that you get much, much stronger outcomes from your students. In some cases, you get double the learning. This is from research conducted by Dylan William. In this case, the research is focused on formative assessment techniques. That's not the entirety of ILA, but it's a big part of ILA. And yeah, again, use of these techniques can help learners progress twice as fast. So this is really significant. You can get big improvements in student outcomes from doing this. You also get more equitable outcomes. And what this means is that everybody in the class improves, but the learners at the lower end of your class improve faster. So the gap between the top and the bottom is reduced. And that's a really important outcome for those of us who care about the kind of impact of education on more disadvantaged learners. So you see here that additional progress made by children in the lowest third was greater than that made by children in the highest third. The gap narrowed. ILA also helps to develop learners' skills beyond language. So they're not just developing English, but they're also developing those life competencies or 21st century skills like collaboration, critical thinking, learning to learn, learner autonomy, because it makes them much more in control of their learning and in control of each other's learning, much more aware of what's happening in the classroom and what's happening with their peers. So this is really good in terms of setting them up for a world in which they are kind of responsible for their own development and their own learning, which is, of course, is what happens once they leave school or once they leave education. And finally, this whole process, this whole methodology is about gaining a better understanding of where your learners are, collecting data, collecting feedback on your teaching. And when you collect feedback on your teaching, you can decide what to continue doing as a teacher or what you might need to change in order to improve outcomes. So this is a really powerful methodology, not just for your learners, but for you in terms of being able to improve what you're doing and reflect on your own teaching. So many, many reasons to adopt ILA as a methodology. The question now is how, and I'm going to tell you how. We're going to break it down according to these 4 pillars that we've seen, and we'll start with learning objectives. So I've got a page here from a Cambridge course called Primary Path. And it doesn't matter if you don't teach primary learners. We can take this as an example of how to work with material in the classroom and implement ILA. Take a look at this page and tell me in the chat box, what is the main learning objective for this page? What is the main learning outcome for the lesson? Answers in the chat. Okay, we've got identifying the appropriate words and vocabulary. Any other answers? Don't be shy. There is no such thing as a bad answer. We can always learn from these. Okay, descriptive words. Amy's given me 2. Learning adjectives and descriptive writing. Okay, I'm going to say that Hajiba is closest so far when she says write a descriptive paragraph. there's a few different things happening on the page, isn't there? So we've got this part at the top of the page. We are looking at adjectives on the left-hand side, and then we've got a text on the right-hand side where we are, there's some reading involved there. And if we go down the page, we get to task number 3, where we're writing a descriptive paragraph. So if we're thinking about the whole lesson, then task 3 is really the main learning outcome. The stuff you see at the top of the page is preparation for that outcome. I'll say more about that in a minute. Before I do, your next question, what are the success criteria? Do we see success criteria anywhere on the page? Thank you, Faisal. Yes, Yvonne. Down at the bottom, right? So we've got a checklist here, which gives us an idea of what success looks like. So have we expressed an opinion? Have we used adjectives? There's a third item, which is about compound nouns. That's not on the page that we see. That's part of the lesson, but it's on a different page. So don't worry about that. But yeah, we've got some success criteria there at the bottom of the page. But these are the kind of main things that we're looking at, right? So task 3 is the descriptive paragraph. That's our main learning outcome. And then the success criteria are shown in part number 4. This is a model text. And so this is something that's really important to understand, I think, because we see this kind of thing in every kind of course book. You get an example of what the learners are supposed to achieve. So if I go back a little bit, task number 3 is write a descriptive paragraph about a favorite place in your neighborhood. And then up here on the top of the page, this is a descriptive paragraph about a favorite place in your neighborhood. So it sounds obvious, but the learners have an example of what they are supposed to do right there on the page. So this is also a form of success criteria. And we have a checklist, which can be helpful. Number 4 here. But we don't need the checklist. And the checklist is not always there on the page. What is usually there is an example. And if there is no example, then you can make one because you're the teacher. What we can do with this is have the learners analyze it and think about it so that they can understand the success criteria for themselves. So we can say to the learners, where is the description in this paragraph? What makes it descriptive? We can have them point out the adjectives. They might not know that they're adjectives, but they know that they are words that describe things. And that's more meaningful, I think, to many learners than filling in gaps, in a sentence. That can be helpful, but I think it's much more meaningful to look at the language in context like this. Last question for this page. How does each activity lead towards the learning objective? Well, we can kind of answer this together because we've already taken a look. Here in question number 1, we're focusing on the adjectives. We're analyzing the example. We're analyzing the model text. So we see an example and kind of subconsciously we're looking at different elements of it in order to be able to repeat the same thing for ourselves. So for some learners, this will be really helpful, looking at the adjectives. Other learners might be okay with this already. They don't need this, but it's still a way of analyzing the text and being able to understand how it's put together so that they can do the same thing, put their own text together later. In question number 2, this is more about planning. So sometimes when it comes to writing, as I'm sure you know, the big challenge for some learners is just to think of ideas, think of what to write. So if they plan that out before they start writing, then they're going to find it easier to write when it comes to task number 3. So task number 1, adjectives, and task number 2, the planning. This is not the learning objective, but it supports the learning objective, which is writing the text later on. Okay. This is a separate document. It goes alongside the research paper that I showed you before, and this is a guide for teachers. It's free once again, and it's got ideas for every pillar of ILA, and it tells you how to implement this in your classroom. One of the ideas in there is how you can share learning objectives and success criteria with your learners. Because when your learners understand what the learning objective is and what success looks like, they are able to become much more engaged in the lesson. They're able to know exactly what they need to do to get that tick, get a smile from you, get a good grade, and move forward in their learning. So it's really important to share these with learners. Let's move on to talk about evidence of progress. Now, we can gather evidence of progress from a test, like in a formal way, by assessing our learners, but we can also gather evidence of progress in informal ways as well. And you will be doing this all the time in your lesson, whether you realize it or not. There are many ways to do it. How do you know if your students are learning? Let me know in the chat. What is it that tells you when the learners are getting it? How do you know when the learners are just confused and baffled? Okay, thanks, Khaled. So ICQs tell you whether the learners have understood your instructions, right? CCQs tell you when they've understood the meanings of things or the way that the language is put together, your concept checking questions. So really important to check understanding with those. Absolutely a really important tool. Yeah, great point, Yvonne. You know, their work improves, right? So you should be able to look at your learners' work, and if they're learning things, their work is improving. You can see it in their output. That might be something that is clear in the lesson, or it might be something that only emerges really over time. So it can't be the only thing that we look for. We often need a more immediate indication of understanding, and that might be through something like CCQs. Their faces, absolutely. Yeah, you know the face of a learner who gets it and the face of a learner who is not following. That comes from knowing your learners, doesn't it? From having that understanding of the people in the room. Same point from George, whether they're smiling, whether they're responding to questions. I think what's important about that is that you want to create an environment where learners are responding to questions even if they don't understand. Because if they raise their hand and give you a wrong answer, that's great, because then you are able to correct their understanding. What we don't want is only the learners who are confident and who are learning to raise their hands. You just get, correct answers from every single learner, but then you also have learners who don't understand, and you never find out because they haven't raised their hand. So we want everybody responding to questions, and if they get some answers wrong, great, we can help with that. But when they don't raise their hands at all, we have a problem. Directional chaos. What a great phrase. The good noise in the class. I like that. Yeah. So for me, I understand from that you've got learners engaged. They're kind of on task. They are working on what you want them to work on, participating. Productive noise. Yeah, absolutely. So we see a few things, don't we? We see questions you can ask your learners questions to gauge their understanding. You can have them indicate to you how well they understand, or how confident they feel. They could do that, thumbs up, thumbs down, thumbs in the middle, somewhere. Tools like mini whiteboards, or just kind of holding up answers on a piece of paper, give you a good sense of how the class is following. They're all kind of informal ways of assessing understanding. And again, if we kind of put ourselves into coach mode, we can do this in different ways. We can collect evidence of progress by monitoring the learners while they work. That could be while they're working on paper or in their books. Could also be while they're talking and interacting in groups. We can take a look at their written work. We can kind of collect in their homework and see how they're doing. Or, if you have your learners working online at home, then you can review their answers on the Cambridge One platform, for example. You can invite learner responses. And of course, the question not to ask is, do you understand? Because even if learners don't understand, they will tell you they understand. Nobody wants to say, I don't understand. But you can ask them how they feel about the work. Is it difficult? Was it easy? Did you feel engaged? Did you find it, maybe you found it a bit boring? Let me know. I can change it next time. How do you feel about the work that we've been doing? And very importantly, you can measure the evidence of what you see against the success criteria. So we're not just looking for anything. We're not just looking for, kind of general indications of learning. We're looking for very specific things. And if we return to this example, we are looking for learners who express their opinion, or we're looking for those adjectives in the paragraph. So with every task, we're looking for very specific things, as well as those smiling faces that we talked about. We need both. Let's move on. We're going to talk about actionable feedback. What does actionable mean? It means feedback that tells you what action to take. Think about the teacher who just says, great job. It's not nothing, it's better than nothing, but it doesn't tell the learner why they did a great job, and it doesn't tell them what to do next. Good feedback is all about helping the learners understand what success criteria they achieved. So specifically, what did they do really well in the task? It should say all the things that were good about their performance and all the things that they need to work on. So that's the actionable part. You should be telling learners, this is what you did really well, so I want you to keep doing that. And this is what you need to improve. And the ways that you can improve it are X, Y, Z. So that they have something to work on. Really important that we plan time for feedback in the lesson. I observe many, many lessons, and one of the biggest pitfalls, if you want to say that, is that teachers deliver a great class, but they forget to leave time to give the learners feedback. So the kind of typical lesson where this happens is that we have all of the stages that you want to see. They introduce the topic, maybe they present some new language, they check that language, they concept check that language, they talk about meaning and form and pronunciation, they do some controlled practice, they do some free practice at the end, so the learners are talking, and then the lesson ends and everybody goes home. The learners have not had any feedback on their performance, which is the bit when they were talking and interacting. So you must allow time when you are planning your lessons for feedback. And a good tip is to put in some time and then double it. It will take twice as long as you think when you do this well. The second thing that you have to plan is time for the learners to do something with your feedback. You might not have time in the same lesson for that. It might have to be in the next lesson, or it might have to be for homework, but they need to be able to take your feedback on board and then try again and be able to do better as a result of your feedback. So usually feedback is the bit, when it happens, it's kind of squeezed into the end of the lesson. And actually, it should be right at the heart of your lesson. It's one of the most important roles you have as a teacher, is giving the learners feedback, telling them what they did well and telling them where they can improve. Take a look again at our page. Let's imagine that the learners have done this writing. Your learners have written about their favorite place in the neighborhood. Imagine what kinds of things you might be saying when you give feedback. Put your answers in the chat box. What will you be saying? Remember, you want your feedback to be actionable. You want it to be balanced, so there's some positive and some things to work on. You want it to be linked to the success criteria. All right, nice. Yeah, so we could start with the positives, right? Always good to hear the positives. And then the negatives, yeah. My understanding of the research on this is that it doesn't matter too much where you start. You might have heard of the feedback sandwich, right? You start with the positive, then the negative, then some positive again. And the research on that is actually a little bit mixed. The important thing is that you have both. You've got a balance of positive and negative. Nice. Yeah, so we might talk about spelling. We might talk about the structure of the paragraph. We might talk about the word choices, especially the adjectives, right? So if I was looking at spelling, I would be thinking really about the spelling of the adjectives. We want to keep the feedback focused on our success criteria. So, they might have had spelling problems with other words. You can make a note of that. That's important to remember, but maybe now is not the time in this lesson to focus on those words. We are just looking at the adjectives. Yeah, maybe it's about using more. Maybe they haven't made it descriptive enough. I think I would be inclined to kind of rephrase that, because the whole point of the adjectives is to make the text interesting, right? To add a layer of description. So I'd be saying to my learners, I think that you can make this more descriptive. You can tell me a little bit more about your neighborhood. I don't get really a picture of what your favorite place is like. Can you describe that a little bit more for me? That's more meaningful, I think, than use more adjectives, even though the result is the same. Yeah, punctuation rules. So your learners might have problems with punctuation. They might have problems with spelling and the script. If that's related to description, the descriptive paragraph, if it's related to our learning outcomes for this session, great. If not, make a note and just park it for another time. We will deal with that in another lesson. Leilani, I like this. Ask if they're happy with their work. Yeah, are you happy with this paragraph? And why? I think that's a very interesting question. And it puts the onus for assessment back on the learner, right? Because why shouldn't they assess? They're the one who's written it. You tell me if you think if you've reached these success criteria. We can both decide. And I hope also, we'd say something about the favorite place. This place sounds really interesting. I'd love to visit. Maybe we ask some questions about it. So it's not just about the adjectives. It's not just about the accuracy. We're also engaging our learners with the meaning and the content. They've told us something. So let's react to what they've told us. And let's react to that first before we start to give feedback. All right, I'm going to move on. Once again, I mentioned that teacher's guide. We have a tip in the teacher's guide on self and peer assessment. which is a really important area. We don't have time to deal with that in detail now, but I encourage you to take a look. We're going to move on finally to tailored follow-up. So this is where we take all of the learning, all of the evidence of progress, all of the feedback, and we think about what needs to happen next. Sometimes the next steps are really easy. Maybe we just kind of review what's happened. The learners just need a reminder of what they've done in order to keep it in their heads. And often the way that we do this is, with a review unit, a review page after every 2 or 3 units in the book. It's kind of a short, simple, low stakes test, isn't it? The purpose of something like this is not to get 100% on the test. The purpose of this is to diagnose where the learners might need more support. So which part of our learning from the previous month or 2 weeks was most challenging? Because then we need to go and maybe look at that again. So we want to use this as a tool to understand what the learners can do well and where they might need more help. Okay, it's not just something to fill some time and then move on. It can tell us something. And if we learn that the learners need more support, we can feed that into our planning. So when we're looking at learning objectives, we can think, okay, some learners are going to find this difficult. Some learners are going to find this too easy. How can I adapt? Tailored follow-up is all about adapting things. So for the last time, we're still on the same page. How could you adapt this page to make it more challenging for the learners? And how could you adapt it to make it a little bit easier and provide more support to some of your students? Answers in the chat box. This is your last piece of work in this session. You've been great so far. Differentiated tasks, absolutely. How would you differentiate? Okay, assessing higher order skills. So a higher order skill is like create, right? Creating something. That's what we're doing in task number 3. So we're getting those higher order skills in here. In task number 1, we're focusing more on analyzing, which is a bit lower down, isn't it? What could we actually do kind of specifically? Okay, so great idea here from Yvonne. So for more support, you could add some more parts of sentences, a little bit more structure, a little bit more scaffolding in task 3. So the introductory line there, my favorite place in the neighborhood, that's a form of support, isn't it? You can imagine making it more difficult if you just had nothing, if you just had some blank lines. That would make it a little bit more challenging. If you want to add more support, we can add a few more phrases to help the learners so that they don't have to do quite as much thinking. That's a really good way of adding more support. We want to kind of keep everything, we want to keep the same learning objective. So we don't want to change things too much, right? But if we want to make things more difficult for learners, maybe we could take these words away so that they don't have anything, they don't have options to choose from. They have to create the options themselves. They just have to find the best option. Maybe we leave these words here, but then we ask the learners to add 2 more possibilities underneath. So what's a word, what's a synonym for favorite? Or what's a synonym for big or beautiful? We could take away the model text, or we could take away parts of the model text so that we don't have that support for the learners anymore. We could make it more challenging by asking the learners to write more. So the best way of thinking about this is like a mountain, right? So the task is a mountain, and we want all of the learners to get to the top of the mountain. Some of the learners will go up this side where there is like a huge ice waterfall, and they have to use those like pickaxes to like climb up the vertical ice waterfall. That's the really difficult way. That's the challenging way. Some of the learners will come up this side where they can just kind of walk up in a more leisurely way, but everybody gets to the top. So the learning outcome shouldn't change, but the route to get there might need to be differentiated. And then Lilani says, for homework, let them watch a video on describing an actual place. Nice, yeah. I think maybe that needs to depend on how well they perform, and I would probably have them do something more with the video. That could also be preparation, right? You could watch the video before you come to the lesson and then describe a place, so you've had that model text. But yes, nice idea. Thank you. So tailored follow-up, just to recap, it's about using evidence gathered in the lessons to ensure that strong learners are challenged, weaker learners are supported, that your learners' interests are included. So once you know what your learners like, build that into your lessons. And make sure also that you are evolving your teaching. And if you find out that something is not so effective, get rid of it, do something different, and find a way that is more effective. We are coming to the end. Just before we finish, I want to tell you about your next steps and what you can do. So I mentioned in our aims, and I've mentioned as we've gone through, a lot of ILA resources. So let me just tell you how you can get hold of them. And your aim with these resources is to take a look at the 4 pillars and think about what you can do in your next lesson to really get deep into these pillars. Make sure that you've got your learning objectives and your success criteria. You're looking for evidence of progress. You're making sure your learners get actionable feedback, and then you're adapting things for the next class. That's the way this works. So first of all, the research paper. This is available at cambridge.org/ILA. And it's a pretty long paper. It's about 24, 25 pages. If you don't have time to read 25 pages, I understand. There's also a 2-page version, which gives you everything you need on 1 page, and the other page is a questionnaire to see how integrated learning and assessment are in your context right now. So maybe start with that, and then when you've got time, you can read the longer version. There's also an online course. This is free. It's on Cambridge One, and it takes about 4 hours, but it takes you through all of the pillars of ILA. It tells you what you can do to build it into your lessons, and we've got interactive tasks. We've got video demonstrations. It's a great resource for building on this webinar if you want to do more. You can access it in 2 ways. You can go there via Cambridge One, or you can go to the Cambridge shop, shop.cambridge.org. And I'm just going to show you quickly how that looks. I'm in the Cambridge shop here, and I'm going to click on teacher development. We've got a whole bunch of courses, but the ILA course is free. So find it in that list. And then you need to create an account or log in if you have a Cambridge One account already. You need to add the course to your shopping basket. It's free, so you're not going to pay anything, but you still have to go through this process. And then you'll get an email, and in your email, there will be an activation code. Once you've got the activation code, you're going to go to Cambridge One, log into Cambridge One. So that's what we see right now on the screen. And go to the My Training tab, because this is a training course. Take a look down the page and find the course there in the list of development courses. You're going to take the activation code that you got in your email. You're going to put it into the box right here. And then you will be able to start the course. And you'll know that you've been successful when you see my face pop up on the screen in the first video there. So I recommend doing that, not just because you see me, but also because it's a great course and you'll learn a lot from it. ILA is, of course, a core part of Cambridge courses. So if you're interested in getting more support with this, one of the best tips I can give you is to use Cambridge materials and Cambridge English qualifications with your learners. And there's loads more free support at cambridge.org/ILA. We've got the teacher guide. We've got an ideas pack. So 30 cards, one idea on each card for what you can do in your lessons to build this in. And as I mentioned, we've got that quiz that you can take as well. So thank you so much for being with me. Thank you to Educast for the invitation. Here are the references for the session if you're interested. And right now, I'm going to hand back to Blanca. Thanks a lot, everyone.
Thank you so much, Matthew. It was absolutely informative session. Additionally, with hands-on activities and lots of ideas for further development. So I think on behalf of our attendees, I can say one more time, thank you. However, I hope you see what's happening on the chat. So everybody is saying the same. Very informative session, mind-blowing, and lots of informative and practical ideas. So thank you so much. We do have a little bit of time when it comes to maybe squeezing out a little bit more in terms of this area. Since day one, Matthew, we were talking about lots of approaches, methodologies in different areas of education. And what would be your perspective in terms of the conflict? So my question is, in what ways does traditional methodology sometimes conflict with authentic assessment practices?
Oh, so
might be a tough one, but
that is a tough one, Blanca. You're playing hardball here. So let me just repeat the question back to make sure I got it right. In what ways does traditional methodology conflict with authentic assessment?
Practices, exactly. You know, teachers can navigate this tension.
I think there's a conflict when you are not gathering evidence of performance. So we talked about performance, right, in the session. Performance means understanding what the learners can do in the real world. So when I say performance, I want to understand how my learner is going to react when they are put into an English speaking situation. And if my methodology doesn't put the learners into an authentic English speaking situation, I am not going to be gathering that evidence of their performance. So I'm thinking of something like the Callan method, or maybe audiolingualism, where the learners are kind of just repeating what the teacher said. You're drilling the learners, but they're not necessarily interacting in a free conversation. They're not performing in the way that they would perform in the real world, because in the real world, you can't just kind of repeat the same sentences over and over again, right? So that makes it difficult for me to assess. That conflicts, I think, with authentic assessment, because I'm not seeing how they would perform in a real life situation. It's not a valid assessment. Does that answer your question?
To me, yes, it was absolutely, it was covering lots of areas that I asked. I hope that our attendees feel the same. I do have one more, if that's okay with you.
Go for it.
You were talking many times about reflecting and starting with why and trying to predict certain steps and potential outcomes. So we talk about teacher reflection here. So from your perspective, what role should student reflection play in creating truly integrated learning and assessment environment? And apart from that, is it relevant to any student area, any type of student?
Great question. So in relation to the second point, yes, this is relevant to any type of student, and you can implement ILA with your young learners, your 5-year-old learners, all the way up to your 95-year-old learners. So it's relevant for all learners. When it comes to reflection, I think it's useful to think about two different kinds of reflection. One is kind of how the learner feels, like how confident do they feel? How happy do they feel in the lesson? Are they enjoying what's happening? That's one kind of reflection. And I think it's useful to collect that as part of evidence of progress. So you can ask your learners after they complete a task, like, did you like it? Did you enjoy that? Why? Why did you enjoy it? Did you not enjoy it? Why? The other kind of reflection is more towards self-assessment. And this is most useful when the learners have a reference point, which is their success criteria, right? So if you're going to ask the learners, do you feel successful? Then they should be able to refer to the success criteria to answer that question. It shouldn't just be done on a feeling. So that requires a little bit more planning, and it requires a little bit more preparation from the teacher. I would consider it a kind of feedback. So I would think of it as it comes into the actionable feedback pillar of what we're doing. But both of those are important. We want to hear if the learners are enjoying things, and we also want to help the learners to learn to assess themselves. And that is something that takes a long time. It's going to take you months before they start to feel comfortable with that. But it is definitely part of ILA and definitely something to explore.
Thank you so much. So in the spirit of ILA, would you recommend tracking this feedback and monitoring at the same time, maybe as a written report, recordings, and then reassessing and revising with your students and revisiting?
100%. Yeah, we have some ideas on that actually in the online course. So you can start with a really simple checklist. You have your success criteria for the lesson, you have your learners, and then you're just going to monitor. And as you monitor, you can just tick off whether you have seen evidence of success for each criterion. Later on, as you get more comfortable with it, you can add some more detail to that. But yeah, a big part of ILA is kind of about being organized and being able to keep records of what you see so that you can build a picture of student learning over time.
Fantastic. So like we are building a puzzle picture with our students.
Yeah.
Yes, everybody is contributing.
Absolutely. That's a nice way of putting it.
Thank you so much, Matthew. On behalf of Educast team and our attendees and everybody that is going to watch this recording, because we have lots of attendees who cannot join a live session, but they get back. So you gave us so much to sink in that, wow, it was fantastic. Thank you so much for being with us. And hope to get even more from your expertise and your professional observation in the future. Thank you one more time.
Thanks a lot.
And dear attendees, right now we are not going to have any break, but I saw on the chat that you are so energetic and fully prepared that this is a confirmation that we don't have to go with another break. That being said, I'm going to invite you to another session. Today, very important question, what should be assessed? And once we decide what we would like to assess, how to do it, taking into consideration so many contexts. It is not easy. That's why we are trying to capture what might work for you. I see that Mohammed joined me. Hello, Mohammed. Welcome back.
Hello, Blanca. Thank you. So I was just checking the next speakers who were part of Educast Interviews podcast last year. We talked about a very interesting field in English language teaching, or a very interesting part, which is pronunciation. So I think they are here right now. So before we start, thank you, Matthew Illman, and thanks for Cambridge for being part of the conference this year. And moving to the next talk and the next speakers. And because we don't only have one speaker, we have two speakers co-presenting in this session. And we have one of them is a woman. And due to the fact that women should always be first, we will start introducing Gemma Archer first. So Gemma is an EAP program coordinator at the University of Strathclyde. Did I pronounce it correctly? Yeah, okay. Where she also teaches pronunciation electives. She is the joint coordinator of the IA TEFL Pronunciation Special Interest Group and an English language pronunciation specialist with extensive experience in both research and practice. Gemma regularly delivers face-to-face and online training sessions, workshops, and courses in pronunciation pedagogy for teachers and students. Her work is driven by a strong interest in accents and the rich diversity of global and regional Englishes, alongside a commitment to creating engaging, pedagogically sound materials. She is the creator of the Scottish Sound School, a resource designed to support international arrivals in Scotland in understanding and tuning into Scottish Standard English and Scots. And she is co-presenting with Robin Walker. And I still remember Robin. I still remember Robin for the Coca-Cola example from the previous year. Robin is the founder of English Global Communication and has over 40 years of experience in English language teaching. His career spans roles as a teacher educator, author, materials writer, and ELT consultant, through which he has developed extensive expertise in course design, materials development, and large-scale curriculum planning. He currently provides in-service ELT training for teachers and lecturers and collaborates regularly with Oxford University Press. His publications with OUP include Tourism, a 3-level course in the Oxford English for Careers series, teaching the pronunciation of English as a lingua franca, 2010, and most recently, Teaching English Pronunciation for a Global World, 2024, co-authored as a practical resource for teachers. So, Robin's professional interests include English pronunciation for international intelligibility, teacher development, English for tourism, and ESP, and CLIL, and English as a medium of instruction. Everyone, let's give a warm welcome to Gemma Archer and Robin Walker. Hello, Gemma and Robin. How are you doing?
Hello.
Hello.
That sounds like you've done quite a lot, Robin. How did we fit it in?
It's called a lifetime.
Thank you for the introduction. Thank you for the introduction.
Yeah, and
happy to be here.
Always a pleasure. I would really like to thank you for accepting my invitation to be part of this year's conference. So obviously we have people from over 100 countries registered to attend the conference, which is a huge gathering for the global ELT community of teachers. So everyone, Gemma and Robin, are delivering a talk on one of their most recent books published for Oxford University Press. They are delivering a talk on teaching English pronunciation for a global world, activities for intelligibility. So, Gemma and Robin, without wasting your time, if you are ready to start sharing your screens, please do it.
I think we're ready.
Okay. So I'm in charge of the screen sharing, everyone. Robin will be giving me a little signal when to go forward and backwards. Robin, I endeavor to go. Good job.
Because women are always first, right?
No, I'm going to start, actually. I'm going to break the rule.
Robin's going to start.
It's age before beauty. That is the rule.
Very good. Hang on one second and I'll get this finalized.
Okay, well, let us move on to the next slide, Gemma. And, just to cast back to that podcast and this thing about accent or intelligibility. And I think we'll have talked in the podcast about how accent is really rather the default setting in English language teaching. And whether you realize it or not, as an ordinary teacher going about your business, you tend to be using pronunciation aiming towards a specific native speaker accent. But what was very interesting just a few years ago, when the Council of Europe updated the Common European Framework, was what you're looking at here in the companion volume, when they pointed out that way back in 2000, when they published the original Common European Framework of Reference, of the different scales on competence in a second or third language, only one of the scales actually was tied to a native speaker norm. And that particular scale was the scale for pronunciation. And so by a native speaker norm, we're talking about a prestige native speaker accent. In Europe, that would tend to be standard Southern British English. And in the United States, it would be the American equivalent. Next. But the companion volume, Gemma, next.
Yep.
Thank you. The companion volume, which came out six years ago, it said that this focus, which was what they had followed back in 2000, this focus on accent, on a native speaker accent, and on accuracy of production of that native speaker accent, instead of on intelligibility, that this had actually been detrimental to the development. Oh, wow, we jumped ahead, Gemma. Sorry, we're going to do what do we call it? You need to go back, Gemma. That's it. Yeah. So that's it. Yeah. So when they updated in 2019, the Council of Europe actually said, you know, we made a mistake back in 2000. We got tied to a native speaker norm, and that this was actually not where we should have been. And we should have been focusing on intelligibility. So now in 2019, when we update what is good or not good pronunciation, then we're going to fit into line with what research has shown us over the last 20 years or so, that the focus for pronunciation teaching is intelligibility and not accent. Next. And no.
Sorry.
Yeah.
There we go.
And in the same volume, on page 134, I thought there was some really interesting stuff where they actually said that although a native speaker accent has been seen as the goal and the lack of that accent as a marker of poor pronunciation, that very focus on native speaker accent and accuracy in your production of that native speaker accent, that has actually been very detrimental to the development of the teaching of pronunciation. And one of the ways it's been detrimental is that all of the teachers who don't have this accent we're supposed to be perfect at have shied away from teaching pronunciation. And I'm not just talking about non-native speaker teachers. I'm talking about native speaker teachers who, like Gemma and myself, don't have the accent which is on all the recorded material we should be using in the classroom. So we're not going to talk about accents today in terms of goals. We are very much going to talk about intelligibility. But of course, that then raises the question, which is the one we're going to answer today. Okay, fine, if the goal is intelligibility, okay, but how do you teach towards intelligibility? That's where we're going today. All yours, Gemma.
Okay. So
we can skip that. We can just skip it.
Please. Lovely.
Stay on the schedule.
Do you know, it's just crazy when you think back to how recently people have come to this conclusion. Actually, we don't need to use a native-like model. We can instead focus on intelligibility. And the updates of the CEFR, you know, it was still so recent, 2018, wasn't it, Robin, when all that changed?
Yeah.
Which is crazy to me. Anyway. So Robin has just kind of introduced us to the context in which this presentation sits. Let me quickly give you an overview of what we're going to talk about in the next main part of this session. So I'm going to start off talking about a little bit more about intelligibility as the goal and what that means. And then Robin's going to come back and talk about the Learner's L1 and how that can be used to help us achieve intelligibility. Following that, I will mention, I'll talk about accents and accommodation. What does that mean and how can we support students with this, both receptively and productively? And then Robin will come back to talk about technology and pronunciation and a bit of assessment as well. All right. So as you know, we have written a book recently, 2024. Robin and I joined forces to write Teaching English Pronunciation for a Global World, as you can see on the left-hand side here. And when we were writing the book, we were thinking, very much of our own experiences of these discussions that we have with students about pronunciation. And one that seems to come up all the time with regards to goals is so many students expect or want a native speaker production of English or pronunciation of English to be their goal. And they assume that's the only goal because it hasn't been discussed much and they're not aware of many other options other than a native-like accent. And so we really recognise the need to give students a more informed perspective on what is the goal, what is the pronunciation goal, and allow them to discover for themselves that actually there is more than one option, there's more than one goal. Native-like pronunciation is not the only option open to them. In fact, there's another very realistic option that might be a better goal for many of our students, and that is international intelligibility. So this is a task taken from our book, from the beginning of our book, where we're starting to get students to think about what are the advantages and disadvantages of certain aspects or certain statements with regards to goals. And here students are going to work together with a partner or a group, and they're going to consider each of these statements 1 to 6. And again, they're going to be hopefully critically evaluating, discussing, thinking hard about each of these statements and whether they're true or false. And we don't have time to go through all of them just now, but I would like to draw your attention to number 3 and number 5 in particular. So number 3 is, if learners don't try to sound like a native speaker, they won't have a model to imitate when practicing pronunciation. And a lot of people, not just our learners, a lot of teachers are really tied to the idea that they must have a model, and that model must be a native speaker. That's the only way to correctly pronounce English. And of course, we're here to say that you are an absolutely acceptable model to your students. If you are speaking intelligible English, then you are an acceptable and suitable model for your students, regardless of what your mother tongue is, regardless of the English that you speak. So we want students to kind of consider this, mull this over, that they don't have to have a native-like model when practicing pronunciation. An L2 model, their teacher, is a perfectly suitable goal and model for them to use.
Gemma,
and that links us in, yes.
I'm just remembering that when my students got going on this, because they all spoke Spanish as their first language, inevitably, halfway through their discussions, they would slip into Spanish because they get really heated up. And I thought, wow, they're totally engaged. They're utterly engaged because they're using mother tongue to be able to get all the nuances.
Absolutely. And that's okay. I mean, if that helps them get to where they need to be, that's perfectly fine, as long as they're considering these statements and the different points of view. And that, of course, leads perfectly into number 5. Again, so many teachers have been trained to think that they must perfectly produce a native-like accent when teaching pronunciation. Certainly what I've seen, maybe you've had this experience yourself, Robin, when I've been in different schools or different departments, I see my colleagues take in a recording to the classroom if they're going to do pronunciation, rather than just use their own voice. Even though they are a perfectly bilingual, highly proficient speaker of English, they still feel like they need to use a recording of a prestige native speaker model rather than their own voice, which we
I've seen that all over, everywhere I've traveled.
Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it? And I never really recognized it at the time as a big thing. And now I'm looking back on it thinking, wow, these teachers are perfectly highly proficient speakers of English, yet they still don't feel confident or comfortable enough to use their own voice. So yeah, I just wanted to bring your attention to those two in particular, but you in a task like this, we give students all of the statements, give them time to discuss in groups. Like Robin says, they often get very animated and have a lot to say. What we're hoping that they will come to is these kind of answers here about what is really true, what is false, and really generating a discussion about this, allowing them to come to the understanding that a native-like accent is not the only goal. It's certainly not the most realistic goal. It's just it's for most speakers, it is unnecessary. I think was it Jennifer Jenkins that says, unless you're going to be a spy or an actor, maybe a native-like accent is probably not necessary for us. And I'll move on to another task that Robin and I have shared with you today that's come from our book. And again, this is another discovery task where students are considering not statements, but the actual features of the sounds and the actual features of English pronunciation. And they're trying to discuss or consider what are the most important, what are the pronunciation priorities from two different vantage points, from the point of view of the native speaker and the internationally intelligible speaker. So we're giving them this list of features here, and you may have to, if you're using this task, you may have to give them a few examples to make sure that they understand what each of these features are if they haven't encountered them before. And as soon as they are comfortable, familiar with each of them, again, we'll put them with a partner, with a group, and they have to decide which is very important, important, or not important. And so again, this can be a really interesting animated discussion. And we give them this example first to begin with sentence stress. This is something that is very important for native speakers to be intelligible, clearly understood, as with international speakers of English as well. And you can put in the comments, I can't actually see the chat when I'm sharing my screen like this, but I'm sure in the comments you've left some ideas. Robin, you're laughing. You're seeing some nice comments.
No, I'm just remembering that always there'd be a group that would spot that in order to achieve a native speaker accent, everything on the left, all 7 features, were very important. And they realized that led them into a little bit of a trap.
Yeah.
But then, of course, the discussion went on and they said, oh my God, it's so incredibly difficult. And I said, well, the success rate is just totally and utterly minimal. And what is more, native speaker accents on an international use of English are not necessarily the most intelligible.
Yeah.
So you might spend the whole of your life struggling to get this really difficult native speaker accent, only to find that you're not actually intelligible when you're using English internationally. So let's have a look at what you need to be intelligible internationally, which is for most students far more important than sounding like a native speaker.
Yeah, and I think this highlights how important it is to make an informed decision as to what is your goal, because they may not have the understanding of what is involved in reaching this goal of native speaker accent. So what we can see from this list here is there's a lot of work involved in speaking and producing each of these features of English to a native-like level. And as you've just mentioned, Robin, you can spend your whole life doing this. It could take you literally a lifetime. And there's so many other variables involved as well. And you may not be successful even if you do put in all the effort. That is the truth. Not everyone is able to reproduce a native-like accent. But if we then consider our other option, because there is more than one option here, if we look at international intelligibility, what suddenly we see is there's a lot, there are fewer features that are very important if we have a goal of international intelligibility. We know that consonant clusters are very important. Vowel duration in certain environments, so when the vowel is longer or shorter based on the sound that comes after it. Word stress is important. Sentence stress, very important. But suddenly we see that 5, 6, and 7, weak forms, rhythm, intonation, not as important when it comes to being internationally intelligible. So the workload has cut down substantially. And that might be a more realistic option, especially if you have adults in front of you who have jobs, who have families, who may not have time to spend on perfecting a native-like accent. So linking on to that final slide there, what are the features that matter the most? What are our priorities? Well, we can look to the Lingua Franca Core written by Jennifer Jenkins. And she tells us from her research that there are certain things that really do matter more. Consonant sounds, apart from those which change the most, which are subject to the most change and can still be understood, like the dental fricatives and R. Aspiration of the initial P, T, and K sounds. Excuse me. Consonant clusters. We don't want to delete them, we want to add them because consonant clusters are incredibly important for intelligibility. Along with that vowel duration in different environments, we want to preserve when a vowel is lengthened or shortened depending on the sounds that come after it. Sentence stress, you may know it as nuclear stress or having stress on the focus word, incredibly important for intelligibility in the international environment. And lexical stress. Now you may see that there's an add sign here rather than just a bullet point. And that's because in Jennifer Jenkins' original work, she said that sentence word stress, lexical stress if you prefer, this was more of a grey area. She didn't have data to show that it was a VIP in comparison to all these other features. But what Robin and I really do believe is that number one, word stress is a great gateway that introduces stress before we start talking about sentence stress. And we haven't found data that says that word stress is not important. What we have found is that other academics, other researchers in the ELT world have said actually there is some importance there, even if it's not VIP, it's still important because when stress is put on the wrong syllable, it can cause some strain for the listener. So we think all of these features here are VIPs, very important in the internationally intelligible goal or setting. And I'll now pass over to Robin, who's going to talk a little bit more about the Learners L1.
Yeah, let's go to the next slide, Gemma. And skip straight through to the next one, actually. No, not that one.
Okay.
The Lingua Franca Core radically altered what I was doing in the classroom. Because here was a set of features of the pronunciation of English that were shown by research to be central to international intelligibility. And I looked at that and I thought, hang on a minute, what are the things that I've come across when I've been looking at the problems that my Spanish first language learners of English are typically going to have as they struggle with the pronunciation of English. And I actually went to some books and pulled out everything I could of people saying, if your learners are Spanish L1, they're going to have these problems when they try to pronounce English. And I got a quite large list of problems for Spanish L1 learners of English pronunciation. Next slide. Yeah. And so I got, just focusing on the consonants, I got a whole bunch of things like they don't sufficiently aspirate p, t, and k in word initial or syllable initial positions. They regularly conflate, they confuse and bring together as if they were a single sound, b and v. They have a very dental version of f and v, which sound a lot more like t and d. And apparently, you know, this is, well, not apparently, this is just not the way it's done. It should be an interdental fricative, and they're using a sort of dental plosive almost. They have problems with s and z, which they assume are the same sound, and which obviously they're not the same sound to English ears. They don't have sh in Spanish, and they tend to default into s. And of course, the r sound, as in my name, Robin, they just don't get it right because they roll and they say Robin. Or the r sound in forest, they say forest with a flap. So the list actually goes on. It's huge. It's about 15 different problems for a Spanish L1 learner of English pronunciation. But then I said, but hang on a minute, some of these are just not priority in the Lingua Franca Core. In other words, they're just not priority if my students are actually not trying to sound like native speakers, and are simply trying to be internationally intelligible. So if I filter the traditional problems through the lingua franca core, surely it's going to alter my list of priorities. And next slide, please, Gemma. That's exactly what happens. So the aspiration issue stays because it's important for whoever, whatever you're aiming at, international intelligibility or native speakerness. The but stays. The confusion of s and z stays. But this business of th and v being like a dental t and t, that disappears as a priority because it is not necessary, from all of the research done on international intelligibility that led to the lingua franca core, it is not necessary to make interdental fricatives. And dental t and d actually do work and are intelligible, so I can drop that as a priority in my teaching. The sh, no, we need that. It's still an issue. I'm still going to have to include it. But the fact that my students called me Robin with a roll is not a priority. I can eliminate that. And when I have very little time for teaching pronunciation, everything that I can eliminate and yet retain international intelligibility frees up classroom time for other things. So there we go. I take the lingua franca core, which you need to know in some detail, and I use it to filter through the classic problems that have arisen by looking at learning pronunciation as learning the native speaker accent. And once I make that filtering, what comes out is something significantly shorter in terms of how many things my students are required to do. And next slide, please, Gemma. This is actually how much shorter it is. That table, and I know it's not legible, but that table includes 15 consonant issues, 10 vowel issues, 5 cluster issues, and 7 stress rhythm issues. So my maths is right, 15 and 10, 25, 30. That's 37 different issues that I have to deal with. But if I filter all of those issues through the lingua franca core and come to what really matters for my students being internationally intelligible, I'm down to 11 plus 1 plus 3 plus 1. You're talking about 15. It is less than half. And that table on the right would be my priorities for Spanish speakers learning English pronunciation. But I got to it by applying the lingua franca core to the original list of problems for Spanish L1 speakers of English. So there's my L1 helping me. And there are other ways, next slide please, Gemma, that the L1 can help me. For example, when I start looking at some of the things that I retained amongst those consonants, the fact that my students see s and z as the same, well, clearly they're not the same. But what I do know is that my Spanish L1 students do have the phoneme s. So now, how can that help me? Next. Well, it can help me because if I add voicing to s, then the sound I produce is z. The actual position in our mouths is identical. The only difference between s, which is a Spanish sound, my students have this, and z, which is a target English sound, is the addition of voicing. And therefore, in class, by showing my students what voicing is, and typically I'd play silly games of going zzz, and when I'm going zzz, I'll bring my finger and thumb to my throat and go zzz, zzz, and I teach my students voicing. Now that might take 1 or 2 lessons before they become confident at switching voicing on or off. But once they can voluntarily add voicing, then a whole new range of things become available to them. Next slide. And the sound v, which is problematic for Spanish speakers of English, is of course f, which they have within Spanish, plus voicing. So we start with the Spanish f, we add voicing, v, and we've got the target English sound. We start with sh, we add voicing, sh, we have the target English sound. We start with ch, which is part of Spanish. It's a phoneme of Spanish. We go ch, 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 ch. We add voicing, and we've got the target English sound. So here is what was originally seen as an obstacle, the learner's L1 pronunciation, now being a starting point and a vehicle from which they can move towards target English sounds. Next slide, Gemma, please. This went on the more I started looking at Spanish, which I was learning at the same time, so it was interesting for me. But for example, sh is not actually a phoneme of Spanish, and obviously they need it for English. However, next, there are words in Spanish, and this is from a region of Spain called Catalunya, and it's a bank there, and it's called La Caixa. And the letter X is pronounced, surprise, surprise, sh, the target English sound, which apparently doesn't exist in Spanish. Okay, it doesn't exist in Spanish, but it exists in a related language, which is Catalan. It also exists in the northwest of Spain, where the name Juan is actually pronounced Xuan. And it exists in my region of Spain, where the city name Gijón is pronounced Chichón. And so by appealing to local languages, as opposed to Castilian Spanish, my students could quickly access a sound which was the target sound for improving their own pronunciation in English. Again, it's the learner's L1 that is helping me achieve sounds in English, as opposed to being an obstacle to successful English pronunciation. And in the book that came out in 2010, in chapter 5, I went in detail into 10 different L1 backgrounds and how those L1 backgrounds are a fabulous platform towards totally intelligible English. Gemma, can we see the chat box and invite people to put any comments they want in the chat box or questions they want?
I'm just looking at the chat box now. So lots of people saying, yes, this is interesting. Stephanie loves Chichón. Rahima says gripping. Marion says interesting. Any questions, anyone, based on what we just mentioned? Yes, we do. So Blanca has asked.
From Blanca, how much is slipping in and out of accents? Blanca, I used to love doing this because I would go into class and slip into English accented Spanish. And I would say tetera, which is teapot in Spanish. But I'd do it with a very English alveolar t, and I'd go tetera. And my students would fall about laughing. And I would say to them, what is wrong? And they said, oh my God, just you sound so horribly English in your Spanish. And I said, what am I supposed to say? And they would say, tetera, and they would do a dental plosive. And of course, that was a sound that I wanted them to do in English. And I would say, just do that again. And they go, tetera. And I would play, sorry, I would get them to imitate me. That's right. I've just messed that up. I would go, tetera, and they would say, that's awful. And I said, can you do it? And they would say, of course we can imitate you. And my students would go, tetera. And I go, all right, that t is the t I want from you when you speak English. I don't want your Spanish one. I want that one that you can do perfectly because you've just done it. And so we would play games actually where sometimes we would speak and use an English accent as we spoke Spanish, and other times we'd speak with a Spanish accent, and then we'd speak English with a Spanish accent or English with an English accent. There's 4 possibilities, and people had to guess, language and accent, and it's slipping backwards and forwards in accents, and it was a great game, but it also forced them to admit that if they wanted to, they were capable of pronouncing English in an English way.
Lovely.
That's another thing from Elvina, yes. Your accent shows your origin. Mm-hmm. And when I went down to the south of England to actually study at university, they used to make fun of me because the word book, I would say book. And they would say, oh my God, you're so from the north. I said, yeah, I am from the north. What's the problem? And they said, oh, you say book. And I said, what am I supposed to say? And they would say book. And I'd say, no, you're not getting me saying that. And they'd say, and what do we do, Robin? Do we come to class? And I said, no, we don't. We come to class. And they said, it's not class. it's class. And I said, no, it's not class, it's class. And I couldn't bring myself to say it the way they were saying it, because I was from the north, and that is my identity. My accent is me. And saying class is me, and Gemma's accent is Gemma. And my God, Gemma, if they were to ask you to talk the way the recordings, I wouldn't recognize it.
Yeah, it's our identity, and we don't have to hide that. Maybe in the past, I have a colleague who's from Bulgaria, and she said that when she was doing teacher training, she would go to the British Council in Sofia, and she would get the Pride and Prejudice video or DVD from the British Council. She would take it out of the library, and she would watch it again and again and again, trying to imitate their very proper, prestigious standard Southern British English accents, because she had to. Her trainers were making her produce this accent. And of course, now, it's just not necessary. In fact, you may go places where people, like Robin experienced, may have a negative perception of that accent. I think it's quite liberating now that is just not a necessity anymore.
Yeah, I totally agree. Yeah.
Great.
And little things, like I remember being on a very small island in Greece, and the tour guide was absolutely wonderful. I mean, she was so passionate and in love. She'd been born on the island. So what she was telling us was what she'd seen as a child, and then she'd gone off to Athens to university. Now she was back on her island, and her English was absolutely outstanding. But she had a Greek English accent. And I thought, wouldn't it have been funny if she'd come out with a perfect Oxford English accent? Would I have believed her in terms of the things that she told me about the island? When you go to an Italian restaurant in the UK and they speak to you with a Cockney accent from London, I'm thinking, what is the chef like if the guy here has got a Cockney accent? Our accents really are us. And we shouldn't be afraid of them,
as well, yeah.
As long as our accent allows us to be intelligible to the people we're talking to.
Absolutely. All right, shall we move on?
Yeah.
All right, everyone, let's continue. So I'm going to talk a little bit more about accents, and in particular, accommodation. What does that mean? So accommodation is, I'm going to mention this a couple of times in a couple of different perspectives in this section. And what I'm talking about here when I talk about receptive phonological accommodation is when we support students and help them to adjust their expectations of what a certain sound or what a certain speaker it sounds like. And the ways that we can actually support them and help them to become, to develop this receptive accommodation of different speakers. So we want to obviously aid them in this journey. And the way that we can do this is through exposure and familiarization. We want to help students not just to hear, but to explore different accents, actually have the experience of recognizing their similarities and differences, and to help them become more tolerant, not just receptively tolerant, but actually become tolerant and accepting of diverse accents. Certainly it's my experience, I don't know if it's the same for you, Robin, that my students are not always very tolerant of different varieties. They have an idea in their head of what proper English should sound like, and they're not always very happy to hear different varieties that stray from that. That might be because my students are in a university setting and they're very focused on what a person should sound like in an academic environment in their minds. Of course, we know that that is not necessarily the case, that there is one unique speaker or sound for an academic or someone in a university environment or a researcher. So I'm going to talk a little bit about what we can do to help students develop their receptive accommodation. So these are some techniques that Robin and I have tried and tested and talked about. This one in particular links us to Robin's book here, Teaching the Pronunciation of English as a Lingua Franca. If you don't have this book, do try and get a copy, because it has an absolutely priceless section where Robin has gone and got lots of speakers from all over the world with lots of different accents and recorded them speaking. And why this is priceless is because we can bring these into the classroom for activities to develop students' awareness, their tolerance as well. We can play different audios and say, okay, listen to the speaker. Do you know where they come from or what they're saying? So I might ask them, first of all, listen to the speaker, listen for the gist, maybe note down a couple of things that you hear that they're saying. After listening, we compare answers. What did they understand? And usually you find that they've understood quite a lot. And we do this before we come on to where are they from? And I think, Robin, I don't know what you think about this. I think it's important to have this first step because in my experience, when I've started with where are they from, immediately the barriers go up because we're focusing on the differences rather than what students have understood. And they go, oh, they're from this country. I won't understand
them. I don't
them.
understand people from that country.
Yeah. Exactly. So it's really important to start with this first step. So they're focusing just on comprehension, just understanding. And then we come to where is the speaker from? If your students are anything like mine, they might find this a bit tricky to actually identify where a speaker comes from, because it takes a bit of familiarity to be able to identify features which differ geographically, globally. So we can ask them for their input. Where do you think these speakers are from? Maybe we can put them on the map. And then we want to ask them, well, why did you think that? What were the features that helped you to place an accent? So actually drawing from them what features that they noticed or understood to be different from another variety that they were used to. So again, a couple of steps just to elicit from students that speakers can be different and use different features of English. That doesn't usually impact that first point where they have listened and understood, and they have evidence that they've understood as well because they have written it down or they've prepared.
I think that's the important thing about the first thing, that they should be listening to see if they've understood the communication. And then once they know what the person's saying, they start going in deeper and looking at the accents. You're right, Gemma. What happens is they go, it didn't seem to matter where they were from. I understand them.
Absolutely. And usually, I presume you found that as well, Robin. My students usually have a lot to say when we start normalizing this discussion, when we start making it just a normal part of the lesson where we also discuss not just what we understood, but some of the features of certain speakers. Usually my students have a lot to say and a lot to share and interesting questions to ask. So I just think it's a great final part of this activity or this technique where we encourage them. We encourage them to talk about this. We normalize the differences because that is the norm. Speakers are different, accents are different. That is the norm, not the opposite. Some other things that I might do very spontaneously. So if I'm using an audio which has different speakers and a student says, oh, that speaker said or pronounced this word differently to what it should be, because maybe they have they've heard a word being pronounced differently to what they have previously understood it to sound like. And rather than saying, yes, it's correct or no, it's not, I might again try to encourage them to discuss this and consider the different points of view. So I might ask them to again share, what did you hear? And encourage them to explore that. Well, why did that speaker say this in this way? Usually what I'm trying to get them to say or to identify or understand is that the speaker has said it this way because they're from a part of the world where that is the pronunciation, that is the norm. And then the really important question, Robin, I can see you wanted to come in there. Is it okay to pronounce it like that? This is the big one again, because we're trying to reinforce it's okay if a word is pronounced a bit differently. That is normal. And this is not just for English. I mean, Robin, you come from the Spanish environment. If you're an Arabic speaker, we know this is certainly the case with Arabic. Different Arabic varieties of Arabic in different countries are going to have different pronunciations, and that's okay. As long as we can understand.
Gemma, because my students always pick me up on class, which on the recording was class. And I said, what are we supposed to do? And I said, the one that's easiest to you, because it's worked for me all my life, all around the world.
Exactly.
But it might not be the one you want. We can choose.
Exactly.
Yeah,
we can choose.
And again, I'm sorry, but I always chose class because it was closer to the Spanish vowel.
Perfect. Yeah. And again, we're coming back to this. We're coming back to this idea that there's not only one pronunciation that's right. You can choose, you can make an informed decision, and you can choose either which one you like best or which is most comfortable for you to say. So Robin made that choice because class, that's his pronunciation with his English, but it's also very similar to the Spanish pronunciation. That's a perfect justification for choosing. So these are just some very simple questions that we can ask that, again, bring up this idea of accents that differ and help students to hear and get used to and become familiar with different versions of the same sound or different versions of the same word. I'm going to share with you now some places where you can go to hear and find recordings, audio of different sounds if you want to bring them into the classroom. I know nowadays this is kind of silly thing to do because there is so much variety. So this is just some of the things that Robin and I have used. This is the Dynamic Dialects website. You can Google this. It's just dynamicdialects.ac.uk, I believe. And in this particular website, you can listen to recordings of speakers from around the world. You can also, if you want to really focus on vowel sounds, because vowel sounds do have a lot of diversity in them, they have got the vowel sounds here using Wells lexical set. And you can choose, for example, if you wanted to hear different pronunciations of the oo vowel, which would be the gut vowel, you could just look at the column with goose in it, and on the left-hand side, you'll have options to listen to speakers from around the world pronouncing a word with this vowel sound. So I find this particularly helpful. I'm in Scotland, where there are some quite significant vowel differences compared to other varieties, to put it bluntly. And this allows me when because students they say, I was out in the supermarket, I was on the bus, and I heard this, it's not what I'm used to. And I'll say, okay, let's just bring up the dynamic dialects. Let's listen to how these two sounds differ. And that's enough to satisfy their curiosity, satisfy their questions. So I think that's a great resource if you're wanting to look at vowels in particular. But we can't ignore social media now, because social media there's so much content. You can filter out the less helpful content because there is still so many examples of authentic speakers of a variety of different accents, different language backgrounds, and you can train your algorithms. I have trained my algorithm to provide me with a lot of content from certain speakers. I do a lot of work helping my students understand Scottish English. So I have trained my algorithms, and it brings me examples of speakers from all over my country all the time. I have this huge folder that's come from social media. So yeah, see if that is helpful for you to find the speakers that you are looking for to bring into class. Another great resource is the Authentic Listening Collective. This is run by Sean Sweeney. And this is another example of how technology is just whizzing past us and becoming, answering all of our problems and coming up with solutions. This is a Facebook page, but it's also a WhatsApp group. And if you become a member, I'm going to put the link in the comments at the end. If you become a member, you can ask for the members to send you recordings in their accent. So these are just examples of some of the requests people have put in. So this one is a request for recordings to help an A1, A2 speaker who's a crop production manager. They want people to record themselves asking questions about their work. This one is, they have a student who's becoming a hotel receptionist. They want to do some authentic practice listening to different names. So just really personal varieties from all over the world. You can put in your request and people will respond to you and send you short recordings. And John, the creator of this, he takes all the recordings and puts them onto a Google Drive. So when you join, you then get access to all of this big, huge, lovely database of accents from around the world. So it's a great resource. You don't even have to join this. You could create your own groups with your colleagues, your friends, your family, ask them to join, send you a short recording in WhatsApp or whatever particular messaging service you use. This can just be such a nice, simple, authentic way to get language clips that you want to use. And another thing that Robin and I find really helpful and really important when we're talking about this in the classroom is, as Mark Hancock has said, this comes from Mark's fantastic article at the Talkface. it's really important when we're focusing on receptive accommodation to make students aware of those sounds that really change a lot. Mark calls them vulnerable to variation, those sounds that really change and might be unexpected. Great to spend time focusing on those in the classroom.
Like the dental fricatives or the sound.
Dental fricatives, yeah,
There's loads of variations around the world on both.
Exactly, there's so much variation, and it's the receptive side of things that is when we want to spend the time exploring these dental fricatives, these R sounds, or T. T is another one that is super changeable. At the receptive stage, let's explore them, let's talk about them, rather than, in the case of the dental fricatives, for sure, in the productive stage. So here Mark is talking about the H in heating and high, about how that might change. People might remove that H sound, they might not pronounce it. So yeah, he's just giving some examples of where those vulnerable sounds might occur and how they might sound. Moving on to productive phonological accommodation. And this, of course, is when we adjust our output to make it easier for our listeners to understand what they are saying, what people are actually discussing, saying to one another. In the classroom, there are things that we can do to really remind students of how important it is to accommodate for our speaker, to recognise that we need to adjust our language to be clear and intelligible and easy to understand. And it may look something like this. So we want to provide activities that immediately allow students to be using language in a way where they have to start accommodating for one another. And they see the need for accommodation in the face of their listener and in their listeners' reactions. So, for example, activities where students activities like quizzes or gap fills or problem-solving activities where they have to talk and be understood in order to complete the activity. So in situations like this, the activity would push the speakers to converge on a common pronunciation that they both understand. And this then leads to the replacement of a particular sound which might be problematic for them to say. For instance, a problematic pronunciation by internationally intelligible features. That's what we're making the replacement. And then the L1 influence in the speaker's accent decreases, and that leads to increased international intelligibility. Robin, you had a really interesting example about this. Was it in New Zealand that you talked about this?
Oh, yeah, my first afternoon in New Zealand, I just didn't understand anything, and we were with a friend of my wife's, and it was very embarrassing because I didn't understand her. And Christine suddenly realised, oh my God, he's just landed in New Zealand. He really can't deal with my normal accent, my New Zealand accent. And she later said, no, I had to change the way I was speaking because you were totally lost most of the afternoon. So she adjusted, she spotted, I'm with my accent and yet it's not getting through. So I'm going to do some switching here. I've been in Europe a lot. I know how to switch, and then I'll be understood. And it was just interesting that first she was doing it subconsciously, and then she explained to me because she knows I'm interested. No, I had to change on the first afternoon. What was also interesting, tying in with receptive accommodation, was by 2 days in New Zealand, I understood all of the accents. I'd adjusted my listening. But the first afternoon, she voluntarily adjusted her vowel pronunciation, especially, to accommodate to me, which is what we're talking about here.
Yeah, and you see this in the classroom as well. When students are doing these activities, they start to notice a problem sound that maybe their colleague, their classmate is pronouncing slightly different, and they accommodate to suit. They kind of work around it. So yeah, they come to this kind of mutual understanding of what it is. And these are just some examples very quickly of those types of activities. So there's a kind of information gap activity here. This is a dictation. All of these require students to work together to convey information, and they get that immediate feedback either in the face of their listener or in requests for repetition. Okay, Robin, over to you.
Yeah, well, we've gone over time, so I'm going to go a little quickly through what's left, which is technology and pronunciation, quickly because it's so big a subject. I just want to look at 4 things internet buddies, then automatic speech recognition, the use of recordings made by the students, and assessment, which ties in actually to the big theme today in the conference. So internet buddies, next please. You know, when I started teaching in the early 80s, you were desperate to have your students write to somebody in an English-speaking country somewhere and have a pen pal, and it was a physical letter that got sent through the post, and it took about a month before a reply came back. But students absolutely loved it. Now, of course, we've got the internet, and so we can digitally have pen pals, and they can write to each other, and of course they can talk to each other. And next, please. With a little bit of reflection on my own life, I realized, oh my God, you know, I'm constantly on Zoom or WhatsApp. I mean, I have friends from university days, and we were all rock climbers, and we stayed in touch, but we live in different parts of the world. So once every 3 months, we have a Zoom, and we all come together, and WhatsApp and Signal. But this is me. I'm really old, as you can tell by my lacking of hair and grey hair and things like that. Young people today are on TikTok, I'm told, all of the time, and things like Instagram. And this will give them natural situations of the sort that Gemma's just talked about, where they will have to make adjustments, either in their expectation of as listeners and receptively accommodate to the speaker, or they're going to have to make adjustments to their own actual pronunciation in order to be understood. And this is just so much better than when I started really seriously working on pronunciation, because you have this genuine desire to communicate through the internet with your internet buddy, and you're forced by the blank look on the other person's face when you're on TikTok together or whatever it is. You're forced by the blank look to rethink your pronunciation and have another go until you finally communicate. It is so powerful. And students should be strongly encouraged to find people on the internet that they can work with and feel engage with, you know, and make friends with, because their pronunciation is going to benefit enormously from it. Next, please. Also from today, and again, I learned this outside pronunciation teaching. It was just I realized I got fed up with typing into my phone, so I started speaking into my phone and getting it to write my messages. And so I go, whoa, all phones, they have speech recognition built into them. So how can I feed this into the classroom? And next, please. Next, yeah. It was just get my students to take a text from what we've been doing in class, and then to use their telephone, their smartphone dictation facility, and to get them to actually speak into the phone the text that we've been working on in class. And as you know, we say here, if what they get on their phone is a pretty good replica or perfect replica of the text that they've been pronouncing into the phone, then their pronunciation is fine. And what's interesting today with the level of automatic speech recognition is that it can deal with accents. And so your students don't need to be talking into the phone with a standard Southern British accent for the phone to understand what they're saying. They just need to be intelligible to the phone, and the phone will do the rest. Next. Once the students have done this, actually, the next thing is just to send them off to go and find something from recent work we've done. Find something that actually you struggled with in terms of pronunciation. I mean, don't go for something easy. Go for something that you know is going to be a little testing for you, and speak that into the phone and see what the phone does. And what's great, of course, is that they're doing this privately. There's no public performance, which is so difficult for pronunciation, and they're getting immediate personalized feedback. Next. Yeah, I tried this out, and I just spoke into my phone with a Spanish-English accent, like a B1, A2, B1, sort of low intermediate Spanish-English accent. And so I just said, you know, how to make garlic soup, 2 cloves of garlic, peel them and chop them up quite fine, etc., etc. And my phone said, how to make garlic salt, take 2 cloves of garlic, film, and film has peeled them. And I go, what on earth? But it was interesting that by putting on my Spanish-English accent, the phone did what it could, but it couldn't actually get what I intended. And this is the sort of feedback my students later said, yeah, that's what it was doing to us. And I said, so what did you do? Well, we had another go. And did it succeed? Well, mostly yes, but sometimes no. Oh, where did it not succeed? Here. All right, you've got a problem with that word. Let's work on that in the next class. This was really interesting. And it's so personalized with the students choosing the texts that they would throw at the phone and then getting immediate personalized feedback on their pronunciation. Next. The one that brought me to technology, because I'm very anti-technology, I needed proof of my students' pronunciation, and university rules said that if I wanted to do live testing, I had to have 3 members of staff in the panel, otherwise it wasn't valid. Now, you can't ask your colleagues to come and sit for 6 hours listening to students badly pronounce English. So I checked on the university rules, and it said if you have a recording that can be kept for 3 years, you can do it individually. I thought, right, that's it. And so in a desire to assess my students and sit within the university rules, I actually started getting my students making recordings. Now, originally that was on a cassette, an analog cassette. But now students can make recordings on phones. And again, if they're recording on a phone, it's not public performance of their pronunciation. It's private. And they can repeat as many times as they want. So the only thing that I found in the end was that it's better for them to work on a script, a text they're familiar with, than them to try and give free speech into the phone. And that it shouldn't be too long, because the stress on someone trying to get their pronunciation right is massive. And after 2 minutes, there's burnout. So actually a 1.5 minute piece of English from a well-known text from a previous class is perfect. You then need to tell the students, I will focus on this. I want you to focus on this. So it could be as simple, my students regularly confuse b and v. So we could look at a text that had lots of b and lots of v, and I say, that is the focus. Okay, guys? That's the only thing I'm interested in. And I will only mark you on that. And even if you have other things wrong, that's not where the mark is. The mark is on good, correct pronunciation of b and v throughout the text. And by the way, guys, the mark will be kept. It's part of your year mark. This was massively popular with students. And sometimes they'll come up and say, you know, I cheated yesterday. Here it is, but I cheated. I said, how do you cheat? Oh, I did 7 attempts. This is the 8th. I said, that's not cheating. It's called practice. Next, please. Yeah. Technology also can help us with assessment because everything can be held in a digital form now, written text and spoken text, and they can be held together in a single portfolio for a student on a class website that you as a teacher have access to and they as individuals have access to in terms of their own personal portfolio. And so, for example, what I would do at the beginning of every year with new students, which was a diagnostic test, that can be recorded and students can pop it into their file on the class website. All the coursework that involves pronunciation can be recorded, and the written text and the recorded version can be popped into the portfolio for that student. Students encounter pronunciation problems in class and in real life, and all of those, each individual student can record these and pop those into their personal pronunciation profile. Year 2 with Robin. They will hear accents that they love or hate as they listen to celebrities on TikTok and places like that. And they can download those and put them into their portfolios. And over the course of a year, they're going to build up a whole bunch of accents, the ones we love, the ones we hate, and they can have discussions with friends. And then any tests that we do, progress tests, and comments from their teacher, my comments in my case, and their mark, all of that can go into a portfolio. And this is a digital portfolio of their pronunciation work throughout the year. It's amazing. I am so impressed with what technology can do, and I don't like it. Next, please. So we've looked at internet buddies, speech recognition, getting students making their recordings, which can be assessed and get a mark given. And then this portfolio idea, there's so much that technology allows me today, which was impossible for me in the early 80s when I started teaching pronunciation. There is a little bit more.
Even 10 years ago, Robin, even 10 years ago, this wasn't available.
Yeah, that's right. It's all changed with the internet and with artificial intelligence, which next, please, takes me on to the last things. There are some programs that technology offers us as teachers for what's called computer-assisted pronunciation teaching, but I think they will actually very soon disappear because computers are tied to desks and students are mobile. And what will develop, but hopefully in the directions of intelligibility and not accent, are the apps that students can have on their phones to help them to improve their pronunciation. That is a huge field. Way, way too big to even begin to go in today. It's a field for another day. Although you can access it on my website, I've spoken about this elsewhere. But summing up.
Yes, so just to remind you of what we've talked about, yes, constantly coming back to the idea that students have an option, intelligibility, being internationally intelligible is a goal and should be the priority in the first place.
And it's, I think, important, Gemma, it's a goal and it's not a failed native speaker accent. It's actually being internationally intelligible. And many native speakers are not internationally intelligible.
Oh, yeah.
So this is a valid goal in its own right, and it's not a weakened or failed native speaker accent. The next thing for me, sorry.
On you go.
So the next thing for me is that the L1 is not your enemy. The L1 is the starting point. It's in every student. You can't take it away. So stop looking at the L1 as the obstacle. It's the foundation stone on which you can build intelligible English pronunciation.
Exactly. And of course, we want to come back to the idea that listening is about accents and accommodation is key to that. It's critical to provide students with the time to become familiar and to provide exposure in order to allow them to become familiar with different accents so that they know that that is the norm.
And the last one, yeah, despite my I'm a technophobe, despite it, there's no denying it. Technology's there and it's just altered the whole panorama completely. And it mainly has altered it in positive ways because of the options it gives us to actually work on pronunciation.
And if you're looking for Robin's, more from Robin on AI, he does have a fantastic website full of amazing, wonderful and useful articles on pronunciation, including one on AI-driven apps and pronunciation, which came out just last summer, I think, Robin, in What an English Teacher.
Yeah.
And finally, of course, Robin and I, we actually met through ITFL Pronsig, the pronunciation special interest group. And if you are interested in pronunciation, do come over and join us, because not only will you make friends and networks like Robin and I did with one another, we have webinars, conferences, journals, blogs, and so much more about pronunciation, because we are developing English pronunciation for the world which speaks it, and that is an internationally intelligible one. So we do hope you found what we said today useful and interesting. Thank you to Blanca for letting us go over a little bit over time.
Yeah, sorry, Blanca. Apologies.
No, that's.
Oh, I would say please do not say sorry, because that was so much needed. And this is not only my perspective and opinion, but I've just been looking and checking what was happening on the chat. So I would just say thank you that you decided to spend a little bit more time with us. And I hope that I can ask you for a little bit more, because the amount of questions that we have is insane. And Robin, personally, I would love to say thank you for one of the statements that caught my attention and resonate with me deeply, that intelligibility not always is to be found in native speakers, among native speakers. And this is so powerful and helps not only teachers to relieve the burden of communication, but also for students to understand it differently. So thank you so much for that. That's important.
It's come from research, but also from simple observation. And other people have said the same. My wife works on an international master's program, and she says once the group's established and people are feeling comfortable, that the nightmare moment for her is when a UK native speaker participates in the discussion. And there's people from all over the world. It's a live discussion in a room. It's not an online discussion. So there's everything in your favor. And she says, you know, you panic when you know that the next person to participate is a native speaker, because too often, not every time, but too often, they're not intelligible. And yet the discussion
is what I say to my students all the
really
time.
well
Yeah.
between everybody else.
Native speakers
everybody else has learned how to be internationally intelligible, and the native speaker assumes that because I'm a native speaker, I'm intelligible. Sorry, you are within your native speaker speech community, but this is not your native speaker speech community. This is an international forum using English for international communication. And you don't know the rules of that. So you've got to go away and change your pronunciation, learn how to change it, learn how to accommodate productively.
Exactly. So often professionals, because I also collaborate with business English speakers and also students, additionally with ESP students, they get the same feedback. They come with the same feedback that they try all the time. It's not on and off. It's all the time they try to be intelligible. However, on the other side, very often native speakers seem to too often, as you said, do not care that communication is two-side way. However, in terms of everything that you both mentioned and brought to us, we have tons of questions. One, related to something that you brought up in your presentation by Charaf. I've noticed you feel strongly that word-for-word translation or spelling is horrible for our progress. To what extent does relying on English prevent the brain from forming the neural pathways needed for native level fluency?
Well, I'm not too sure that I follow that.
Word-to-word translation?
I will repeat that, Charaf. If you hear us, please let us know in the comments if you would like to reframe the question. I will read it out loud one more time.
Yeah.
I've noticed you feel strongly that word-for-word translation or spelling is horrible for our progress. To what extent does relying on English prevent the brain from forming the neural pathways needed for native level fluency?
Well, there's so much to unpack there. First of all, I don't think we talked about translation, word for word or any other sort. And native speaker fluency, again, you come back to what is your goal? If you're going to go and live in the UK, I guess in the end, that's what you feel you would like. And I live in Spain. I've lived here over 40 years. And I have days when I don't feel I'm as fluent as the natives. And they are very frustrating days. But that fluency that I seek, native speaker fluency, is because I live in this particular part of the world and I'm surrounded by it. But English is an international language, so native speakers aren't a relevant benchmark. And the fluency you need is the fluency that allows you to speak and be understood and yet not be tiresome to listen to. And that probably would not be, in terms at least of how fast you speak, for international intelligibility, you will almost certainly speak slower than a native speaker would. So native speaker fluency, I don't think is pertinent to today's talk.
Thank you so much. Another question by Dr. Lin Fu, who is with us today. Yes. How important is contrastive stress? I do teach contrastive stress, but I don't see it as important as any other areas. I do teach it as it's one of the easiest areas for students to see how stress changes the meaning. However, I recently attended a presentation from John Lewis, and he mentioned its importance.
Well, really, when we think about contrastive stress, we're still focusing on one word that will be emphasized more than the other. So it's basically, it's like when we're talking about sentence stress or nuclear stress. However, it has an extra importance and meaning, and that is to clarify or contrast. So I think Robin and I would both be agreeing with John Lewis that contrastive stress as a form of sentence stress is really helpful, and particularly in those scenarios where you need to make a contrast. And I think even Jennifer Jenkins in her book gives examples of where you know, like the I don't know, circumstances where students needed a pen And they said they instead of saying the blue pen, they went the blue pen. And so she talks about how contrastive stress is important for meaning in those circumstances. So yeah, I would agree it's important, and I teach it.
We know that nuclear stress is really important for international intelligibility. And using contrastive stress, I think, is a sort of level 2 of nuclear stress. So first of all, we want students understanding that they can't just leave the nuclear stress to the last or penultimate syllable because that's what they do in their mother tongue, because in English, where it lands is important. And the second thing that's important about nuclear stress is that it's what draws the listener's attention. And the listener is another non-native speaker. So you place the stress on a syllable or a word, and you've drawn the listener to that word. And the listener, often, especially at levels below C1, isn't very good at using context to work out meaning. They just light upon a word, and they go, they said that word, what will they mean? And they create meanings from the word that you stressed. Now, if you stress the right word, as in blue, I want a blue pen, then everyone's going, blue, blue, blue. Oh yeah, not the red, not the red. Fine. But if you stress the wrong word, then you draw the listener, who may, as I say, not be able to use contextual clues, into focusing on a word that is not relevant to your meaning. So first of all, we need students perceiving the nuclear stress, which is the tonic, which word has the tonic, and then able to do it voluntarily. And then we can go to nuances like using contrastive stress in order to correct someone who said something wrong or whatever. It's important. I think it's important, but I think it's level 2. I think it's not beginner level. Beginner level, beginner level is hearing the word that is most stressed in an utterance. Next level,
we're focusing on the meaning. We're focusing on the meaning when we're at the contrast, in particular. So we're adding challenge there, but yeah.
And once your students are clearly picking up on which is the most stressed word, in other words, their receptive competence in nuclear stress is good, then we have to lead them into being able to put the stress on them on the right word. And for example, again, I don't know other languages, but Spanish stresses the last word, the last lexical unit. It just doesn't use nuclear stress in different parts of the sentence the way English does. So my students think they're stressing the second word and they're stressing the fourth. And you say, no, stress this word, and you tell them the second word. Yes, that's what I'm doing. No, it's not what you're doing. So their perception is driven by their mother tongue, and then the mother tongue is an obstacle.
Exactly. As you also mentioned, different ways of correction, and today's day is fully dedicated to assessment. What we should really assess, the differences between summative assessments and different approaches. Already we've got many things that derive from previous sessions. So a quick question from our attendee is, when should teachers correct pronunciation? Immediately or later? I guess it's like immediately or later they hear there is a lack of intelligibility.
Immediately.
It would depend. I would say it would depend on the task, first of all, surely.
Well, if we're working on pronunciation, it should be corrected immediately. If your students are working on communication and they successfully communicate, even though they have what to a native speaker norm might be considered defective pronunciation, they are doing a communication task and they successfully communicated, and therefore their pronunciation, however deviant it might appear compared to a native speaker norm, has been successful, and therefore there's no correction to be done.
It might be an extended practice eventually. Would you suggest that if the communication goal has been reached, we can either extend it, or let's just move on and let's not focus on that at all?
Yeah. Let's move on and not focus on it. However, if I'm teaching a piece of pronunciation, so I'm trying to get my students to differentiate. Again, I'll use the Spanish issue between b and v. And I'm showing them how to make v and showing them the characteristics of the plosive but, bilabial, plosive, and so on. And then we do some little exercises so they can get their lips around the difference and get their teeth onto the top teeth onto the bottom lip and so on. They're doing articulation practice. The minute someone does it wrong, I correct them. Because if you do it wrong in terms of that articulation and you're not corrected, then you will actually learn the wrong pathway.
Almost neural pathways.
And the more that wrong, for example, if a student goes into an app, which is one of the problems of apps, and the app is trying to help them with but and the, and the app tells them to say very, and they say very, and the app says wrong, so they have another go and they go very, and the app says wrong, so they have another go, and the app says, and the student says very, and the app says no, and they have another go, and finally they go very, and they're still wrong. So that's 4 times they've been wrong, 4 times the app has said you're wrong. Those 4 times have trained the brain to make that pronunciation. And now you've increased the difficulty of getting you to do it the right way. Because your brain's already established a neuronal pathway. In class, if we're focusing on that, and a student, instead of very, says, instead of very, says very, then I immediately say, and I make a face to let them know I'm not happy. And then I'll perhaps show them the top teeth on the bottom lip and get them to show me. I do immediate correction because I don't want the wrong neuronal pathway to be repeated and therefore established in their brain. So one thing is when my students' pronunciation is apparently not correct and they're doing a communication activity and they've been successful in doing the communication activity, then that's fine, they were successful. Their communication has worked, their pronunciation was clearly adequate to the task. Quite a different thing is when I say, we're going to work on some pronunciation today. And when they get it wrong...
I think Sorry, Robin, I just interrupted you. I was just going to add to that. I think what's really interesting with the latter that you just described, if the communication is successful, we carry on, we're not stopping to correct things. Because often students will come to me after this and say, but she or he, they said it wrong. Did you notice? And again, this gives us the opportunity to reinforce, did you understand it? Even though it was different to what you expected, you understood it, fine, let's continue. So it gives you these nice opportunities to reaffirm what is important, what are the priorities, and that is communicating to exchange meaning and information.
Fantastic.
Which will happen with these variations,
That being said, for instance, when it comes to the perspective of public speaking, we all know importance of proper warm-up. It's not only about the body, but vocal cords and in general speech apparatus. From your perspective, both of you, to what extent we should incorporate such short warm-ups if you really want to encourage students just to maybe do it a little bit more smoother? Is it even necessary? Or because we really want to simulate and create the opportunity for real life usage, we shouldn't be bothered with that.
I think there are different schools of thought, aren't there, Robin? I know lots of teachers that begin their lessons with warm-ups. Certainly I do sometimes, or I begin at least with a task which involves students retrieving sounds that we've worked on or features that we've worked on to not only warm up the vocal apparatus, but refresh their memory and start getting them to engage within the class. So I think it just depends, but yeah, I think it's quite common. I don't know if I particularly use a specific routine for warming up, but I'll always begin at least a lesson with some kind of initial stage, which brings the kind of memory and voice together. Robin, do you have any kind of routine?
No, I was just thinking that because Blanca, you were talking there about public speaking, and the people I've worked with who are going to go and speak publicly in English, which is not their first language, that's the last thing they need as they're about to go and speak in public is me rabbiting on about pronunciation. They're so freaked out by, because I'm talking about academics and they're going to go to an international conference with a piece of research which is going against the general trend. And I noticed that as I get them towards the day of the conference, I've got to back off and give them a lot of support about, you know your stuff, and your English is not the obstacle to your message. And I'm in a different place altogether. So if I suddenly said, by the way, don't forget that but is not the.
Warm up.
Let's do some warm-up exercises before you go out there with this groundbreaking research. No, it's not the time for me. It depends, as Gemma says, it depends who you're with.
It depends.
Yeah, I mean, I did play around a lot with my students sometimes as I went into class. So I wouldn't have called it warming up because I don't know enough about. Yeah, perhaps I need to know more about that physical side of what I do know is. Your students need to be relaxed to do pronunciation work. If you do not have an atmosphere of confidence, and that is confidence amongst the group and the acceptance that we will get it wrong, we will make mistakes, we will look a bit stupid, but no one's going to be laughing at anybody. We will laugh together. If you don't have that atmosphere, you can't work on pronunciation because any tension goes straight into the face and it locks the jaw and the face muscles, and there's no way you can get that face to do sounds that are different. Or intonation patterns that are different to the mother tongue ones once they've become tense. So relaxation, activities that generate a sense of togetherness, these are really important for the pronunciation work you do in class.
And we are back again with the message that is still with us from day one, just to create a safe container and space for exploration.
Yes, absolutely.
That being said, the last question that we have, but I know that this is not the only one. However, dear attendees, feel free to connect with Gemma and Robin on social media, LinkedIn. Let's just move this conversation beyond our conference because this is so important. However, as I said, the last one, we are also trying to capture what can be helpful for long-term future for any educators, i.e. teacher trainings and any professional development programs. So as we all established, and you did so, English pronunciation standards are increasingly shaped by diverse and cultural global varieties. We speak about intelligibility more often than the accent. That being said, how should curricula, materials, and teacher trainings evolve to reflect this reality? Because I personally too often get the impression that certain materials and certain elements in the programs are somewhat a little bit too old-fashioned.
Lacking.
You're being very political.
Or lacking in completely. Not being there at all.
You know, you can get a CELTA with 4 hours exposure to the teaching of to the pronunciation of English, not even to the teaching of the pronunciation of English.
I didn't even get that, Robin.
The need for a very, very serious. We seriously need to resituate ourselves because pronunciation has been marginal. It's the thing you do at the end of the week when you're a bit tired and so on and so forth, or perhaps at the end of the class, let's look at 1 or 2 mistakes you made during the class. Pronunciation is not marginal. And there's just too much to indicate that it's actually central. We know it's very obvious. If you pronounce poorly, you will be poorly understood. So it affects your speaking. And of course, exposure to, they don't understand me, makes you tense and your pronunciation gets worse, and so the situation. So pronunciation affects speaking and your confidence as a speaker and your fluency as a speaker. Pronunciation affects your listening because if you don't know how words will sound, and that includes with different variations of different accents, you don't recognize the words, so you can't actually understand what's being said. So it affects listening. Pronunciation affects writing because you will write what you think you heard. And I picked up on so many spelling mistakes from my students that at the beginning, I couldn't work out, what is this about? You know, my students would start quite serious arguments about the good and bad of tourism. And they would say, festival, now a festival is a tourist event, but festival, I want to talk about. I'm going, what? You know, what is festival doing as a sentence adverb here? And so I said this, what are you doing? And they said, you say it all the time. I said, I say this all the time. And they said, yes, you begin class and you say, first of all. So first of all became festival in the ears of my students and turned up in their writing. And there were other things like that where in the end I spotted that their writing was influenced by their poor pronunciation. But the one that blew me away was listening to, damn, I've forgotten her name. It doesn't matter. I was listening to someone talking about reading in second language, English as your second language, and it turns out that poor pronunciation Catherine Walters. And poor pronunciation affects your ability to read. Because, which I didn't know at the time, when you read, you recite what you read inside your head. It's sent around what's called the phonological loop. But if you don't have a good pronunciation, it doesn't get around the phonological loop. And therefore, what you read can't be stored. And so by the time you get to line 2, you have no recollection of the words you read in line 1. And so you go back to line 1 again. In other words, poor pronunciation impedes effective reading, especially at low levels, A1, A2, B1, even B2. Poor pronunciation has a dire effect on your reading. So here's pronunciation in the middle, not marginal, and dependent on good pronunciation, you have the other skills. This is why it has to be rethought in teacher training. It is not something that
it has to be there from day one, I think. And it's more, I mean, I did my CELTA over 20 years ago, but there was nothing other than learn how to transcribe your name using the IPA, which even for me as an L1 user of English was really complicated.
Yes.
How did I take that and then start to work out how to integrate pronunciation into the classroom? I couldn't for a long time. It needs to have a much, like Rob said, a central place in teacher training from the start.
I agree. I wholeheartedly agree with.
You've just reminded me of something, because when I was trying to apply for my master's degree at one of the British universities, they asked me to provide a proof that Mohammed, with the spelling Mohamed, is the same person as Mohammed, Mohammed. I swear to God, I'm the same person. But people just write it differently. It's the same name. It doesn't make any difference. So I kept working on bringing the documents, sending them. So it was a nightmare.
Oh my God. It is not this marginal thing. It's fundamental.
Yeah, it's fundamental.
It's not the same with other languages. You don't need any help with the pronunciation of Spanish. You're not going to sound Spanish, but you're not going to be unintelligible, because a letter you see is a letter you pronounce. And it only has one pronunciation. So once you've learned the pronunciation of each letter, you can look at any word and you know how to pronounce it.
Same like with Italian, I guess.
Yeah, I think so, yes. Yeah. It's slightly more complex in Italian because they have some combinations we don't have in Spanish. But yeah, it's the same sort of thing. But oh my God, English.
Yeah.
It's
a shame because, please go ahead.
It's the wrong language to have become the world's lingua franca. Spanish should have been the world's lingua franca. Because it's so easy to just look at a word and pronounce it, and they know what you've said. They might laugh at you the way my nephews and nieces used to laugh at me, but they know what I've said. Whereas English is just a total nightmare. And so you need to do a load of work at the beginning with students learning English to help them to understand the relationships which do exist between the written form and the spoken form, and then help them to produce the spoken form in ways which are internationally intelligible. And from the beginning and for all students.
Nice idea with Spanish. Muy bien. It's a shame because there are so many great activities that you shared with us, and I believe attendees and everybody can find even more in your books and also in Mark Hancock's that you also mentioned, that it doesn't have to be so fully loaded with this heavy perspective that now we are going to practice pronunciation. Therefore, connected speech is such such a great area just to have fun, yet it is so marginalized, and people end up not being able to understand each other, not even mentioning their favorite movies and videos. So I agree, it's a real issue just to exclude it in general.
Yeah. And that's why because we understand that.
Yeah. What a conversation it has been. Yes, really an awesome moment. Thank you, Samuel, for writing what I believe everybody thinks. So Gemma Archer, Robin Walker, it is, and it was, it has been, and it will be, because we need to let it sink in, a huge pleasure. So on behalf of EduCast team, we just wanted to say one more time, thank you so much for bringing this important topic, especially for non-native teachers, because very often they feel like their identity is breaking down because of these issues. And yeah, dear attendees, we will be giving you again lots of links and places where you can find Gemma and Robin. And I think we all deserve right now a little bit of break, because we will come back with Mohammed in about 20 minutes with a surprise before another session begins. Is that correct, Mo?
Exactly, that's right. So only 20 minutes and we will get back with a surprise for all the conference attendees. Again, Robin and Gemma, thank you for being part of this success. Thank you for contributing to our conference.
Thank you for having us. Yeah, hopefully we can continue the conversation. So get in touch with us.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, and let's catch up after the conference on social media. And like we established, 20 minutes of well-deserved break. See you, everybody, in 20 minutes.
Thank you.
Yeah, see you. Of course, we're back.
As
back
promised.
Again. As we promised you, we are back again after approximately 20 minutes, right? Yeah. So hello again and welcome to everyone here. Are you still there? Are you still alive? Can you please drop something in the chat box? Yeah, say ready to get back. Anything?
Oh, yes. Hello,
Nadia.
Nadia.
Hello,
You are with us. Good to have you.
Hello, Monica. Dania. It's nice to have you. I really want to share something with you. Hello, Ala. Khalid. That is very good. Hello. Monica, Omnia. That is good. I want to share something with you. Because this is really worth sharing. I was just talking to Blanca about that because this number or these numbers are really priceless. I was checking on Zoom the statistics of the attendees in the conference throughout the 6 days. And guess what? I won't be talking about the numbers of the attendees because obviously we're heading towards the 3,000 people attending all sessions live since the start of the conference. We're talking here about the attendees stayed live on average since the start of the session till the end of the session. And I'm only going to talk about today. So the percentage is 1,234% for people, for everyone here, stayed from the very beginning till now. That's insane, right? That is insane. I'm just reading it. I cannot believe it. People have been here since we went live in the afternoon. And you know something? Blanca and I have been here even before that for 6 days in a row. It's really tiring. It is draining, but it brings a lot of joy, a lot of energy, a lot of great feelings, motivation, inspirations, seeing all of those people gathering here from all around the world for professional development, for connecting together, for sharing insights, for asking amazing questions, for changing the future of education in 2026 and beyond.
Exactly. And beyond, because as we do know, when it comes to numbers, last year, we were like few thousand before reaching 30,000 global educators. That was a year ago. So this year we can officially confirm that we crossed 30,000. We are way above that. So the community is growing. It only means that the need for community, exactly, collaboration, continuous development is increasing. It's really important for us, especially in the age of AI, when very often we are a little bit overwhelmed by technology. So it's good that we are growing, simply speaking, more than 30,000 global educators on board in EduCast family.
Yeah, that's right. So before we start our next planned maybe activity, I will offer 5 of the attendees free attendance to my Master the International Stage training program that is starting at the end of this month, live. Free course for 5 lucky attendees, and the rest of the attendees will get 50% off. So this is a course for training you to become excellent conference speakers. And who knows, perhaps you can be one of our speakers next year.
Exactly.
Right?
by the look of the questions, your comments, valuable insights and takeaways that we've been looking at since day one, I think we might need to have a bigger room, if our attendees decide to join us.
Even the quality of the attendees, we saw lots of people asking great questions, sharing the right answers, and even commenting with practical insights on what is being discussed in every talk. We even had the president of TESOL Turkey, and lots of people from all around the world. I cannot name them. I feel that I'm afraid of forgetting some names, but yeah, exactly.
But that's the mission. Yeah, we want to bridge the gap and connect not only teachers and educators, but also principals, head of any curriculum institution, because we need to have this conversation all together. It's not only for educators. I think we are facing many challenges in 21st century and in 2026, and this dialogue should go beyond teachers only. It should really connect people, even Ministry of Education, because when we start to communicate, then the real changes can come. That's what I believe and what I see that step by step is happening, I guess.
Exactly. Please name me. We're all brothers and sisters. We're all a big family. Again, since you have already attended the EduCast conference, you're now part of EduCast. You can be moderators next year. You can be moderators at our events. You can help us with the organization. You can be speakers at our next conference. Hello, Mr. Ibrahim. I can recognize your name from LinkedIn. I'm a good observer, by the way. So people think that I don't focus, but actually I focus a lot on everything. Yeah, that is right. And my approach to learning is learning by observation.
That's correct.
So I just remain quiet and see how things are going on.
On a standby mode, exactly. But that's the beauty of it, that when we start collaborating, there is some room for everybody, for people that would love to observe, for people that love being amidst chaos, for people that just hop on and off, and that's the beauty of the learning environment, I guess.
Yeah, and I think we're somehow close to what we have planned for. We were talking about giving the people the right tools to show the world who they really are and what they can do. Maybe helping them share their own voice.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
I'll launch a poll. I'll launch a poll right now, and I encourage everyone to participate in it. So everyone, there is a poll you can see right now, as I guess. And I hope that you can contribute to it. They are just two simple questions, yes or no questions. Just click and choose yes or no for each one. Okay.
Yeah. Are you able to take the challenge? Why not? Why not today? Why not today?
Exactly. That's what we're talking about.
There's no better moment than now. The power of now.
Now we have another organizer in the team. We're officially welcoming someone really close, friend on Facebook, to the team. I will let you know her. Okay.
I'm just looking at the numbers.
Okay, 91% are saying yes for the first question. Have you ever dreamed of being heard before a global audience? 92% said yes, and 8% said no. Are you able to turn your video on and take the initiative? 58% said yes. This is all for, this is only for courageous ones. And 44% said no. But
That's okay.
Some people aren't able to turn on their cameras due to numerous factors. But anyway, we understand that. Yes. But what we want to do right now, I'll leave the poll open and share the screen. So this part is called Educast Voices. Okay. So Blanca, could you please tell them what it is about?
I will try to do my best and be short and sweet because it's about so many things. But most likely it's about hearing from you. It's about finding your perspectives. It's about giving you a space and opportunity to create, collaborate, and connect, not only with us, but most likely with other attendees, with other people, and with global audience. And we just want to create like a global community and a global family where you really can feel that your needs are heard and seen. That's why we keep on asking you for the feedback. We keep on asking you to share your insights because we really want to know what is truly needed. Because we might get the impression that certain areas in terms of education needs to be delivered, but you are teachers, you are educators, you are specialists, you are in the center of teaching, like I am every day, like Mohammed is every day. That's why we must know from you. That's why on purpose I didn't say we want to hear from you. We must hear from you. Only then are we able to collaborate and evolve. So we are inviting you to take a central place on the stage today, if you are willing, if you dare to do so.
That is right. And getting back to the poll, we have 93% of the people are saying yes. They have that dream of being there, and 56% of the people are ready to turn on their videos. So moving on, again, as I told you before, since you are here, you are already part of our global community of teachers. So since you are now a vital member of the International Educast community, we believe that each of you brings a unique perspective and a wealth of experience. Because you are true partners in this journey and this success, you deserve for your voice to be heard and to make a real impact on the future of education. What you can see right now is a set of questions. Now, you will do your own homework. If you have a sheet of paper and a pen, you can just think for the answers for some moments, for some minutes. Think of these questions. What is your role right now? What do you work? In which context? What is your teaching context? Do you teach young learners? Do you teach teenagers? Do you teach adults? Do you train teachers? Do you work as an educational leader? Where do you do that? Where are you from? Tell us about yourself. Tell us about what motivates you to work in education. Why are you choosing this profession? Okay. And what question or tension in education currently occupies your thinking? What is the most problematic aspect of teaching? What are you thinking about? Is it? Yeah.
Yeah, and we also encourage you, as Mohammed said, just to write it down, even some keywords or bullet points, because we will be asking you certain questions. So don't rely on your working memory. It's impossible to remember everything. That's why a piece of paper would be much handy. Yeah. So as Mohammed said, any tension, what's the motivation? Maybe your motivation and your ikigai covers variety of areas. What can you write down? Okay.
Exactly.
We'll give you some moment to reflect. Yes.
Yeah. Think about what keeps you awake at night. Is it AI will replace teachers maybe? Is it how to control your classroom, how to manage the learners, how to re-engineer the learner's motivation? Because obviously, the most difficult part of teaching right now is motivating learners. Right?
Yes.
Maybe, to me, at least. And you can also think of these questions. What has recently changed your perspective as an educator? Sometimes we go through lots of situations where we work outside, when we're just taking a break, thinking about something, watching TV, and then something pops out in our minds and makes us keep thinking about what we're doing and how we change it. And what question or tension in education again currently occupies your thinking. Think about that. Okay.
Exactly.
And
as someone
just
is
try
asking,
to, yeah.
Also, I will just say it just to make it clear, Mohammed, as someone is asking, do we have to answer the questions here, meaning on the chat? You can, but we highly encourage also you just to put everything on a piece of paper, because at the very end of this activity, we will all create our mini stories that we can share. That's the point of it. That's the stage for you. And that's why try to gather right now all the data and your answers, your insights, before you decide to share them with everybody. So right now, let's call it the stage of gathering, and also reflect, as Mohammed said. So
we're sharing some prompts, so you don't have to follow all of them, just some ideas to guide you about what you're talking about.
It's just an introduction. It's not any necessity. So if you think also about the education, think about what is being discussed right now in your area, in your niche, in your on your market, but what maybe is still being avoided. Yeah. So when you think about the market and you being a representative of very specific niche, what your niche is currently avoiding to talk about? Because I think each and every niche, each and every educational market has some kind of elephant in the room. Yeah. And you can also think about the future. So if education and your specialty in education were truly aligned with the future, with long-term planning, with the vision, with sustainability in education, we would, or I would. What is your idea to wrap up this sentence, to finish it? You can be brutally honest, yes, because here we are creating the room for brutal honesty, We are not saying no for discomfort and controversial questions. We must address them.
You are right. And now, the first one to drop the word EduCast in the chat box will be the first one to speak.
Turning on your camera, turning on your microphone. If you are ready to share, it's okay if you are not today. That's also good. All right.
I got that.
We have Lorna, I think.
Lorna. Yeah. So she's the first one. So Lorna, can you please raise your hand because I need to find you. Yes, she is here. And now you are allowed to talk.
Hi.
And...
Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you. Hello.
I hear you.
Let me... Yes. Okay, me...
What would you like to share with us? It doesn't have to be in the same order that we showed you on the presentation. Feel free to start with whatever you feel it's okay with you.
Now you can unmute yourself and turn on your camera.
Okay. Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
Can you...
No worries.
Can you see me?
Now we see
yes,
yeah,
now
there.
we can see
Hi.
you. Now we can see you. And I will stop the screen so that everyone can see you.
Yes. Hello.
Hello.
I'm really a big fan of... I'm fine, thank you. I'm really a big fan of EduCast ever since I've started following you in social media. I use social media a lot for the promotion of, education. Very passionate about, teaching. Then, hi, my name is Lorna, Lorna Biduya. I'm originally from the Philippines. Been teaching for 3 decades, more than 3 decades. Yeah, so that's 30 something. Don't talk about age. We are ageless.
No.
We are
We
ageless.
only talk about expertise.
Age doesn't matter.
Exactly. Yes. Currently, I'm senior lecturer and academic coordinator in the Preparatory Studies Center here in Salalah, Oman, University of Technology and Applied Sciences. Before that, I taught in students in different countries, like in my home country in the Philippines for more than 10 years, and went to China, the Republic of China. Yes, taught high school there, middle school, and then after that I went back in the Philippines and taught high school again, and finished my degrees, graduate school, and ventured here in Oman. After that, I got a calling, a mission, a vocation to teach in Japan. So went off to Japan for 7 years, and I stayed in Hiroshima, and it was really interesting. Aside from teaching and being an administrator there, I was given a chance to teach a lot of students, different nationalities. So that's my calling. That's my passion. It's not only for my country, but for the world. I love global teaching and this industry, actually. So going back to your questions, what is the tension now here in education currently around the world after pandemic? I think the very and most important thing that we have to tackle as part of one of our challenges would be, how are we going to sync and link pedagogy and at the same time the use of technology in language teaching and in across fields in education. That's the most important thing. And other people and other co-educators like us, unfortunately, apparently, they hesitate, they hesitate to explore, especially we are in the age of AI right now. So with that, research has something to offer. So when we say research, I would love to see, especially those people who are very passionate and has all the time and devotion to do research, conduct research, to apply what they have offered to research in the classroom. What sparked inside the classroom because of your research? That is what I have learned when I was in Japan. Because I'm a Filipino, but a Southeast Asian. But internally, I have adopted the Japanese way. And I can really resonate when you talk about Ikigai. Yes. Yeah, helping students here and there, being holistic in all the things that we love to do when it comes to teaching. You will really learn a lot. And internally, adapt what the Japanese really put into when it comes to work, and their passion when it comes to dedication and the things and ambitions that they would like to achieve. So basically, that's all of the things that I would really love to talk about and to be heard. I love to be heard because this is the most important way, and one of the greatest passions that we can share. Not to gatekeep knowledge. We are not here for financial matters or material things. We are here to share the values that we have learned, and we want to help with our students and our co-educators. So no gatekeeping. Exactly. Give everything, share everything in life. That's the most important thing. Thank you very much.
We completely agree with you, and thank you for your passion and energy. We really enjoyed listening to you, and so as everyone else. So,
Yeah.
Lorna, thank you for that. Let's give the opportunity to someone else. So I'll have
Thank
to,
you.
yeah, always a pleasure. Let me just,
Yeah, let
uh,
Mohammed just fish out someone because I guess you were paying also attention. And yeah, I think what just has been said encompasses the whole mission. So like that's another puzzle to our Educast family's picture, I would say. Yeah, let's share because we all have different frame of reference. We all do have different experiences and perspectives. That's why sharing is so valuable. I think it cannot be overstated how much we need sharing. Do we have another
yeah,
person willing to share the background and the story?
Lads, you need to accept this invitation first. Yes, that's right. So I don't know where you are. I don't know. You should be here. Oh, now you can unmute yourself and turn on your camera. So, are you there? Oh, yeah, now we can see you and hear you. Yeah, hello, how are you doing?
Hello.
I just finished my job requirements today, and suddenly while participating with you and Amethyst Tunisia in another mobile phone about financial bootcamp, I liked the way you talked about the cascaded knowledge and the sharedness of experience. First of all, I'd like to thank you for offering us this tangible opportunity to participate, learn with, and I am Amr from Tunisia, in Tunisian Air Forces. By the way, I like the green color, like the way you are presenting the conference. My situation is very exceptional. Not at all, you are welcome. My situation is exceptional and delicate as I've been appointed in Tunisian Air Forces as an English instructor. That's way they call me. I'm a teacher of English. Then I made the so-called balance between education at university and job requirements. I got the ICT master degree since 2022. Then an opportunity of a co-supervised PhD between Tunisia and another foreign country. I need a native supervisor. I'm still looking and aspiring. Before this, I give a great time, a lot of priority to my students, teach them, especially focusing on leadership, to train them as leaders and not as followers, not to be dished up, take the information as for granted. They should apply the so-called skepticism each time. One last thing I'd like to highlight because the participant before me talked about the hybrid pedagogy or digitalization, which the school I'm in, they refused. That's why I'm thinking of another international experience brought. That's it. Concerning students and the judges I used to teach, they are so good. They understand especially general English, yet sometimes they got sensitive to feedback. But I discovered that they cannot make a difference between the so-called facilitation and teaching. I tried a lot to explain intersection and differences as it is broadly speaking about facilitation. It is a little bit confused. I prepared some of them to know more about how to participate, how to face the camera, yet the system obliged me to apply restrictions because the system is not open. It is army, but I'm still struggling. Thank you.
But despite the
fact you're a tough guy. You're a tough guy. You're a fighter, so you should be strong enough to face the challenges, right? Always embrace the challenges and consider them as learning experiences.
Yeah, I share
right.
with them.
We're all here to support you.
Yeah, thank you. I used to share with them even via Facebook platform sometimes extra conferences, even though it is forbidden. They got just one positive thing from me. They are still students, and they asked their superior, the Ministry of Defense, to get authorization to study outside borders of the air base. So they are thinking of another potential or leaving this institution, not as a threat, but since you find someone who is oppressing you, trying to make a Manichaean division or limits, so you will aspire to fly. By the way, I don't hate my country. I like it very well, but I like to represent it in another way as an ambassador, a cultural and educational ambassador. Thank you.
Well, from my side, Leisure, I would say thank you for what you are doing, because you described that you are somewhere in the bottleneck, struggling with the system a bit, but you are keep on developing, you are keep on looking for another solutions, you keep on looking for collaboration. And because of such approach and such mindset and attitude, the education can be better, and people can have a better space to improve. So thank you so much for doing this despite the struggle.
Exactly.
Not at all.
Would like to thank you.
Welcome. Thank you. Even though if I quit this place or the country one day, I left behind me a full generation who are aspiring to study and work at the same time and represent the country in the best way.
Thank you so much for that. What a wonderful story.
Thank you, Leisure, for that.
We need such stories. Thank you so much for sharing with us.
Thank you. And we need to move to another participant.
We have more and more.
We have some limited time. Yeah, now we have Alicia or Alicia. Alicia, right?
Alicia. Yeah, hi.
Hello,
okay,
Alicia.
Hi, how are you doing?
I'm doing very well. I'm very excited to see all of you and meet all these people to speak with all of you. I have been attending since Friday, and every topic here is truly relevant. This is my second year now attending EduCast, and I'd say that everything is relevant. I really want to learn everything and listen to all the lessons. So now about me, I have been teaching in the tertiary level for 20 years here in the Philippines in various universities. And after what I have noticed is that after the pandemic, so much has changed when it comes to education, not just the modality, now the introduction of AI. And many of my colleagues are like what the first speaker said, is that they're angry or hesitant, about the use of AI in classroom. And right now, I believe that it is one of the major issues on how are we to integrate AI in classes, especially in the tertiary level. I'm teaching general English literature, and I'm also teacher in training. So all these types of students. And I would like, the concern for me right now is how to integrate AI, because AI is real and AI is real. And here right now, without compromising the skills of our students and their, credibility. I mean, how do we get to ensure that AI is but a tool? I mean, let's say I'll ask them to write a haiku about their experience as a student. And it's so sad that they will try to use AI to write about the experience. So are we, it's like that activity for me becomes pointless because we're talking about languages being creative, and we want to gauge, of course, the student language skills and their experience also. So that is one of the things that I'm looking into. And I also want to, that's why I am here listening and finding ways on how I can integrate that into my classes and make, and also be like someone who can speak to like my colleagues say that that AI is real and it is but a tool. We cannot do away with it and we have to embrace it, but in a way that we ensure the development of our students. So that's it. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you so much for sharing. Yes.
Yeah, thank you for that.
It is a true puzzle. It's a true puzzle for everybody, I think. Nonetheless, the area, we are still learning it. It's not the first year of AI introduction, but we are still trying to find happy medium, considering the fact that everything is changing so rapidly. So I think like we need to really support each other, be brave, even though some people might feel maybe more fluent in AI usage, it doesn't mean that it's not overwhelming. It's just overwhelming. Let's just be honest about it. Yes, it is overwhelming.
That is right. Thank you for your courage, Alicia.
Thank you, Alicia.
And thank you for sharing your story. We really loved listening to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much also for the chance and have a great day. I'll be here listening still.
Yes,
okay,
have
great.
a wonderful
Thank
day
you for
as well.
that.
Enjoy the sessions.
Yeah. So moving to another courageous teacher. Minna, are you there?
Yes, hi.
Yeah.
Good evening for me here. Hi, how are you all? First of all, congratulations on this move. This is something for me is a new experience. And for you, hats off for doing this move. You turned the webinar into a podcast. That's genius. So hats off to both of you for that. I've just discovered you recently. I didn't know about Educast earlier on previous years, but this has been the most interesting, fun experience ever because I get to attend your webinars throughout my lessons in the day. And today, luckily, all my kids were at a ski camp. So I was at school marking Cambridge tests while listening to you. And my colleague was like, what are you focusing on? I was like, look, these speakers are amazing. So it was a shared school experience through my phone. So I'm Mina. I'm originally from Iraq. I've been living and working here in Romania for almost 30 years. And I'm an English teacher, but I've switched after the pandemic from traditional teaching to IB learning. IB International Baccalaureate PYP program specifically. So I work with primary kids, primary students. It's a primary year program, which has opened my eyes to the possibility that how traditional learning that we are used to from a textbook, having to finish the text, is not what our current learners need. They are very more well developed and advanced into doing their own research, having a discussion about serious topics, writing a paper as early as primary years. So even though the pandemic came with a huge loss for everyone, from my point of view, it came also with a lot of benefits because it opened the world for teachers as well as students to connect globally in a more easy way, in an easier way than how we used to connect. I remember one of the speakers was talking about having a pen pal. And I remember me when I started teaching to find exactly the same struggle, to find a kid that speaks English as a native speaker, to connect them with my student was a huge deal. Now I can easily connect my students to a lot of the other kids around the world. So the struggle is like this, from my point of view, is we need to move away a little bit from traditional learning. There's nothing bad about it, but integrating education and technology, because I'm also I work, but not work, as an educational technology specialist, including a lot of the platforms such as Kahoot, Seesaw, Wakelet, Book Creator, in an academic way, not just for fun. So the idea of gamification did not become just let's play a game. It's like, no, how am I going to teach, as the previous speaker said, haiku in a more fun way? For example, I had a kid 2 days ago, we were learning about haiku. He completely refused to write. So I was like, okay, let's make a game and you are going to be haiku warriors. So through the game of defeating a monster, incorporating dice use in it, that kid ended up writing 3 haikus just from the fact that, oh, I'm defeating a monster rather than I'm writing a task that my English teacher told me, you know? So I think we need to change a little bit of how we approach teaching, specifically starting from primary school year. And my inspiration to this is not only the IB program, but also the idea of Finland, how it is one of the highest top-notch schools and education system. After reading the book Teach Like Finland, I'm like, that's a country I need to go and relearn how to be a teacher, you know?
Yeah. But I have to tell you from also my personal and professional experience collaborating with Finnish educators, we are already doing one of major components in their educational system, which is peer sharing and peer observation, sharing what you learned, how it can affect your professional area, how it affects your context. So we are on a good way to catch up. Thank you for bringing it up, Mina.
Sure, it's my pleasure.
Thank you, Mina,
Thank you for having me.
Yes, thank you.
Always
Thank
a
you
pleasure.
for deciding to, step up. And before
Exactly.
Mohammed is going to choose another speaker who is daring to share the story with us, based on what Mina shared with us, which is very important from my cognitive science and neuro-related stuff, which I'm crazy about, I would love to recommend you the book by Dr. Jared Cooney-Horvath. I'm going to give you the link, which covers the area and lots of scientific research about the digital illusion. So this important topic that Mina brought, what is the balance into we can and the ways that we can use the technology and not harm our students, not hinder the whole process, because it might look very easy to do so. However, there are certain things we must take into consideration from cognitive science perspective. I highly, wholeheartedly recommend that to you. Yeah, Mo?
That's very interesting. I would love to, please do share it. You know why? Because this applies to the idea that Sweden now all of a sudden regretting the use of technology and they prefer to go to textbooks. So I wonder, how did they use technology? Did they completely remove textbook, which is not ideal, and rely only on technology or not? So that book most likely is going to answer those questions. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for being with us, and hope to see you
pleasure.
tomorrow as well on day. Oh my goodness, which day is going to be? 6?
Day 7.
I stopped
Tomorrow is
counting.
day 7.
Oh.
Yeah, that's right. I've been through the same thing. So everyone, let's all welcome our next courageous teacher, Evelyn.
Hello.
Veronica. Yeah, how are you doing?
Wow.
We cannot hear you. Could you please let me Yeah, hello.
Wow. Thank you. Thank you for, choosing me. I think you have a lot of teachers that are amazing. It's been 6 days, 6 amazing days because, I've been with you for 2 years right now. Right now in Peru, I'm from Peru. Hi, greetings from here, Latin America.
Nice
Okay.
to meet you.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. First, my first words. Thank you so much for this, English convention. It's, amazing for me because it's an amazing experience. Each panelist has been so inspiring for me, and I'm going to tell some things about me. Okay, so I am a teacher trainer here in Peru. I'm also teaching in high school, secondary education. Unfortunately, here in Peru, in public education context, talking about it, students are not taught English until secondary level. So that's a very unfortunate thing. But one of my projects is has been already, trying to inspire students in the secondary level to, as you said, to make a peer activity, teaching English to the primary level students. So I am teaching right now the last level of English in high school, which is 5th grade. And I've made projects where students from 5th grade teach English to their primary peers within the hours of English. 1 hour, school give us 1 hour of English, and my students can go to primary level and start inspiring, motivating their peers to study English. Also, we deal with the fact that there is a lot of diversity. So I've studied also, I have a degree in diverse education. So we need to learn more. Teachers need to get involved, engage in this topic so much, because students need to go at their own pace, at their own, from their own perspective, how to get involved in English, how to get involved and to consider English not another subject, but here is really important to motivate students, because sometimes in public schools they tell me, teacher, my mother sells fruits at the market, so what's the use I learn English? I'm not going to use it. But here in Peru, tourists are coming. Tourists are coming. Cusco, for example, is an international landmark, well known, very famous. And you can travel to Cusco and be, a tourist guide and try to speak English. So personally, I live here in Barranco, which is in Lima. I invite you to come here. To Barranco, to Lima, to Peru, Cusco. Okay, so it's a very famous landmark. Tourists come here and stay here for a long time because they fell in love with the beach, with especially with our food, because it's very delicious. So I bring my students. One of my projects is to bring students to talk to tourists, so they can learn. They have a real experience, a meaningful real experience. So that's what I do. And well, I don't want to talk too much, so just to be grateful and thankful for all this conference, and well, eager to know more. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Evelyn, for such wonderful introduction about yourself and telling us about how beautiful Peru is, and of course we would love to visit it one day. And yeah, thank you for that. And
for sharing the struggle.
Unfortunately, yeah, of course, yeah. But now what I wanted to say is, unfortunately, we cannot take any other attendees because we're about to introduce our next speaker. But before moving to this, thank you again, Evelyn.
Everybody.
Yeah, and everybody, of course. And by the way, Moaz, I sent you an invitation twice to be as a panelist, but you rejected it, so I couldn't bring you on. But the opportunity is still there. You can upload your own videos, you can send it to us, and we will make sure that they are posted on all of our social media platforms.
Yes.
Okay. Talk about yourself. I will send you an email address here. Please save it. It's info@educastinternational.com. That's our email address. You can use it. You can record a video, talk about yourself, talk about your message in education, your philosophy, everything you're thinking about, how we can change the future of education in 2026 and beyond. And
you can take into consideration questions that we showed you, but go beyond them. Why not?
Exactly. And most importantly, what you think of EduCast International Conferences or EduCast International Conference 2026, because we are also lifelong learners and we consider everything as a learning experience. So this is a learning experience for all of us too. So we're trying to learn from our own mistakes in the organization, in everything that you can think of. We want to make your learning experience much better next year. We just hope that we still have the energy. We keep having the same energy next year to provide more. after this week. Yeah, that's right. So everyone, we would like to thank you on behalf of the EduCast International Conferences team. And yeah, now we have come to the end of this activity only, or this maybe session. And we're moving to our next speaker. But before doing this, I think we can give you 3 minutes as a break.
Yes, just to breathe in and out, stretch yourself a bit, and maybe grab some tea, coffee, depending on your preferences. Yes, just to come fully focused and energized as previously. This is what we would love to keep on having here. So yeah, 3 minutes break. That is a wise decision for everybody. Yes.
Exactly. Don't leave us. Stay here. Just stay away from screens. Stay here in the room. And yes, you can share your video as well through the email. Everyone is asked to record a video. Of course, it's up to you. Record a video and we will feature it on all of our social media platforms, telling the people about your stories, about why you are here at EduCast International Conference and what you think of education in 2026 and beyond. Again, since you have attended already, you are an essential part of EduCast global ELT community, and we are proud to be having you in such a wonderful party. So, everyone, use the same email address as I said before in the chat box, info@educastinternational.com. Just copy and paste it, and I will also include it in the resources and the links so that you can get access to it easily.
Yeah, and we see each other in about 3 minutes. Yes,
exactly.
3 minutes, and then we have another 2 sessions, one after another. First by Marcela Villan, second one by Robert Martinez. So don't go away too far. Just a quick break, 3 minutes.
2 amazing speakers, so you don't want to miss these 2 talks. See you in 3 minutes. Hello again and welcome everyone. We're back from this short break. I hope that you can hear me and you're still alive. Everyone, can you hear me? In the chat box, drop yes if you are there and you're ready to start our next talk. So Monica is here, Nadia is here, Alicia. Okay, who else? Motaz, Diana. Amazing. What about the rest? We're still waiting for the active participants from our room today. Maybe some people are still in their break. Maybe they are too tired to type on the keyboard. But believe me, it is worth participating in, and it is worth being part of it. So good afternoon. You're in the afternoon, Evelyn. Now it is 10 p.m. right here in Saudi Arabia. Exactly. That's great, Maureen. That's great. In Peru, it's 2 p.m. So there is 8 hours difference, 3 a.m. in the dawn, 8 p.m. in Slovakia. Okay, 2 hours behind. Yeah, so can you see how great it is to be connected from different time zones? You know, that's why I really love the idea of bringing the world together. Yeah, it's amazing. So everyone, our next speaker is Marcela Villan, and she is joining us in a second. She has been here for maybe 20 or 30 minutes. She has been listening to your great contributions, and she's really excited to be part of this conference with all of you, delivering her insights. So until she arrives, nope, she didn't even give me the opportunity to say anything. She is already here. So, Marcela, can you hear me?
Yes, of course, I can.
Finally, you are here.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for joining us. And everyone, let's give a warm welcome to Marcela, who will be our next speaker. So, Marcela Villan is a distinguished
Mohammed,
global
can I
educator.
interrupt you for a moment because we have one surprise.
Ooh.
You don't know about You don't know about it, but I know about the surprise. I'm going to give you a hint. Could you please check our main channel of communication, so WhatsApp, before we enjoy session with Marcela?
Okay.
Okay. Please check it. And then we are going to officially invite Marcela and introduce her. She's already invited and part of the family.
Okay, yeah.
You know the surprise right now. Okay, please move on.
We will tell it to the people in an email address tonight, right?
Yeah.
That is an amazing news. Yeah. Okay. So everyone, Marcela Villan is a distinguished global educator and international speaker with a rich professional background that spans more than 3 decades. Marcela has held various roles in ELT, including teacher examiner, coordinator, head of studies, and teacher educator. Specializing in education for sustainable development, Marcela has been committed to this field for over 20 years. She recognizes the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals as the perfect framework for integrating global issues into educational settings and transforming education. Marcela is a Teach SDG ambassador with Take Action Global, a global schools advocate and senior mentor with the United Nations Sustainable Development Solutions Network. And she serves as a Global Teachers Club board member. She is also a facilitator in Latin America for the Institute for Humane Education in Latin America. So furthermore, she collaborates with numerous international organizations dedicated to advancing education in a variety of ways. So everyone, let's give a warm welcome to our next speaker, who will be talking about teaching with purpose, assessing with impact. Hello, Marcella, how are you doing?
Am I turning it on?
Yes, everything. Yeah, now we can see you.
Hello, Mohammed. Good to see you. How wonderful
good to see you too,
here.
Finally. Yeah,
yeah,
same
finally,
here.
That's
so
it.
we've been trying to meet for a long time, and actually I've been drowning because of the organizations of the conference and many other things, but finally we're here at the conference, day 6, and you're about to deliver your talk.
And it's a big pleasure for me to be in this conference, right? First time I sent my proposal to you and you invited me, so I'm very happy. Because, I mean, as you know, summertime in Argentina is just January and February. So I was always listening to you on holiday, but I couldn't be here face-to-face or virtually as I am today. So I'm very happy to have this opportunity to share with you all this that I have to tell you, right? Teaching with purpose, assessing with impact.
Yeah. So Marcella, again, you can share the screen whenever you're ready to start.
Perfect. Okay. Well, before sharing my screen, I want to see if these people here present today in the chat knows where I am joining from. Have a look at this. Have a look at my background. Where am I joining from? Do you know? Mohammed and Blanca were very, very, very helpful, and they didn't say anything. They just introduced me, but did not say anything. Yes, I am a global educator. Yes, I'm Argentina. That's great. You guessed. Okay, very good. You recognize the obelisk? Is that why you said Argentina? Aha, yeah, that's right. Everyone that comes to Argentina wants a picture with the obelisk. Yeah, it's our iconic monument here, right? So I invite you all to come to my country and have a photo with the obelisk. So I'm going to share my screen. Let's start here. Right, I'm so happy to be here with you all. Yes. And I was listening to you a few minutes ago, right? To all of you talking to Mohammed and Blanca there. And well, I cannot agree more. We need a change in education. We need to prepare our students for the world that's coming, right? For the future. And in the bucket list. Okay, Lon, I will be waiting for you. Okay, good. Thank you. You have family here. Okay, yeah, that's right. Wonderful. Argentina, Veronica, here you are. That's great. Okay, well, I hope to have a great interaction in the chat box with you. Now, as I was saying, I was listening to you. Mina, I think it was, and Evelyn talked about a change in education. I cannot agree more. I think we need to change. We need to go away from traditional methods. And that's why I'm here today, teaching with purpose, assessing with impact. It's going to connect today's sessions, right, in connection with assessment, with tomorrow's sessions, okay, that are going to deal with global collaboration. So I'm just in between, right? It's a mixture, right? Because I'm a global educator, I'm connected a lot with global education, right? So, I mean, it's going to be a bit and a bit, right? Yeah, you will have a bit of both areas, right? So this is me, right? I'm going to tell you a little bit about me. I'm a teacher of English here in Buenos Aires, Argentina. I've been a teacher of English for 38 years in a classroom. My God, incredible. 38 years in a classroom. I'm still surviving because, I mean, education is what I do have a passion for. Yeah, there you can see some of my students. They are blurred, so there's no problem. I'm a teacher of English, but I work in bilingual education. So I teach, wow, fantastic, Alicia. Yeah, that's right. Oh, big fans of Maradona. Let's see who else you know from my country. Let's wait. Just I will be asking you about it. Maradona, yeah, great football player. Unfortunately, he died years ago, but We have another one now, you will see. Now, as I was saying, I teach content subjects and I specialize in environmental education and global citizenship. That's why my main area of study is education for sustainable development, which connects perfectly well with these two subjects I teach at school, right? I teach adolescents between 15 and 17, right? The last years of high school here in Argentina, right? Secondary school, high school. Now, I'm a lifelong learner. Mina was just talking about the Finnish educational system. This is one of the latest courses I took, right? Last year, I did a great course on sustainable development, on education for sustainable development with the Finnish organization. It was really great to see how education for sustainable development is taken to the classrooms in Finland, right? Well, I'm a fan of the Sustainable Development Goals, right? As Mohammed and Blanca have just mentioned, okay? I'm a big fan of the SDGs, right? I advocate for the Sustainable Development Goals as the perfect framework to take global issues to our classrooms. I deliver conferences at national level and international level, right? I love sharing what I know with teachers from all over the world. Yes, I do lots of projects in connections with the environment and working for a better world with my students. This is one we did last year. And what I want to do through this session is to inspire you all to take education for sustainable development to your lessons, right? And you will see why. I'm also connected, as they mentioned a few minutes ago, Mohammed and Blanca, with the Global Schools Program from the United Nations Sustainable Development Solutions Network. I belong to cohort number 2. I've been connected. I'm a mentor of the Global Schools Program. I'm connected with Take Action Global, right? And the famous Climate Action Project, maybe you have participated in. And I work for the Institute for Humane Education, trying to create solutionaries, right, around the world. Solutionaries, people that find solutions to world issues. Now, so much about me, right? So a lot of information about me. I want to know about you. Where are you joining me from? I know there are people from Peru. I know there are people from Algeria. Now, where else? Let's see. Where are you joining me from at this time of the day? UK, Mohammed. That's wonderful. Love it. My favorite place in the world, I guess. Romania, Algeria, Philippines. Oh, that's wonderful. I've got lots of friends in Philippines. Poland, okay, good, Blanca. Saudi Arabia, that's good. Africa, I've got lots of friends in Saudi Arabia as well, right? Okay, from Abu Dhabi. Okay, good. Italy, Kuwait, Bolivia, right in a nearby area. Bolivia, no, you are a neighbor. Okay, that's good. Kuwait, far away, but well. Italy, I've got Italian origin, so I should be Marcella, right? Okay, but as I live in Argentina, I'm Marcela. Okay, hello from London. Okay, good, excellent, love that city. Ethiopia, right? That's great. Well, thank you for joining me. That's wonderful. What time of the day is it there? Good morning, good afternoon, good evening for most of you, I guess, right? Okay, here for me, it's 4 p.m., right? Afternoon, right? On a wonderful, beautiful, sunny day. So let's start connected. How are you feeling today? And someone mentioned Maradona there, right? Okay, Maradona, a great football player from our country. As I told you, he died years ago. Oh, Yemen, that's great. Upper Egypt, good. 8:15 there, good. Okay, right, having dinner, more or less, right? Let's see, right? Okay, if you know any other football player from my country, very famous all over the world. You mentioned Maradona. Yes, of course. He was Messi, of course. That's right. You know Messi. So, on a Messi scale, let's see, how are you feeling? How are you feeling today? Let me know. Just have a look at the pictures. Are you feeling like Messi #1 here? Just 1 second and he's coming. Here he is. Very happy to be here in this session. Are you like Messi #2, right? Coming, a bit like saying, What is she going to talk about? My God, yeah, sustainable development. What's that? Or are you like Messi number 3? Oh my God, why did I join this session? So let me know. 1, 2, or 3. Messi number 1. That's great. Love it. Okay. I'm also like Messi number 1. Very happy to be here with you all. That's great. Football is a passion in my country, and there is no better way of introducing my country and myself than playing a little bit with the traditional things, yes, we have in our beautiful Argentina. Okay, that's wonderful. So number 1, you're all very happy. That's wonderful. Now, let's see what we are going to talk today. So we're going to talk about sustainability. I'm going to give you the foundational framework, some strategies to teach with purpose. Remember that the name of my session is Teaching with Purpose, Assessing with Impact. Then we're going to talk about assessment, of course, because if we're going to teach with purpose, we have to assess with purpose as well. Strategies to use to assess with impact. And then, of course, there will be some reflections and a call to action to all of you, of course. So sustainability, my God, yeah, what is it? It's a word that is so much in fashion nowadays, right? Everyone talks about sustainability, right? But what is it all about? Mo is feeling great, but not any of Messi. Oh, well, okay, good. Okay, maybe you don't like Messi. Maybe you like a Brazilian football player or no football at all. Doesn't matter. So sustainability, as I was saying, a very trendy topic nowadays. Everyone talks about sustainability. What's really sustainability? What do we imply by sustainability? In the year 1987, the Brundtland report from the World Commission on Environment and Development defined sustainability and sustainable development as meeting the needs of the present without compromising the ability of the future generations to meet their own needs. Meeting the needs of the present without compromising the ability of the future generations to meet their own needs. Sorry to tell you that we are not going on the right track. We are exhausting our resources. We are exhausting our resources. We are killing lots of trees, killing lots of animals, right? Exhausting our soils. So what's left for the future generations? That's why we need to take this topic, sustainable development, to our lessons. Sustainable development has to do with the, let's say, way we take to that leads to sustainability. Sustainability will be like the long-term goal, right? Whereas sustainable development are the many processes and ways that we have to achieve sustainability. Sustainability that works basically on 3 pillars: the ecological, the social, and the economical pillar. Yeah, that is to say the 3 E's, right? Ecology, economy, and equity, to refer to the social aspect, right? The 3 E's of sustainability, or the 3 P's, right? Maybe people for social, maybe profit for ecology, and maybe for economy, sorry, and maybe planet for ecology. So sustainable development is an approach, let's say, to growth and to human development, and it aims mainly to keep a balance, right, between these 3 pillars: the social pillar, the ecological pillar, and the economical pillar. That is the only way in which we are going to achieve sustainability for the future generations as well. This is normally referred in the, let's say, in business, let's say, sector as the triple bottom line. Now, a lot of companies work for this triple bottom line, that is to say, taking care of the environment, taking care of the people, and taking care of the economy. And it would be ideal, of course, right? And I don't want to say that it's an utopia, but it will be ideal if all people around the world could work towards sustainability, all companies, all businesses, all people in general, right? For that, we have a perfect framework, which are the Sustainable Development Goals, right? These Sustainable Development Goals are at the heart of the 2030 United Nations agenda. This agenda that wants to, let's say, was adopted in the year 2015 has to be achieved by the year 2030. And it's a shared blueprint for peace and prosperity for people and the planet, now and into the future. These 17 goals that you have here are just the continuation of 8 goals that appeared in the year 2000 that the United Nations adopted in the year 2000. They were called the Millennium Goals, right? Those 8 goals included, among others, primary education for all, maternity health, ending up with AIDS, which was a very serious issue at the beginning of the century. When the year 2015 arrived, the United Nations saw that most of those goals had been achieved partially, not completely. One of the goals was extreme poverty, and extreme poverty had been reduced. But of course, if extreme poverty had been reduced, that meant that poverty increased. And so they said we have more goals to achieve by the year 2030, and they adopted these 17 goals. Maybe when the year 2030 comes, okay, we will see that we will have more goals to, let's say, include in this agenda, right? And there will be a new agenda adopted or created. But in the meantime, between here and the year 2030, let's work hard on achieving these goals, right? No poverty, zero hunger, good health and well-being. Mind this one, quality education, gender equality, clean water and sanitation, affordable and clean energy for all, decent work and economic growth, industry, innovation, infrastructure, reduced inequalities, sustainable cities and communities, responsible consumption and production, how many things we buy that we don't need, climate action, everyone talks about climate action these days, life below water, life on land, peace, justice, strong institutions, 17 goals that the world has, okay, to be achieved by the year 2030. In the year 2015, the countries adopted these goals, right, on behalf of the United Nations, right? But in the year 2016, Antonio Guterres, the Secretary General of the United Nations, came out and said, we all have to work for these goals, right? We all need to work for these goals, because if not, they won't be achieved in the year 2030 or by the year 2030. These days, we have 140 developing countries in the world seeking ways of meeting their development needs with the threats of climate change and all the other threats that we are talking about, like poverty and all that. So concrete efforts must be made to ensure that development today does not negatively affect the future generations. There is a big challenge ahead. At the moment, do you know how many people there are in the world today? Not exactly, of course, right? Continuous learning process. Yes, of course, continuous learning process. We are going to learn, I hope, a lot today. So, have you got any idea of how many people we have in this world today? I tell you, in the year 1950, when the Second World War finished, right, some years later, we were 2 billion people in this world. In the year 1970, when I was born, we were 4 billion people. When the century started, 2000, we were 6 billion people. So just imagine how many today. 2, 4, 6, 8 billion people, and still counting. A big increase. Terrible growth, population growth, right, in the last 50 years, right? Okay. So we are all living on the same planet. Of course, the resources are not enough, or the resources are starting to, let's say, become exhausted, and the animals and everything, a great challenge ahead. But there is also hope. If you paid attention to the Sustainable Development Goals, there is one that connects with us. Which one? Quickly, in the chat box, right? Which is the goal that connects with us? only one that you can see that it's connected with what we are doing here. No, you cannot. Not Lorna, not 3. It's not, yeah, that's it, Evelyn. It's good. It's quality education, sustainable development goal 4. That's right. Quality education, right? And quality education does not mean that your students have to get a 10 at the end of the year. Perfect. If they do, that's great. That means that you are a great transmitter of knowledge. I love that, right? If all your students get a 10 at the end of the academic year, that means that you are, yes, 4. Thank you, Diana. Thank you. Thank you very much for all the ones that are writing. That means that your students, that you're a great transmitter of knowledge and your students absorb what you say. But the one that we are talking about, quality education, is connected with what the United Nations wants in its goal number 4, target 7, right? What is generally known as Mission 4.7 for the year 2030. This Mission 4.7 wants to ensure that all learners by the year 2030 acquire the knowledge, the skills needed to promote sustainable development, including, among others, through education for sustainable development and sustainable lifestyles, human rights, gender equality, promotion of a culture of peace and nonviolence, global citizenship, and appreciation of cultural diversity and of culture's contribution to sustainable development. Now, my question is, if our students have to get all this knowledge by the year 2030, who's going to take all this to the classroom if it is not the teacher? That's why we need to change what we teach in our classrooms, right? That's why UNESCO has got the answer. And the answer is Education for Sustainable Development, ESD for short. Education for Sustainable Development is connected with learning how to act for the people and the planet. Let's watch this together. Pay attention.
What builds skyscrapers high influences our lives, but doesn't always hear our forest's cries. What gathers us together predicts the weather, but can ignore the climate's warning signs. What lifts millions out of poverty develops economies, but doesn't always address growing inequalities. What defines our knowledge and shapes our priorities, but at times is out of touch with global realities. Education is the answer and holds the key. To face our changing world, we must learn to live sustainably. And when we do, we can adapt. We can act. We can respond to our future with far greater impact. For the survival of our planet, we need to learn for our planet.
So, for the survival of our planet, we need to learn for our planet. And I wonder how many of these topics we take to the lessons. Fortunately, lots of publishers are including these topics in the books nowadays, right? And that's wonderful, right? Because there are lessons on global warming, and there are units starting with something connected with water or animal extinction, and that's wonderful, right? But how many of these topics do we take to our lessons, right? Now, UNESCO says that education for sustainable development is what we really need, right? Education for sustainable development provides all people with the opportunity to acquire the knowledge, the values and skills to make the right choices and act responsibly to protect the environment, sustain the economy, and create a just society for current and future generations while respecting the cultural diversity. It's a lifelong learning process, according to UNESCO, and it includes holistic and transformative education. It's not the traditional education that we take to schools. Global issues, objectives, equity, diversity, inclusion, you take that to school. That's wonderful. I love it. You know why? Because we are teachers of English, and we have to remember something that is very important. We are not only teachers of, let's say, English. We are teachers of human beings. And those human beings that we have in the classrooms have certain needs. They need to know about this issue. Mina was just saying a few minutes ago that, we need to transform education, or, there are things that need to be changed. And of course, yeah, we have to leave the traditional path, right? We have to go into this holistic and transformative kind of learning without leaving the language aside, right? Okay, without forgetting about our English lessons, right? So education for sustainable development mainly works on 3 domains. Okay, good. Yeah, no teacher-centered, of course, learner-centered. That is what we are going to see today, right? Examples of that. So it works on the knowledge, on the skills, and the attitudes and the values, that is to say, so that our students get to know about these issues, right? They get to know what to do for these issues and what attitudes and values they need to take in connection with these issues. Responsibility, empathy. There are lots of words that we can think about. Now, why is this important to us? Why is all of this taking education for sustainable development, the sustainable development goals important for us, teachers of English? First of all, because we are part of a global crisis. We're in the middle of a global crisis. Everyone talks about the crisis that the world is going through. We know that, yes? Then, because we have to create global citizens, our students need to know about these issues. They need to know what to do in connection with these issues. In my case, I teach adolescents. In a few years' time, they are going to be in the workplace. And so they are going to be ready to act for the planet, right? Okay. And they can act now as well, right? As I always say, we have the future of the world in our hands, in our classrooms, right? But they have to know what to do today, yes, to be able to act for that future. Because the SDGs is a framework that we have to achieve by the year 2030. All the world has to achieve that. And because, of course, there is a lot of language relevance here. Pay attention to this. Your student is just on TikTok or on Instagram, and they see this.
The science compels climate action, so does the economics. Clean energy is powering jobs, growth and sustainable development, generating the fastest and cheapest electricity, insulating economies from volatile fossil fuel markets, providing energy security and sovereignty, and helping to deliver clean and affordable energy for all. Despite vast fossil fuel subsidies distorting markets, clean energy received double the investment of fossil fuels last year. The bottom line, clean is competitive and climate action is imperative.
Your student was just watching, having a look at Instagram, having a look at TikTok. He found this and he said, what was he talking about? I never heard those words. So that's why all this education for sustainable development is connected with language relevance. There is a lot of vocabulary. All the discussions about these issues start in English. So, there is a lot of vocabulary that your students need to acquire. And through these topics and through education for sustainable development, teaching about the topics of the SDGs, your students will be able to get those words, right? We have to remember that sustainability adds purpose to education. Education that promotes sustainability, global stability, and resilient societies will create a more sustainable future for the classroom. According to UNESCO, this is what we have to do in our classrooms. We have to create collaborative real-world projects, such as service learning projects and campaigns for different sustainable development goals. We have to provide vision-building exercises, such as future workshops, scenario analysis, utopian or dystopian storytelling. We have to provide analysis of complex systems through community-based research projects, case studies, stakeholder analysis, actors analysis, modeling, systems games. And we have to provide critical and reflective thinking through visual discussions, reflective journals, for example. I wonder how many of these things we really do. Yes, and when I say we, I refer to all teachers of English in general, right? So this is what we need to do according to UNESCO, and this was in the year 2018, or 8 years ago. So let's have a look at what kind of activities we can take to our lessons, right? For example, debates, role plays, negotiation activities, right? Activities in which they are going to use the language all the time, but will be talking and using, right, the knowledge, right, and the vocabulary about these issues, right? For example, organize debates or dilemmas like, should plastic be banned completely? Or renewable energy versus fossil fuels in developing countries, big issue, right? There is an interactive angle here, right? You can assign roles, right? One is the government, the other one, the industry, the other one, the NGO, citizen, scientist, right? And they have to negotiate solutions, right? Excellent. Using English all the time. You may say, but my students don't have that, the level of English so as to, let's say, talk about all this. Pre-teach vocabulary, pre-teach expressions, pre-teach structures that they can use when they talk about these issues, right? But teach and use this kind of exercise, right? The sustainability jigsaw, right? You use the jigsaw technique in which each group researches one sustainability aspect, one water, one energy, one waste, one food, yes? And the interactive angle here is that then these groups become experts and teach their peers, building a full picture collaboratively. Again, using English all the time, acquiring new vocabulary, right? And if it is necessary, again, pre-teach, right, these sentences, structures that they need to use. Problem-solving simulations, right? You pose a local sustainability challenge, like, for example, reducing school waste or saving energy, and students work in teams to brainstorm, propose, and present solutions, turning the class into a green innovation lab. Collaborative projects. Teams design micro-projects like a recycling campaign, for example, energy-saving posters, or a meat-free Monday proposal. Right, the interactive angle. Projects require negotiation, task sharing all the time among them, right, and presenting outcomes to peers or the school community in general. And peer teaching through green corners. Each group curates a sustainability corner in class on a theme. This is water, this is biodiversity, this is sustainable fashion, and this one is consumption, right? And the interactive angle. The students rotate, explain, learn from each other. What are you practicing here? Speaking, right? Listening, right? Okay. And also investigating, right? Investigation skills so necessary, researching for their future, right? So different kinds of, let's say, activities that we can take to our lessons. You can also take to your lessons lots of videos that we have, because one of the most important things that we have in our hands is the language. We have English in our hands, which is a lingua franca. It's a language that connects the world. If I didn't speak English, I wouldn't be here with you all today, because it would be impossible for me to understand this conference and to be part of this conference. And there is a lot of material online in English, especially, to take to our lessons. So let's take advantage of that. Podcasts, videos, articles. If you go to the United Nations website, it's full of these things. So sustainability is not transmitted alone. Sustainability is also co-constructed through interaction. Your students interacting in class will we have wonderful ideas. Oh, thank you, Mina. We have wonderful ideas, right? Don't underestimate them. Be aware of what I tell you. You go to your classroom, you just start talking about these issues, and your students will have great ideas about what to do for the future of these problems that the world is facing. So once your students deal with all this research, maybe you work through project-based learning, right? Okay, as well. It's a very good way to work on these issues. They have to show, right, what they have learned, and you need to assess their understanding, their learning somehow, right? This morning we had Annie Altamirano my friend, from Argentina as well, living in Spain, but my friend talking about feedback, right? Okay, and this question of assessing through, let's say, what we call assessing for learning, summative and let's say the feedback that we need to take to our lessons. But first, your students need to show they are learning, right? Yeah, so how can they show what they have learned? Well, let's leave traditional methods aside. Please, not the typical test, not the typical getting a 1, a 2, a 3, a 4, a 5. No, let's leave that aside. And let's go to different ways of assessing our students' understanding, our students' learning. Journals, keeping journals, class presentations, having an SDG fair at school if you're working with SDGs in general. Articles, writing articles, maybe photos in which they show the process of their learning, videos they prepare in connection with the topic they were dealing with, infographics, posters. They can prepare their own infographics and posters that then they can display at school, right? And everyone gets to know about what they are working on and what they are learning, right? Through the walls of your school. Podcasts, storytelling, panel discussions, as the one we had here a few minutes ago. Theater performances, maybe they can invent a play, right, in which they tell you what they have learned through the, let's say, the activity that you were working on, right, or that they had been working on. So all these are ways of showing how they can transfer what they have learned, right, and do something with that knowledge, right? That is what we need to do nowadays, right? We have to leave the traditional tests aside. As Mina said a few minutes ago, after the pandemic, okay, right, things changed, right? Things have changed completely right now. So, I mean, we need to be part of that transformative learning, teaching with purpose. If you, okay, have, let's say, are doing any of the activities that I have just shown you, well, you are teaching with purpose. You are teaching with the purpose of solving the problems that the world is facing. But if you are teaching with purpose, we need to assess with impact. We cannot continue assessing the way we do, right? And that is formative assessment, right? The one that Annie talked about this morning, right? A lot, yes, instead of summative assessment. Assessment for learning in education for sustainable development has to be an ongoing during assessment during all the learning process, right? Okay, not only at the end when your students come and show you, right, what they have done. No, it has to be an ongoing, right, learning process. Feedback that helps students understand how to improve, right? Yeah, formative assessment. That is what Annie talked about this morning. Morning for me, maybe afternoon for you. Guiding students along the way like a GPS, that what we have to do, right? Assessing the knowledge, the skills, and the values, because you have to remember that education for sustainable development works on these 3 pillars, on the knowledge, on the skills, and the values, right? That is to say, were they empathetic towards the topic, or are they empathetic towards the topic, or are they showing responsibility, or, well, that has to be assessed as well, right? How? I'm going to show you some assessment tools you can take to your lessons, right? Rubrics and portfolios, you already know them, right? Rubrics, okay, with criteria and quality standards, and portfolios that show an evidence, right? Shows evidence and growth over time, right? Keeping a portfolio of the different activities that they were doing, working on metacognition, thinking about thinking, right? Okay, this question of creating awareness and regulation of our own cognitive, let's say, process, right? But let me know if you're familiar with this one. the single point rubric, because rubrics are perfect. We know that. Yeah, they work perfectly well. But I mean, sometimes you have to create all the, let's say, criterion, and you have to create the descriptors, and it's too much. It's hard work. Okay. So this one, the single point rubric, is excellent, right? Because you just need the criteria, right? Okay, here. Yes, different criteria to include here, right? Okay, and you just give them numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, and you tick the corresponding box. Then you complete with your feedback. So you give, let's say, this question of formative feedback, right? So that your students, you guide your students, right? Like as if it were a GPS, right? So teachers find these single point rubrics much easier than the normal rubric, right, that we have with lots of, let's say, criteria and, let's say, lots of, let's say, descriptors. Teachers find it easier. You don't have to think about different ways students could fail to meet the expectations, right, as we have in the other kind of rubric. The students find it easier because they have only one target expectation to focus on, right? This one, right? The one that you are including here, right? Okay. And it allows for higher quality feedback because as you will be including your formative feedback here, it will really allow the students to see where they need improvement or where they need to continue working on, right? But the one that I love and that I always take to my lessons and that it works perfectly well is this one, the assessment wheel. This one is perfectly good for you to take to your lesson because you create your own, well, with the rubric as well, right? But you create your own assessment wheel and your students, right, will work, right? Yes, okay. You will work with among them, right? Okay, assessing, right, each other, right? Okay, and assessing, right? Let's say in pairs, for example. You create the assessment wheel. The assessment wheel is a circular diagram, as you can see, right? Lots of circles included. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You can agree with your students on giving each number as a color, or maybe giving each circle a number, right? Okay, then that's up to you. You can agree with your students on what to do, right? Then you will see that this circular diagram, right, okay, is just separated into 4 different squares. And in each square, you are going to have a descriptor. For example, here you will be assessing creativity, right, or criteria, collaboration, respect, knowledge on the topic. Remember that we said that in Education for Sustainable Development, we have to work on the knowledge, on the skills, right? Yes, and on the values, right? So you are assessing everything here. Then students get in pairs, right? And for example, or they can have self-evaluation as well, self-assessment, right? Okay, how well did I do in this project? Well, maybe for me here, collaboration. Did I collaborate with my peers? Well, yeah, maybe number 3, right? Okay, did I collaborate with my peers in this activity? Yeah, okay. Did I create good ideas for this activity? Yes, of course. And number 4, right? Okay. Did I know a lot about this topic? Yes, of course, right? So 4. Did I respect my friends? I think I could have done better here. So number 2. Right? Yeah. Now, it's a visual tool because as soon as you get the result, as you get the assessment wheel, right, they give it to you back, okay, you see, right, the representation here, right? It's amazing because, I mean, it's just visual, right? And it's also good for them if they are working in pairs, if one student is assessing the other, right? And no, I think that your creativity was not good or your collaboration was not good, but yes, you had a good knowledge on the topic, that's circle number 5, right? But you did not respect me as much as you should have. So, I mean, it's number 2. Right? Yeah. So, I mean, this assessment wheel is a visual tool that helps you to get immediate, right, recognition of what the student has learned, of what the student has done in that activity, right? Now, or working on all the pillars that sustainability has. Have a look at this one, for example. I have dedicated enough time to my work. I have listened carefully to my classmates. I have felt motivated. I have collaborated with my classmates, right? And of course, to, let's say, color the spaces provided. Yes, you can see here you have a good example. Now, why is all this good? First of all, because, I mean, it's a way in which students are assessing not only their knowledge, but also their skills and their values, as we said before. Another very important point, it's because we are leaving aside the question of cheating with AI, right? Yes, that we generally, right, okay, have problems with nowadays, right? And that's why we are here to learn a lot about how to, let's say, be careful with that, okay? It's a kind of AI resistant strategy, yeah, to assess students, right? Or for students to assess themselves or to assess their peers, right? And it's a kind of, let's say, tool that is so personalized, right? That of course they cannot fake it with AI, right? It's impossible, right? And you will see that students are thinking, you are working on their thinking skills, right? They are working, right, in pairs, right? So you're also working their interrelational, let's say, skills. And there is a lot that you can include in your lessons, because if we are teaching with purpose, right, we have to assess with impact. We cannot continue as, oh yes, this presentation you got a 10. No, maybe you can include here, I don't know, the presentation was clear enough, the student spoke clearly, the language he used was good, and you choose different ones and you show in the assessment wheel how well or how not that well the student has done. Okay, so include assessment wheels. Benefits, well, there is active engagement. Students don't just receive information, they actively analyze, evaluate, and suggest improvements, right? Because, I mean, if they are working in pairs, they can tell the friend, no, here I see that you have not worked collaboratively, but maybe next time you can change this, etc., etc. Deeper learning. By assessing others' work, students reflect on their own performance and internalize criteria for quality. Collaboration and communication skills encourages respectful dialogue, negotiation of meaning, and practice of giving, receiving feedback among friends, among classmates. Learner autonomy reduces dependence on the teacher as the only source of evaluation. Immediate feedback. It's faster than waiting for teachers' corrections, right? Students get useful input at the moment and fosters a growth mindset, normalizes that mistakes are opportunities to learn and to improve. So the assessment wheel is a good solution for your lessons. And if we are including education for sustainable development, we will be building optimistic classes, transformative classes, innovative classes, empowering classes, impactful classes. Remember to take the Sustainable Development Goals as a framework to your lessons. It's not that you have to go to the classroom and say, today we are going to talk about Sustainable Goal number 5, gender equality. No, just talk about the issue. Just talk about the topic. Just take the knowledge to your students and find the correct activities to work on the skills and the values that your students need to work on gender equality, right? Education for sustainable development then is optimistic, transformative, innovative, empowering, and impactful. My call to action to all of you, education for sustainable development must be integrative and not be an add-on. What do I mean by this? For example, June is, we know that it's World Environment Day, right? In general, when it's World Environment Day, all the schools around the world, all the classes around the world, just something in connection with it, and they plant trees, or they just, let's say, color green areas everywhere, or they just prepare green walls, or they just, now, It's not only for World Environment Day that we need to do that. We need to do that all along the year. So education for sustainable development, it's not an add-on. It has to be integrative. You have to talk about these issues all along the year. It's not that because you talk about gender equality today, your students will understand, right, what gender equality is all about. No. So please, education for sustainable development must be integrative and not an add-on. Once education for sustainable development is really in you, and you as a teacher believe that these topics have to be taken to your lessons, that your students have to get to know about these issues, and that you can find activities to take to your lessons to work on all this, right? Then it keeps shining through your thoughts, through your speech, through your behavior, and your actions. You will be taking education for sustainable development to your lessons all the time. It will come automatically in your lessons, right? So first, please educate yourself. Get to know about these issues. It's not that difficult. You don't have to do any course. You just have to go to TikTok, Instagram, any of the social media that you use, okay, right? And you get to know a lot about this. There are lots of posts, there are lots of articles that you can read, videos that you can watch, podcasts that you can listen to, okay, on gender equality, climate action, responsible consumption, the problem of the energy, the problem of the water pollution, poverty, good health and well-being, lots, right? And you take them to your lessons, right? So I would like to know in the chat box, what's your takeaway today? Are you planning to include education for sustainable development in your lessons? Yes or no? Let me know, right? Thank you, Lasra. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mohammed. Thank you. Let me know if you are planning to take these topics to your lessons. Okay, yes, that's good. Hope that you can really take it. Thank you. So hope that you can really take education for sustainable development to your lessons as from tomorrow. But remember to start small. You don't need to go tomorrow and say, today we're going to go, we're going to work on all these issues at the same time. Now start little by little. Yeah, a podcast, a video, an activity, right? Project, right? Little by little, right until your class is really transformative, right? So I really hope you do so. And just to finish, have a look at this video, right? Watch this video and pay attention to why we need education for sustainable development in our lessons.
This hand will scale up tidal energy to address climate change. This hand will help draft your country's foreign policy to reduce conflict. This hand will inspire societies to embrace the compassionate treatment of animals. This one will set the new legal standard in the protection of human rights. This hand will provide farmers with regenerative systems to keep food healthy. This hand will help ensure equal access to education. This one will protect endangered species. This hand will help prevent cancer, will address income inequality, protect our environment.
This video from the Institute for Human Education where I work. Okay, have a look at what it says here. The world becomes what we teach. Wow. The world becomes what we teach, right? It's an absolute truth, right? Okay, what we take to our lessons, right, is what our students will deal with tomorrow. So if you take all these issues to your lessons, you will be working for the Sustainable Development Goals. You will be talking, you will be dealing with education for sustainable development. In fact, what you will be doing is to work on education about sustainable development. Because for the real education for sustainable development to take place, we should be having a whole integrated school approach. All the school working, right, with these issues at the same time, all the school together working, let's say, in connection with the Sustainable Development Goals. And we know that sometimes that does not happen. But anyway, in your classroom work on these issues. Education about sustainable development is also possible, right? Well, thank you. Thank you for these lovely comments, okay? And thank you. I hope we can keep in touch, okay? Right here, if you have a QR code, and in the QR code, you have my Instagram link, and you have my LinkedIn link, and you also have my email if you need it, right? Good. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for those lovely comments. It's been a pleasure for me to be here at Educast. Thank you, Mohammed, for accepting my proposal and for inviting me to be part. I really appreciate that very much, right? It's been a real pleasure.
Thank you, Marcela, for being part of our conference, and thank you for such a wonderful talk. Everyone enjoyed it in the chat boxes. I think you can see all the comments. Everyone is saying thank you.
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Thank you for a very inspiring session. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, thank you so much for
I
this
can share
insightful
material. I
presentation.
can share, yeah, I can share material. Then, of course, right, just send me a mail, or I can send all that to Mohammed, and Mohammed can share
Yeah,
that with you, right? Yes, no problem.
exactly.
Of
You can
course.
send us the slides, and we can share them with all of our attendees
Perfect.
in the
Perfect.
email that
Absolutely.
we'll be sending about the recordings, the certificates of participation, and the slides of the speakers. So we have just one question, and we want to go through it really quickly. Thank you very much, Marcela. That was very interesting and insightful session. However, I'm just wondering, as usual, in an age of technological innovations, trade wars, armed conflict, and escalating climate change, and of course, how can humanity realistically achieve not net zero emissions without confusing the nature act of breathing with the far greater systemic emissions driven by industry, energy, and warfare?
No, I absolutely agree with everything that he's asking. It's a very complex system, of course, right? It's a very complex idea. But I mean, there is one thing that we cannot avoid. The world is evolving. Technology is evolving. We have AI now, right? That sometimes, I mean, we know that it has maybe some disadvantages for the environment, right? And there are lots of, and we also know that we have a world that is absolutely, it's not absolutely fair. I mean, we have very rich countries, we have very poor countries. Yeah, it's just a question of we as teachers, because unfortunately we cannot work on governments, we cannot work on, let's say, the people that make decisions sometimes. But yes, we as teachers have to be convinced that we can make a change in our lessons, that we can make a change in our classrooms, right? And if we do that little by little, the world will change. You know why? Because I mean, the world becomes what we teach, as the video said, which is the title of the book by So Wild, that is the founder of the Institute for Human Education. The world becomes what we teach. So we cannot avoid all that, but we can adapt. Yeah, it's not bad to use AI, no, but we just need to learn how to use it. And it's not bad to, I mean, if your country is a rich country and you have a lot of, I don't know, burning of fossil fuels or something, well, maybe we can learn how to do it appropriately, right? So as to keep this sustainable development that we need for the future generations, right? That is to say, meeting the needs of this generation, right? But taking into consideration the, let's say, the needs of the future generations as well. One topic I talk about a lot with my adolescents, for example, is the question of fast fashion. Why is it that they buy so many things that they don't wear, right? So please, okay, right? So if we try to raise awareness in our lessons about these issues, somehow or other, I think that we are going to get the benefit in the future.
Right. Yeah, that's
we won't
amazing.
be able to solve that. Yeah, that's it. We won't be able to solve what governments do. That's it, or what governments think. But I mean, yes, we will be able to open our students' mind to all these problems and to the possible solutions that we can find.
True. So, with that, we would like to thank you, Marcela, for being part of Educast International Conference 2026, and we would like to collaborate more in the future. So, thank you again for being part of this,
pleasure.
And thanks for everyone for being active in the chat box. And we have to move right now to Blanca, who is going to introduce our next speaker.
Thank you for the lovely comments. I'm just leaving.
Yeah, always a pleasure. Thank you, Marcela.
Bye-bye. I will stay to listen to Robert.
That is great. Yeah.
It'd be my pleasure.
Blanca, could you please unmute yourself?
Yes, I'm going to unmute myself right now. So, as was stated early by Mohammed, 1,400 participants today when it comes to only this day. So we just wanted to say thank you so much for being so active and just keep the chat alive, because this is our mission, just to create the conversation. And another wonderful puzzle, I would say, to this whole picture that we just wanted to offer and give to you is our next speaker. Hello, Robert. Are you with us?
I am. Hello, everyone.
How are you doing? Finally.
So good to see you. You
Thank
are in
you.
the same mood as our attendees. They are so actively involved in any workshop task, in any question since day one, that you are in the same tune. Fantastic.
Great. Really excited about this.
Yeah, we are absolutely excited, and we are very grateful that you decided to be with us again, because that's not the first time you are with us. This is something important to be mentioned. So, dear attendees, you can also find previous recordings and you can find Robert. So, however, if you see him for the first time, let me guide you a bit what he's crazy about, what's his biography, etc., etc. However, no personal information, don't worry. So, we will start with numbers, because Robert is celebrating 31 years in ELT in 10 countries. Wow. This is a very good idea, just to have a cake, a birthday cake. As you see, it's being proven on the video. He is passionate about language assessment, technology integration to enhance learning and teacher education. He is head of innovation at Lacunza IH San Sebastian. He's also a CELTA tutor and assessor, IHWO inspector, Equals inspector and board trustee, TESOL Spain area coordinator for GPUSCOA and ambassador for TESOL conferences and EduVerse, and language assessment specialist for Cambridge and IDP IELTS. He holds the CELTA Delta PDGH MAN distinction, PGD TESOL, MI TESOL with merit, MIDTLT distinction, MIPDL merit, PD digital learning design distinction. Look how many things, and what a wonderful idea for me to check my spelling. And he has a YouTube channel for teachers where he shares wonderful content on EdTech and AI, language assessment and methodology. And of course, we will be providing his links to social media and YouTube on the chat. Do not worry. This year at EDUCAS International Conference 2026, he decided at the day 6 to share with you hacking the power of mnemonics and AI. Let's find out what's about to happen. Robert, I see that you are ready, so nothing further. The stage is yours.
Thank you so much. I'm going to start sharing my screen. Here we go. Let me move the... Okay, everyone here. So everyone, thank you so much for being here. Thank you, Blanca. Thank you, Mohammed, for this opportunity. I'm really excited. It's a very long day. I just got home from work. And I just want to talk to you about hacking the power of mnemonics and AI for the language classroom. I'm still a teacher. I like being in the classroom. I had lessons today. I still keep, although I'm in middle management and management, then I've always asked to be able to keep classes and have classes, because I think that as an educator myself, it's important that I, keep active in the classroom, and I really enjoy being there. So let's start looking at what we have on the menu. We're going to have a quick room temperature and warmer. I'm going to ask you to please stretch those fingers, because I'm going to ask you to participate a lot in the chat box. I don't like talking, I personally don't like lecturing or being lectured too. So I'm going to ask you lots of questions. I'm going to ask for your opinions, because I believe that we learn from one another and that we can support one another. We're going to look at the outcomes for this session, we're going to look at memory and how it works, because it's important to revisit the basics very quickly before we move on to the mnemonics that I have for you in AI. And then we're going to finish with some tips for creating good mnemonics. And then we'll move on, finish up with the Q&A. So if you're ready, I would like you to write the name of a fruit in the chat box. If you're ready, write the name of a fruit in the chat box. If you're not ready, write the name of an animal. Let's see. Okay, Lorna. Thank you, Lorna. Mina, Evelyn, Anna, Amr. Great. Omnia. Excellent. Everyone is ready. Okay, Mohammed, Dania. If I mispronounce any of your names, please forgive me. I just really want to make sure that I mention you because I appreciate the effort of at this time of the day, wherever you are. For me, it's late at night. So wherever you are, I appreciate that you are here and that you're participating. So we have Zainalovirada. Thank you, Dr. Isa, Dania, Mohammed. Thank you so much. So everyone is ready. So we're going to move on. Thank you. Nasruddin, thank you. Great. And that is a tip for online teaching. You know, I use that a lot in my online classes whenever I have online sessions or workshops as well. Instead of just say yes or no, it makes people think about the instructions that we're giving online. So that's a methodology tip as well. Room temperature. So how are you feeling about this session? In the chat box, use 1 or 2 adjectives. How are you feeling? Let's check the temperature. Energetic, Lorna, thank you so much. I can see you're the first one typing, so that's wonderful. Energetic, warm, Mohammed, that's great. Lazar, oh, thank you so much, Lazar. You're such a support on my social media. Thank you so much for being here. Tangible, intrigued, Mina, okay. Omnia, Alicia, thank you so much for being here. Dana, happy, engaged, motivated, intrigued, wonderful. Mohammed, excellent. Lazar, I'm sorry if I pronounce your name incorrectly, okay? Nazaruddin, wonderful, secure. And one thing you want to learn, what is it? One thing you would like to walk away with from this session, what would it be in the chat box? A tip, a tool, an idea, what? What do you think that you said you would like to walk away with from this session in the chat box? Let's see. Okay, trends, possibly, okay, to see if, I also like, you know, like attending webinars and courses and always see things from a different perspective, because sometimes you go like, oh, I do that, but I like the way they do it differently. And you go back to the classroom and try things out. Ideas, trends, everything. Oh, Mina, thank you so much. That's wonderful. New strategies, possibly, okay. Yes, I want to share. Very important. What I'm going to share is based on classroom practice. So it's based on theory. It's based on pedagogy, but it's things that I've tried with my students in class. Okay. Engaged, diversity, the use of AI in classroom practice. Wonderful. Let's move on. So now, do you know any mnemonic aids in the chat box? Do you know any mnemonic aids? If you do, if you can remember any, share one with the group. Remember that we're in this together. Lorna, oh, thank you. Yes, classroom-based practices. That's right. ABC song, absolutely. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, absolutely. Mina, that's right. Any others? Can anybody remember any other mnemonic aids or memory aids, memory things that can help us remember things? Nursery rhymes, absolutely. Very good. Let's see. Okay. And now another question. My very educated mother just served us pizza. Absolutely, Mina. That's right. Yes, yes. It's a type of mnemonic aid. And now that was the next question. How many types of mnemonics do you know? How many types? We're going to look at them, but this is to activate your prior knowledge and to just see what you remember, what we know. There are no right or wrong answers. We're just activating prior knowledge. It rings a bell, but can't remember a specific type. No problem, Mohammed. That's what that's why we're here. Okay. Let's see. Anybody else going once before we move on? Tongue twisters, Evelyn also. So, for example, here we have some fanboys. Can anybody remember what fanboys is for? Any ideas? Let's see. We have fanboys. Then we have Let's see if anyone remembers. Fanboys. Every letter stands for something. I'll give you a clue. There's the 7 coordinating conjunctions. Very good, Alicia, at the same time. We did at the same time. So for, and, nor, but, yet, so. And the next one, we have every good boy deserves fudge, right? And in this case, we have, let's see, Lorna, Alicia, yes, absolutely. And then we also have phase, right? It indicates the notes in the spaces on the treble clef from the bottom to the top. And in this case, we have these mnemonic aids to help us remember, for example, the 7 coordinating conjunctions by remembering the word, the acronym fanboys, right? Or every good boy deserves fudge. Good. So those are some examples that we're going to look at it. Acronyms, Dania, absolutely, and chunking, wonderful. We're all getting there. So I'm going to share with you my aims, my learning outcomes for this session. I would like, by the end of this webinar, you will have remembered some mnemonics you already know and share them with a participant through the chat box, which is what we've been doing. So that's Bloom's level 1, remembering things. I'm sharing this because I think it's super important in the classroom that we link our lesson planning with our learning outcomes to Bloom's to make sure that there is a lot of lower order thinking skills, but also higher order thinking skills, right? Where by the end of this webinar, you will have explained to your peers through the chat box your understanding of what mnemonics are. Because this is together. I'm not going to be telling you things. I'm going to be asking you lots of questions, and we're going to build this together. You will also have explained to your peers your understanding of what mnemonics are. Oops, sorry, I think that was in level 2 understanding. And then you will have been exposed to and examined 3 mnemonics that I created using AI to use with my teachers and also 2 with my students. And this is at level 4, analyze. Mohammed, what about idioms and phrases? I think that idioms and phrases are not necessarily mnemonics unless they are used as the cue to remember something in particular, okay? Because if we use them to cue or trigger a memory, then they would be a mnemonic aid. But in general, I think they're not. You will have also evaluated 3 mnemonics, so level 5, and create your own list of tips. We're going to share ideas and tips in the chat box at the end, and I'll show you my own so that we can all pull, we can tap on the hive mind. And to create your own list of tips on how to create a good memory aid. And that's level 6. So let's start. Memory and how it works, okay? So we have the word principle and the word principle. How can we tell the difference? How can we tell the difference? In the chat box, how would you remember which one is which? Which one is the core idea of something and which one is the person that leads an institution, a school? Blanca, thank you so much, Blanca. Yes, Susana. Repeating new things, wonderful, with something you already know, good. How can we tell the difference? Any ideas? I'm going to share with you what the Merriam-Webster Dictionary suggests as a mnemonic aid to remember the difference between principle and principle, because they are homophones, right? And the idea is that we think of the principle as our pal, right? As our pal, our friend, as opposed to principle here. Here, this would help us remember how to spell it at the right time, right? Sometimes you're like, oh, wait a minute, which one is which? So that would be pal is a person and pli is pill is ideas. Wonderful, Mohammed. Thank you so much. Absolutely. Right. So that was just a quick example. How many types of memory are there in the chat box? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Remember, we are just activating prior knowledge. We're going to look at it together. 3, okay, Mohammed says 3, okay. Let's see what the others, other people say. Is it 3? Is it 2? Is it 4? Is it 5? 5, Dania says 5, okay. Let's see, anybody else? Those fingers, Susana, Lorna, thank you so much. Mohammed, okay, think 4, wonderful. Evelyn, long-term, short-term. Oh, wonderful. We're getting into the deep of into it. Wonderful. Okay, long-term, short-term. Yes, there are 4 main types, right? And which one is this one? In the chat box. Good, in CP training sessions. Wonderful. So look at this icon. Which would be this type of memory? In the chat box, I told you that I was going to ask you lots of questions because I want to work with you. It'll be more memorable if we're making the effort, right? Okay, so what do you think is this first type of memory where we have taste, sight, smell? In the chat box, let's see. Any ideas? And remember that we're all here to learn, so it doesn't matter if you write something that is not, we're not looking for right answers. Susanna, thank you so much. Absolutely. So we have sensory memory. What about numbers? If I said, this is my phone number, +34 691 634 500. Any ideas? And then what do we do when we're doing that, when someone is giving us a phone number? So Sana said sensory for the first one. Any takers for the second one? Let's see in the chat box. Feel free to write whatever. We're here to learn together, to revise these concepts. Let's see. Okay, so this one would be working memory, right? What about this one? Somebody mentioned it already. With this icon, I use in class as well lots of icons to make people think and use language in any possible way without necessarily having one single answer. What about this one? This is sensory memory, working memory. What about this one in the chat box? Feel free to write your answers, your ideas. No answers, but ideas. Short term, well done. Yes, Evelyn, absolutely. Yes, Lorna, attention, also possible. Short term, and if this is short term, then this one is long term, right? So now, long term, Mohammed, absolutely. Now, thinking about this visual over here, we have, what did we say these were, these different types of memory were? So we have, what's the first one in the chat box? What's the first one? This one would be sensory, Nasruddin, yes. Visual, well done. So we have visual or sight. Wonderful, Nina and Lorna. What about the second one? If this is visual, this is audible. Oh, very close. Auditory. That's right. Well done, Mina and Nasruddin, Mohammed. Absolutely. So visual, auditory. And this one, this word is a little bit, it's not very common. It's not a very common word. It's tactile, definitely, and it's also a touch. You probably know the word haptic, that is related to touch and tactile. So that's a new word that I also learned not very long ago. Haptic memory or tactile. Wonderful, everyone. Thank you, Mohammed, Nasruddin, Mina, Alicia, thank you. And the next one, which one is this one? We have, so smell, olfactory. Wonderful, Lorna. Smell, olfactory. You got it there, Mina. And the last one is, let's see, taste. Another word for taste. So this is what I do in class as well, whether it is with students or with teachers when I'm doing workshops. Yumminess. Wonderful. Yes. Gustatory or taste. Wonderful, Alicia. You got it there. That's awesome. So this is sensory memory, right? And what about numbers? Remember, someone mentioned it before. Let's see if you were looking at the chat box. So when we hear numbers and we go like, wait a minute, what is it again? And we send them to our auditory loop, trying to remember them. Very good. Yes, absolutely. So short-term or working memory. Well done, Evelyn and Mohammed. Thank you so much. Right, so we'll just quickly revisiting memory and how it works. So we have phone numbers, so working memory, right? And what about if I said, what did you have for breakfast? What did you have for breakfast today? Imagine that. What can you see in your mind? You'll probably see what you actually had for breakfast, right? And if I say, where did you go on your last holiday? you don't think of words. You think of the place and the images in your mind. They're all brought to the forefront, right? So what kind of memory is this? This is working memory. This is, any idea? Starts with an E. Long-term part of a meaningful experience? Absolutely. Evelyn. Nasruddin, episodic. Absolutely. We're all on fire. Thank you so much for your participation, because that's wonderful. What about this one? If I show you an icon and you go like, oh, yes, I know that it represents an organization. What organization is that? Can you remember it? Can you know it? Can you remember it? Or do you know it? It's actually, it's been mentioned quite a lot. Absolutely, Mohammed, you're on fire. NATO, right? So we know that. And so what kind of memory is this? This is working memory. This is episodic memory. And this one has meaning. What's that technical name for meaning in teaching? Let's see. Starts with an S. Nasruddin, wonderful. Semantic memory. Absolutely fantastic. So that's so good. Now we're almost there. We've almost finished revisiting the different parts of memory. That is very important, because then it'll make more sense when we look at the second part. And what about these activities? What do we call these activities? When you learn to drive, at the beginning is difficult because you're applying that technique. But then you do it so many times that it becomes second nature, and it becomes a skill, right? So conscious application is a technique, and conscious application is a skill. Well done. Yes. Procedural habits, non-declarative, but it is procedural, definitely. So well done. Well done. Also mechanical, Susanna. Absolutely. Yes. And well done, Nasruddin. So we learn once, and then once it is initially a technique, it becomes a skill. Wonderful. So let's move on then. Mnemonics support encoding into long-term memory by making it more meaningful, right? So I'm constantly thinking, when I'm planning my lessons, how can I make this language or this item of vocabulary, how can I encode it so that it is meaningful to them? So encoding and mnemonics helps us to do that. Creating retrieval cues. For example, the fanboys is an acronym, a mnemonic aid that serves as a retrieval cue, right? When we read it, when we say it, fanboys, oh yes, for and, nor, but, or yet so, right? Linking to prior knowledge, engaging multiple senses. That's why I had the visuals of the boys with the fans. So it's an extra element in that encoding that is going to help us so much. And also AI now can help us even more, because it can help us clarify doubts about mnemonics. So when we're not 100% sure where it comes from, obviously remember that human oversight is essential, that we must remain critical of any output we get, and that we are constantly thinking and evaluating what it gives us, and we shouldn't take it as it is, right? Creating vivid images. All these images I created with AI. Engaging multiple senses, so visual, verbal, oral, kinesthetic, because we also have muscle memory, right? And you will see how I apply it next when I show you the mnemonics that I've created for some workshops and also for some classes. And also creating different types of mnemonics. Right, so I'm going to look at 7 types of mnemonics very quickly. We have acronyms, acrostics, rhymes and songs, visualization, chunking method of loci, and keyword method. Now, I'm going to show you here what they are, but they're not in the right order. So I'm going to give you 30 seconds, a minute. We've mentioned some of them. And what I want you to do is to write in the chat box, for example, acronyms. So 1D, 4C, 5F. Okay, and obviously we'll look at it in a minute, but I want to just try and see to do the matching exercise. So take a minute, and in the chat box you can share either one by one or all of them. And remember, there are no right or wrong answers. We're here to participate, use our brain as much as possible, keep you engaged cognitively, not just listening, And that's the whole point. Let's see, and I'll keep an eye on the chat box. Let's see if we see any ideas coming in. So it would be matching one number and a letter. Thank you, Mina. Fantastic. Thank you so much. That's wonderful. Nasruddin, thank you. Okay, let's see. Okay, Mohammed, thank you. Mina, wonderful. Thank you so much for your participation because it makes a difference. Wonderful. Evelyn, thank you. Okay. Mina, Lorna, thank you so much, Lorna. Allah, thank you. Or Allah, maybe. Sorry, if I mispronounce it, forgive me, okay? Okay, good. Mohammed, wonderful. Okay, so shall we look at the answers now? Okay, so here we go. So we have an acronym is, right? We have NASA, so the National Aeronautics and Space Administration. So acronyms, basically a word where every single letter that composes that word stands for another word. Then we have an acrostic. Every good boy deserves fudge, right? So it's a sentence where the initial letter of every word stands for one of those ideas. Then rhymes and songs, like the alphabet song. Then visualization, like picturing a story. Like I've been using lots of pictures. Chunking, so for example, numbers, usually 3, 3, and 4 numbers when we're remembering them or we're trying to keep them in the phonological loop before we're able to write them down somewhere. The method of loci or the memory palace technique, right? I'm sure people are aware of it, where you basically assign one specific word or piece of information to a place in your home. I used it to memorize the criteria for CELTA, the Cambridge CELTA course, that there are 41 criteria, and it works. It took me about 2 hours, and obviously you need to revise them every now and then. Remember that space practice and space retrieval is essential for long-term retention, right? Acrostic poem written in 2015. Wonderful, Mohammed. Wonderful. And then the keyword method, using a similar word to remember a new one. Now, in terms of AI, I've used, for example, to create specific songs myself, not the students. Remember about the age of consent is very important wherever you are. For example, here in Spain, it is 16 for most AI tools. So important to remember that we don't ask them or require students to complete homework by using AI if they are not at the right age. So super important. I've used Suno to create some songs with input from the students. Also Udio. There are obviously others. I'm sharing these ones because these are the ones that I've used and I have experience of. And I think that they are good enough for what they are and for the free versions. To create pictures, I use Night Cafe and Microsoft Bing Image Creator, also free. I'm a teacher like you as well. And so I already pay for several subscriptions. And so there are so many that I'm always looking for free, accessible, and also GDPR compliant, privacy compliant, super important that we check those tools as well, especially if we're going to ask students to use them. If I'm going to use them myself, I'm a little bit more lenient, although I'm careful as well in terms of what type of information they harvest, they take from me, right? For creating chunking and different things. So ChatGPT, that we all know, Gemini has lately done lots of really wonderful things, and in this suite of tools is just incredible. I've been experimenting with them a lot. Okay, so we're going to move on. My 3 mnemonics for you. What can you see in the picture? Describe the picture in as short as possible. In a sentence as short as possible in the chat box. Let's see. And this is obviously a mnemonic aid through a visual that I created to help me remember something very important. I'm going to give you a clue. Robert uses apples and eggs. Wonderful, Lorna. There are 7 red apples on the table. Great. What else? Robert uses apples and eggs to cook. This is my acrostic. What do you think I use it for? And I'm going to give you one cue. Let's see in the chat box. What do you think that this is all about? I'm not going crazy. Don't worry. I'm not going crazy. What do you think this is about? Let's see in the chat box. It's to help me remember lots. Be ready for the recipe, Omnia. Wonderful. Yes. Quantifiers. Close, but this is to help me when I'll give you another clue. When an egg is very healthy. That's true, Allah. That's true. This is to help me remember something very important for lesson planning. And I think it's important that we all remember apple and eggs ready to be cooked. Absolutely, Mohammed. So lots and hots. What are they? Let's see. Lots and hots. This is probably going to give it away. Let's see if anyone gets it in the chat box. Let's see. Before I reveal the answer, higher order thinking skills. And well done, Lorna. And lower order thinking skills. So remember, Robert uses, right? Understand, apples, apply, analyze, and eggs, evaluate, to cook, create. And this is what? What do we call all of these in the chat box? What do we call these? Lower order thinking skills. Well, yes, Lorna, lower and higher order thinking skills. And this is very good, Nasiruddin, Bloom's taxonomy. Now, very briefly, super important. As a teacher educator, I get to observe, I have the privilege to observe many teachers at different stages in their careers. And very often I see that there's lots, but not very many hots. So I created this mnemonic aid to help me remember that I need to try and include a good mixture of lots and hots when I'm planning my lessons, okay? Maria Elena, no worries. Thank you so much for being here. And so this is how I do it. This is the second one, and I'll give you some other examples. What can you see? What's he making? It's not chocolate. It starts with an F. Something that is really yummy. I love it. Any ideas in the chat box? Dania, Mina, absolutely, fudge. And listen, when we want fudge, Harold cooks. When we want fudge, Harold cooks. I want you to try it yourself. You're at home. We cannot hear you. And I also do this online with my students. When I say, okay, turn off your microphones. Nobody's going to hear you, but I want you to do it with me as well for pronunciation so that they also do it to get them engaged. When we want fudge, Harold cooks. Now, this is another acronym that I created to help me remember Pereira's, in 2018, Pereira's 6 elements of learning outcomes. As Blanca said, I'm celebrating 31 years in the classroom and I still write my learning outcomes. I feel that if I don't have them, I feel like I'm swinging it and I don't like that. So here we go. With the 6 elements are when we want fudge, Harold cooks. We should have, in our learning outcomes, we should have a clear when, a clear who, what is that we're doing, what the focus is, how we're doing it in the context. And I can guarantee you that we can pack a full lesson within this acronym when we're writing our learning outcomes. And I'm going to show you how. For example, this learning outcome for one of my elementary classes, by the end of the lesson, when the learners who will have been exposed to, I don't want to say learn because learn is so difficult to measure in such a big word. So I like to be cautious about that, right? Will have been exposed to the present simple, positive and negative form of I and we, because I don't want to introduce the third person yet. I want to do it by steps. So that's the focus of my lesson. By listening to a text, that's how I'm going to do it. About my routines first, so that they see a model, an example, and used it to speak and write about their own. So then we're moving from my context to their context, okay? Mina, I feel it missing the why, which needs to be first. Good, absolutely, yes. It's also important to have a why am I doing this, right? Now, the third mnemonic. This third mnemonic. What can you see in the picture? What does it make you think of? One or two words in the chat box. Let's see. And we're getting there. Any ideas? Let's see. A superb cat. Absolutely, Maria Elena. Okay. Thank you so much for being here. I know you were at one of the other webinars. Thank you so much, Maria Elena, for making the effort. Dania, confidence. Yes. Lorna, think, magnanimous. Excellent. Absolutely. Well, this is a visual that I use to help me remember Jane Harding da Rosa's 7 elements of meaningful language lessons in the young learner classroom. I'm also a trainer on the International House Certificate in Teaching Young Learners and Teenagers. And there are 7 elements that she suggests should be in young learners' lessons so that they are really meaningful, right? To have meaningful language lessons. And this acronym is My Mighty Cat Grows a Courageous Mane. My mighty cat grows a courageous mane. And the first M stands for meaningful. What do you think the second mighty, what do you think it stands for? My mighty cat grows a courageous mane. Meaningful. Look at me. With an M. Mind, close, Evelyn, close, Evelyn. Mohammed, close, mindful. We're talking about Lorna, good. Oh, thank you, Lorna. That's wonderful. Marvelous mindset. Good, good, good. Oh, thank you so much for participating. It makes a difference. So memorable, right? Memorable. So meaningful, memorable, communicative. And what about G? We want activities to be communicative so that they can grasp, generate, Nasruddin, wonderful, generative. That's right, Mohammed, wonderful. Evelyn, thank you. So meaningful, memorable, communicative, generative, achievable. We want the lessons to be achievable, right? So it's good that when we're planning the lesson, I usually go back to this thinking, okay, is it meaningful? Is there an element that is it going to mean something to them? Is it going to be memorable? How can I make it memorable? We know that course books, they're useful, but very often I find myself looking at the course book and going like, I know my students, this is not going to appeal to them. So what can I do to make it meaningful and memorable, right? C, courageous. What do you think? Thank you, Maria Elena. What about C? So meaningful, memorable, communicative, generative, achievable, and we don't want it to be too easy. So we wanted it to be C, starts with a C. Evelyn, wonderful, challenging. And obviously we don't want to let them lose and then, like start jumping out the window. They need to be we need to keep an eye on them. So it has to be keep an eye on them. We need to very good, Evelyn. Monitorable. So meaningful, memorable, communicative, generative, achievable, challenging, and memorable. Now, very quickly, can you remember them in the chat box? How many can you remember? Let's see. 1 minute. We're doing actually quite well for time. You guys have been, guys and gals, you guys have been, y'all been so good. Thank you so much, because that really makes a huge difference. So can you remember any of those? The first one. Okay, Hots and Lots, Lorna, absolutely. Communicative, Mohammed, absolutely. So Robert uses apples and eggs to cook, Bloom's taxonomy. And the second one, learning outcomes. When we want fudge, Harold cooks. When we want fudge, Harold cooks. Great, Evelyn, thank you. And the last one, remember, my mighty cat grows a courageous mane. To remember, meaningful, memorable, communicative, generative, achievable, challenging, and monitorable. Absolutely. Marilena, yeah. Mohammed is a genius. Absolutely. He's been like, and also Nassereddin as well. So you guys are on fire. Thank you so much. So those were my 3 mnemonics aids. I have aids that I use for learning for me as a teacher and for teachers. Now I'm going to share one that I created for my intermediate students, for 13, 14-year-olds. And initially they thought I was crazy, but they got, by the end of the lesson, they were actually using it and they were able to remember. Obviously, we need to recycle them over and over again, right? So this is to remember the order of adjectives in English. And for this, I use the sentence plus gestures. So I'm appealing to muscle memory and touch. Old, silent alligators sneak carefully over muddy paths. Any ideas? Can you work it out? We'll have it here. Old, silent alligators sneak carefully over muddy paths. Opinion is one of them. Absolutely. Well done. So the first one is opinion. Thank you, Rahma. Wonderful. Let's see. What's the next one? So opinion. Let's see in the chat box, and I'm going to help you. Very good. Yes. Size. Wonderful. A for. Let's see. Wonderful, Lorna. Age. The next one is. Very good, Dania. Shape. Then we have C for wonderful, Mina. Oh my goodness, you guys are wonderful. What about O? O for where's this from? Any idea? Origin, Evelyn. 2 more. Muddy. M for oh, let's see. This is if you look, very good, Rahma. Material, and the last one is like, oh, what's this for? Is this for here in my head or to put it on my hand? Okay, Evelyn, wonderful, purpose. There you go. And the last one, I just see recently a couple of this week actually, we're finishing a course on learning autonomy that I'm doing as a student, and I came up to remember. I came up with these 2 acronyms: Armored Architects, to help me remember that learning autonomy is super important. That we are aware of the self. So self-awareness, self-assessment. Self-awareness, self-assessment. R for self-regulation. M-O for self-monitoring. Self-reliance and self-direction. So armored architects. And architects is to help me remember support. When we give support to students, so we can give affective support, we can give resource support, we can give capacity support, we can give tech support, and we can give social support. Okay, so I hope that you see how it all works together. For me, they're wonderful because they help me remember a lot of information that otherwise I would be like, oh, I can't remember what was that, what were the self-awareness. So Armored Architects. You too are architects of webinars. Absolutely, yes. Right, so let's move on because time is ticking. Your tips for creating good mnemonics. This is just for you to think about. In the chat box, share 1 tip or rule for creating good mnemonics. What would it be? What helped you remember the mnemonics we analyzed? What features made them clear or catchy or effective? What would make a good mnemonic work well for your learners? Think about visuals, rhythm, personalization, relevance. What would be one thing? I'm going to give you 1 minute in the chat box. What would be one thing that you think would help you create a good mnemonic for imagine your next lesson or something you're studying and that you want to remember? Lorna, relatable and familiar words. Absolutely, like the armored architects, like the image and the words and what they mean. but I don't know what. Okay, Maria Elena, great. I know them, but didn't know what I had to do. Okay, wonderful. Meaningful for them, absolutely, Evelyn, absolutely. Right, I'm going to share my tips. They're not the best ones. They're not the right ones. They're just my tips, the ones that I think are really help me. So I hope that they are useful for you. First of all, keep it simple. Don't overdo it, because then it just more. You need to use more mental power and cognitive power. It becomes too cognitively demanding, and then it defeats the purpose of helping us remember, right? Link it to learning experience, or in this case, you can also be the learner. I do it all the time for myself, because as someone said, I think it was Mohammed in the chat box, we are long life learners, right? So link it to the learner and be realistic. Absolutely. Lorna, kiss. Yes, we need to kiss it. Keep it short and simple. Use humor or vivid images, because research shows that things that are either very vivid or dramatic tend to be better remembered because of the impression they make on our senses, right? Create a story or a rhyme, like Humpty Dumpty, right? Humpty Dumpty sat on the wall. Ensure easy recall. So try it yourself. I always try them myself to try and see, okay, will this work? Is it easy to recall? Yes. Approved? Not. Okay, try something different. And save your AI prompt. Very important. Save it so that you can reuse it, maybe to recreate it at a different time. Learners get engaged with what is important for them. Absolutely, Maria Elena. And that's why finding that relevance and that connection is so important. Okay, so my takeaways, a reflection task for you. What's one mnemonic from the ones that we saw today that you'll try or adapt? Which learners might benefit most, and what challenge could it help solve? This is our reflection task. You don't need to answer it on the chat box. I just want to leave you with that food for thought. It's really important that we continue to reflect. And something that I say in all the webinars that I give, and in my sessions and with my friends and peers and colleagues, and we're all here to learn together. Remember that AI supports learning, but we teachers inspire it. We are the ones who inspire teaching, right? So we have a huge responsibility. Right, I'm going to share my takeaways with you. First of all, incorporating mnemonics into my lessons is less complicated than it looks, okay? It's just, you just need to do it. AI can support us in the process, but we inspire learning, and above all, remember human oversight. Whatever AI gives us, that output, we need to check. We need to critically think about it. There have been many times when I was interacting with AI, iterative, having that conversation and getting and trying to learn from it as well. But some information I knew was not correct. So I went and checked, and it was wrong. And it kept telling me that it was right, right? So we have to be very, very careful. And what matters is a willingness to try it, I think, to remain curious in the classroom for ourselves and for our students. So with that, I have finished. I just want to do something I do with all my students as well, whether they're teachers on my teacher training courses or students in the classroom. And it is giving credit. So because it is important in this day and age when everyone copies and pastes everything. So I use the icons that I use. They are from the Noun project. They are also free. I have a premium account, but they're also free. And all you need to do is give them credit and you can use them, no problem. So very useful to get all of that. I also created the images with Microsoft Bing Image Creator, ChatGPT 5, Gemini, and obviously the slides where they are. And now we can go into the Q&A. And I just want to say thank you. My YouTube channel is Learning Together with Robert, and is about language assessment, methodology, and AI and EdTech in education. So thank you so much. And I think the time was very good.
Wow, you were just so precise, Robert. Kudos to you. Thank you so much for a wonderful and practical presentation and like a mini workshop, I would say. This is what we truly need, just from theory to practice. So we have a bunch of questions.
Good.
Good. I'm also absolutely happy that our attendees are so active. How about your favorite tool to create mnemonics? Is there any tool that is so easy to go with that you use it on an everyday basis?
I would say that there isn't one single AI tool specifically for mnemonics. I've used ChatGPT since it came out in November 2022, 2023. And I have the paid version, but I must confess that I've been using Gemini and the new suite of tools that come along with it with a lot. So I think that more than the tool, the important thing is the prompt and that you have a very clear idea of what it is that you want to do. Number one, for sustainable development, we don't want to be spending 1 hour with ChatGPT or with an AI tool creating millions of visuals that we're not going to use, because that requires a lot of power. So what I tend to do is write my prompt in Word, exactly what it is that I want and how I visualize it. And it's usually a nice paragraph. I give a context, I give what it is for, what I can see, what I want, what I need it for, and my own ideas. This is so important because we don't want to cognitively offload our thinking, because then we become lazy. If I'm just saying, give me a mnemonic for this, blah, 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 off you go. No, I start by forcing myself to actually get started with that. So this is how I see it. This is an idea I think would work. Tell me if it works or not. Make 3 suggestions. So I think that ChatGPT or Claude or Gemini, especially for me, Gemini, because now you can integrate Notebook LM and Nano Banana Pro and Gemini. And so I've been creating my own materials for my very specific learners' needs like crazy, and I love it.
Absolutely. Yes, I'm definitely with you on that one. Like, we need to save our bandwidth, and it's all about being effective and efficient, not productive, because when it comes to productive, we can spend hours, but it's not about this. We have some reflection and a question at the same time. Some students find complicated mnemonics harder to remember than the actual content. How can a teacher decide when a mnemonic is worth the cognitive load?
Oh, that's an excellent question. I just want to say very quickly to Lorna, Copilot also. Yes, Copilot also. I think is more, we are at the driving seat. So remember what we say, the tool is as good as the user, right? So that's definitely. Now, how can we make it? Now, for example, my experience, this was last summer with that intermediate group of teenagers with the silent alligators, right? To remember the shape. There are 8 pieces of information. And usually the theory says that we can hold between 7 and 8 pieces of information. More than that, it just becomes difficult.
Yeah.
Just too cognitively demanding. So in my opinion, what really works, how can we ensure that it works, is number one, use what we know about them. So for example, this group, I knew that they loved animals and being outdoors. I live in the Basque Country and students love being out and about. So I thought of, okay, it needs to be about animals. I'm originally from Florida, and there's alligators. So for me, that was the connection. They were interested about that as well. I use a vivid image, and I tried to also give them a reason. Very often we don't tell them why we're doing things. And because they don't understand, then they go like, oh, this is boring. It's like, why are we doing this? But it is often because we don't tell them, and it's important to tell them. Today we're learning to do this and this. This is, with this exercise, I want you to be able to do this. Is helping them self-regulate, but also metacognition. They know why we are making those decisions. And it is important because then they go like, oh, okay, well, even if it's difficult, it's because they can see an end, an outcome, a destination with our actions and what we do in the classroom. So I think that it is build it around your students, what you know about your students, what you know about your context. So localize it. This is what I meant about course book adaptation. Very often course books are not localized, and that's fair enough. There's not going to be one course book.
It's impossible to localize.
It's impossible that to have one course book that works everywhere, one size fits all. So use those things that we know so that they are relevant for the students, and minimize the cognitive load by ensuring that there are not more than 6 to 8 new pieces of information.
Perfect. Thank you for that. Yes. So we start with why, very important question that, is with us since day one of the conference. And we consider the context. Yes, this is like how learning happens. We need to connect with prior knowledge and students' perspective. Yeah, we put students in the center. Okay. Another thing that we have is about a little bit of encouragement, or maybe a carrot-and-stick approach. So the question is, how can we encourage students to create their own mnemonics rather than just relying on the ones we give them, since the research suggests that self-generated cues are often more powerful? Apart from why and the context, would you add anything on top of that?
Absolutely. So I would just say model, model, model. And this is because very often we want them to do things, but they don't see a model first. They can't really visualize what we want them to do. Mm-hmm. And that's why demonstrating things first, starting small and then gradually building it, is what leads to success. We cannot have, especially with cognitive demanding tasks like these ones, it's not going to happen over one lesson. It's going to happen over a term. But always we start with the model. This is how we do it. And also something that I really love about Project Zero, Harvard University's Project Zero, thinking routines, is making thinking visible. I started about 4 years ago. I started making thinking visible in the classroom by asking questions. But why is this? And where does it come from? And how do we get here? With lower levels, for example, here I live in Spain and they speak Spanish and Basque. My Basque is not conversational, it's very minimal. So at lower levels, when I ask those questions, I let them tell me in their L1, because I want to check their understanding and their thought process, making that thinking visible rather than and I know that at lower levels, they don't have that linguistic ability to articulate the answer that I want, or that thought process. But this is so important because it is long-term, I think.
So it's like a
demonstrate and model.
Exactly. So it's like a little bit of scaffolding approach.
Absolutely. Yes.
With that.
That's right. It's like when we introduce peer assessment. How do you introduce it? Well, first you need to show them what it is, do it yourself, introduce it just maybe with one strong student as an example, then start working in pairs with the same person over a series of lessons to build their own trust before you actually start moving their papers around so that others do it. Exactly the same thing. Lots of scaffolding, lots of demonstration, hand-holding at the beginning, like everything. We all need hand-holding at the beginning with new things until we can let them off on their own. Excellent question.
That's correct. And on top of that, once they fall in love with mnemonics, they can actually see the huge value that they can be used in any learning context. So fantastic outcome with that.
Yeah. And something we can do is, for example, ask them to create, not initially, not at the beginning, but after a few weeks when you know that they are now familiar with it. Part of the homework could be, today, at the end of the lesson, the last 5-10 minutes, today we looked at, the present perfect. Create a mnemonic to help you remember the main rules. Exactly. Or create an acrostic. So one sentence that will help you remember the main rules, for example.
Yes. And this is what we unluckily must stop with. However, as we mentioned, we provided Robert's YouTube channel. Additionally, with his social media contact, you will also find additional information in Zoom resources about each and every speaker of this year conference. So let's just keep this conversation live and let it go beyond day 7. So tomorrow and today, day 6. Robert, on behalf of Educast team, again, we just wanted to say thank you for practical tips, for your energy, and for bridging the gap from theory to practice. It is a pleasure to collaborate with you and to have you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, and thank you everyone for participating so actively. Thank you so much.
They are absolutely awesome. This is what keep us going, despite the fact that it's day 6, but we are not going to stop. And yes, Mohammed just joined us because he prepared a short summary of day 6 for all of us. Yes, Mohammed?
Wonderful.
Right.
You are muted.
Everyone...
No, you are not. Go on.
I'm not muted.
Okay, it works. Yes.
Okay, that's great. So everyone, thank you for joining us today. Thank you, Robert, for such a wonderful talk. You're always such an inspirational person, and you spread your energy everywhere. So this is something we should always learn from. Thank you for accepting my invitation to be part of this. And everyone, thank you for being part of day 6 of the Educast International Conference 2026. So today we have spent our day exploring the vital theme of assessment and evidence of learning, moving from the technicalities of exam results to the heart of purpose-driven impact. From Amir Ismaili's insights on learner training at noon to Robert Martinez's deep dive into mnemonics and AI this evening, we have challenged the traditional boundaries of how we measure growth. We've learned to go beyond the red pen with Annie Altamirano, integrated learning and assessment with Matthew Ellman, and explored global intelligibility with Gemma Archer and Robin Walker. Marcella Villain reminded us that when we teach with purpose, we assess with true impact. Because you are part of the Educast conference, you are now a vital member of the international Educast community. And we believe each of you brings a unique perspective and a wealth of experience. As true partners in this journey, you deserve for your voice to be heard and to make a real impact on the future of education. For that, check your emails, check your inboxes, and you will find an email sent by us, and send us your videos so that we can share them all around our social media platforms. So as we close this chapter on assessment, we invite you to join us tomorrow for our 7th and final day. We will be shifting our focus to global collaborations and future pathways, exploring how we can work together across borders to shape the next era of education. Let's finish this week strong, hopefully strong. And we look forward to seeing you all tomorrow in our final day for our Educast International Conference 2026 at 3 p.m. KSA, 2 p.m. Cairo, and 12 p.m. UK time. Thank you for that, and looking forward to seeing all of you tomorrow.
Exactly. Let's all take care of ourselves and have a good night's sleep, and see you tomorrow with more important questions about the future, as Mohammed said. Thank you, everybody, and see you on the last day. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye.